am I gonna die? Okay, not quite sure what to do other than rob the place. Is that a gate to oblivion? Interesting. That's some truth. I always think a good benchmark for a story is if you would hate to be your character, but you put it way better just now. Yeah, that's how I always think, because I'm the type of person that's like, I do horrible things to my characters. Alleviated of their ideas, and the think tank has spread wide for all come here to spread their ideas. And of course, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
For sure.
No, I didn't. What did he say? Oh god. I can't imagine that. I'm like, just let it be over, just let it be over, just let it be over, but it's not fucking over yet. There's a great feeling when you get that 75% and you're like, I'm almost done, just let me be done. But now I can be like, who should feel sad instead? Yeah, you should. You should be like, no, it's over, that's the ending, how can it be, I want it to go more. Because normally he'd just throw everything and then throw it away. In a bit of a rut for streaming, so I've been reading, just been reading.
That's wild. 2008
well,
OSL.
Go back to the drawing board, Levi.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's when he
rethink your ideas. You know.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I've done that like 3 or 4 times with the stream.
No, and he's
oh no! So today was my school's annual sports day, and we spent 5.5 hours basically in the sun. I am a redhead, so I get sunburned easily. I just had a cold shower, and it only highlighted the lines between normal and my burns. All red. Damn, Muffin, that's why you wear sunscreen, bro. This mine. Watch this mine.
Routes it so quickly.
Boom! Blows up half his fucking shit. Yeah. Because I work mostly during the day, that's why it's like I have really bad kind of streaming hours, because it's 3:45 in the morning. Appreciate the shout out. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 8 p.m. I had to click it last time to make sure it still worked, okay, guys? I had to make sure it still worked, you know? That was the only reason I clicked on it. I will never click that one. Oh, I think it was everyone, though. To be fair, I was escalating it. I mean, I didn't even mention putting things in your mouth because we're talking about a dentist story. If you can't say fuck, thanks for hanging out, thanks for, you know. And today seems like you guys were. So thanks for the engagement, thanks for hanging out, thanks for, you know, being you. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
So
or a pistachio.
Like, kind of
specifically a pistachio, like, because sunflower seeds aren't as strong as a pistachio, but you ever get a pistachio shell,
just out of
like,
yeah.
like pinched on like one of the
so
I don't know what they're called,
snow,
but you know,
the
tendrils that stick out of your tongue,
like, has a layer started,
and like snip one of those off
crazy,
to the point you open it up and you can see it inside of the shell. I use the gamble on command to dump my shards. Then a tox usually gives me a crap ton more despite my hard work.
In another world,
True, Sean.
Just might not quite block some of these moves that Sulky made, because he made a lot of strong moves, looking for just.
Look how many fucking points I got, guys. So, for instance, birth, blue background with a moon and the bat in front of it, painted on a big toe. Sean, see, I told you blue is the best color. You can't fuck with blue, bitch. Eat it. Eat a dick, bitch. Freddy sat cross-legged. Freddy sprawled across. Feel like you should give up writing and just create a cult. Eggy, why can't I do both? Being a writer and owning a cult is even better. Buy some land in Alberta and for a residential food occult camp. Well, Eggy, since you don't have a wife, you can't kill her. So thus you can't kill yourself, because you have to kill yourself. You have to kill your wife and then you. But if you don't have a wife, you can't kill your wife. So you gotta go get married first. And I think the 24-hour stream will happen before you get married. I'm sorry, buddy. You have a wife? I was gonna say, if you have a wife, then I am super glad that she hasn't thrown you out, and I hope you don't hold back. Yo, what's good, everyone? We're back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? Oh, we have some... Holy shit. You thought yesterday was a big day, guys? Oh my... I feel like my camera's fucked. Hold on. Sometimes this shit happens and I'm just not paying attention. It gets like overexposed and then it's like weird frame rate. Shit. Because it's like a retarded piece of shit camera. Right. So, Relic, where do you think Goddess and Akasha originally came from? Considering the conversation we had yesterday. The topics we were talking about yesterday. Where would it just logically make sense that they would come from? Don't read the fucking screen, though, okay? It's in small print, so I don't know if you'd be able to... Where did the Goddess and Akasha, like, originally come from? Connected to the context of what we were talking about yesterday. Where would it just logically make sense that their origin would be? 3, 2, 1, talk! And the only thing my wife just asked over and was like, did he just take a fucking bomb hit? God! God! Shit! Like, after all this time, she never seen me? She... Is that coffee or chocolate milk? I don't drink coffee, that's chocolate milk, bro. That's the origin. That's the origin. Original chocolate milk, because, like, milk just, like, you're talking all the time, right? Milk is just, like, good for your throat. It's just, like, creamy and soothing, right? Especially, like, when your throat gets hot from the smoke, right? So it's like milk, or she called you. I am a creature. No, 100%. I am a creature. Dad, there is no doubt to that. All you have to do is kind of look around my room, and you would definitely realize I am. Yeah, that's what I am. But anyway. So the only thing I haven't figured out is there needs, like, what was the reason for the original nuclear war, right? And I
Do
don't...
not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True, let's go! Okay, I won't count this one as that one because it was already packed, so I'll do another one after this one to be fair. Okay? 3, 2, 1, toe! Like, I don't want it to be a war over resources. I don't want it to be a war over ideology. I don't want it to be a war over, like, ethnicity. my wife asked if you're gonna eat some chicky tendies with your chocolate milk. Well, to be fair, I had like some Boston pizza downstairs that my parents brought home. I was gonna say pizza brought home. They brought home pizza. But what's funny about that is they were like, oh, we also had like, you know, like the chicken bacon cheese things, like the chicken cover. I don't know what the fuck they're called. From Boston Pizza. It's like breaded chicken covered in cheese. Dressed as a girl. My wife said do it. I mean, we haven't done it in a while. So like, would you want me to like full on shave on stream and everything? Cause like we could don't shave, leave it rugged. Dude. My hair isn't even like I had a shower, but like I didn't wash my hair cuz like I wash my hair like once a week. Cuz it's like bad for your hair, for your scalp, right? Yeah, but like showering is like I just like sit underneath the water, right? Like I don't like clean myself. I just like sit under the water, right? It's more like a detox. Right? Like heat detox like a sauna. So you just put the water really hot and you just sit down and you just like detox. I mean, it looks pretty good for like not being washed. Like being shampooed and conditioned, right? Because it's like super thin and soft when it does that. But this is just like... Well, I just don't do anything with my hair. I'm a lazy piece of shit. Like, I really should get it trimmed and stylized or some shit like that. So, like, so basically you want me to dress up as a girl, but I don't need to put makeup on because I'm not shaving my face. Like, should I do, like, my eyes and, like, my lipstick? Because I'm, like, wondering, like, what level of makeup should I do? I mean, to be fair, Relic, we didn't do the full moon werewoman stream because I was just lazy. And I was like, fuck it, we'll just do it next month. Because the full moon was like the 28th or the 29th or something like that. But now I'm just thinking, like, how funny it would be to, like, not shave. So it's like, I really want to do it now, because, like, I don't think I've ever done that, because I think that's retarded. Right? Like, I'm not a bearded woman. But now I think it would be, like, super fucking funny to do. So I'm, like, 75% chance I'll just fucking do it. Because, like, all I need to do is put on lipstick, put on, like, eyeshadow, put on my, like, eyebrow stuff, mascara, and, like, put on my bra. And I can put on, like, my top shirt so you can't see my chest hair. Or I could just go full bra and you could see my chest hair and we could just have it all sticking out. Right? I'm like, I just think this would be fucking funny. So, like, now I want to do it. And then just, like, ignore that it's, like, happened. And just, like, pretend that everything's normal. And just, like, gaslight anyone who says anything. And be like, you need to get your eyes checked, bro. Next you're gonna call me a Muppet. Oh my fucking god. Okay, now I gotta take this wellness check though, because I was just delaying. I don't like taking a Coke when the bowl is still hot because it burns my fingers when I'm packing it. So you usually want to wait. Because I took like 2 Tokes back to back, and that thing gets steamy after 2 Tokes. The third Toke is like, woo, tree daisy deuce, skadoos and daisy dice. For sure. 3, 2, 1, Coke! All right. So the goddess was just some hot goth dommy mommy crystal shop owner, right? In this far off past. This far off past world, right? It's gonna, because their origin, of course, is gonna be the original nation that fucking destroyed the entire planet, right? And nuked everything. So the goddess and Akasha are basically going to, like, ascend as a way of, like, trying to escape the war. What is this? Oh, I saw this! I saw this! Hell yeah, dude, this shit. Like, have you ever seen the game, fuck, what's it called? Deus... It's... God damn, it's like it's an MMO. Fuck game is it? And it's a building and, like... Oh, I know, I love shit like this, dude. Like, people do such insane stuff. Wait, how? Are these stacking multiple bases or something? Wait, this guy doesn't know you can build outside of bases? It's just, all you have to do is turn off the decay rate? Maybe he doesn't know that you can't build outside of your base. That would suck. Where's the local gym leader? Yeah, like, literally, this could be like a fucking city in Pokemon. Like, this is what happens when you put passion into a game, guys. It's fucking crazy. What's the game I'm thinking of? Building survival game is something. PAX Day! PAX Day! I was trying to spell it. PAX. Like, I can't spell. There's one. There. Someone made Minas Tirith in PAX Day. I don't know why I can't find it. Like a book accurate, complete replica of Minas Tirith. In, like, basically the exact type of... fuck, I can't find it. It was like 10 years ago or something like that. But yeah, that shit's fucking crazy. But yeah, so the goddess and Kasha are in the original city. The one that's, like, fucking up the world. Still gotta figure out why they're fucking up the world. Like, what the world, like, war is, who's doing what. And again, it can't be over resources, it can't be over ethnicity, and it can't be over religion versus technology. It has to be some other type of thing, right? And I don't know what that would be, because I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, what kind of wars? And it's like, the only one I come to is technology, right? But I'm like, I don't want it to be over technology or science. Not like even a conflict of technology versus science, but even technology versus technology or nature versus technology. I want it to be like a completely original, like, out-of-pocket, random, but reasonable idea. Because you would assume, well, if the entire book is about the conflict between faith and science, then, well, the original nation that started everything, that gave us the goddess and Akasha, would have had that same conflict. But it's actually not, and the, like, faith versus science conflict actually just straight up was made up by the goddess because Akasha is the way that he is. So, like, basically out of spite, she creates an entire ideological war between faith and science so that people will worship her, so that she has, like some sort of validity to her existence now that Akasha is, like, basically brain dead. Well, emotionally. And, like, their reason for wanting to get away basically, like, had nothing to do with, like, even the war. They're just like, well, this world sucks, but, you know, we could try to do these experiments and stuff and, you know, just free our minds and do our thing. And it's like, she's like, you know, astrology and crystals, and he's like, well, I mean, astronomy and, I don't know what to call it, elemental charge, you know? So, like, he builds a computer from her crystals that's like a brain. And it's, like, the same device that they build, that they, like, ascend with, right? Is the same machine. This is the twist, Relic. So what do you think about this? The machine that they build together to ascend is the same machine that the Pope and the King are using to try and trap the goddess. So the Pope and the King actually didn't build the machine. Which means when the goddess gets trapped, the machine actually doesn't stop working. Because it was working before the goddess... I'm making this all up right now, Relic. Like, my mind is exploding with this, like, holy shit. So, because, like, I was like, well, they'd have to have, like, a stockpile of zombies, because once the machine stops, they can't bring out zombies anymore, so the experiment's done, so that causes the whole thing. But I want it to be subtle in a way, so the machine it's, like, said to be, like, everyone believes that the Pope and the King built it, and it's part of the miracles God, thing, like, that's what it's always been stated to people, or if anyone knows about it, right? That's how it would be portrayed. But since it doesn't stop working, there's only one difference. And this is what causes suspicion after they learn that the miracles of the goddess stop working. And maybe even the Pope and the King think that the machine is, like, run by the goddess. Or something. Maybe I can make up some sort of idea of how they would believe that it's that. And it's like the King is tricking the Pope because the King is the one who can do technology, but it's so far advanced in technology, but he doesn't want the Pope to know that. But the Pope does, and that's why the Pope is investigating nanobiotech. Because he's like, wait, this guy actually has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And so they use the machine, they trap the goddess inside of Stoner's body, and they always have, like, a body on a, like, place, and then that body turns into a zombie. Well, this one time, no consciousness was put inside of the body. So they have, like, kind of this debate of, like, did the machine work? Like, everything worked perfectly, like, the same as it always does. But for some reason, there's no consciousness inside of that zombie. And then, like, you know, like, they find out, like, immediately after, like, the miracles of the goddess don't work anymore. So it's like, well, shit, did we just succeed? But, like, did we actually just wind up killing the goddess or something? Because, like, she's not here. Or, like, maybe we underestimated the power of that kind of consciousness and it couldn't be held within a single body, so something else happened to the consciousness. So they're doing like a bunch of research and they're going to be like purposefully trying to use the machine more and bring about more zombies. So it's going to increase the amount of zombie attacks. So that covers the entire side of we still need like zombies being created even though the goddess is trapped inside of Stoner, which means the machine can't be like controlled by the goddess or have anything to do with the goddess, at least her powers, but it can do with like ascending consciousness. So the only loophole that brings in is the fact of, well, if the machine was used by the goddess to ascend, doesn't that mean the Pope and the King could ascend? So this just instantly, naturally, Relic. What layer does that add to the story? And, like, this is why it's like my brain just does this. It just brings everything back full circle without me even realizing, like, what I'm doing. Because it's always been, like, two things in the back of my head of, like, did the goddess really, like, have a part to play in the machine with her powers? And then the question is, well, why would, other than to, like, just straight up, like, have, like, dominion over her powers, right? What would be, like, another reason for these people wanting to trap the goddess, right? Well, because we already know in the story that the goddess got kind of fucked when she ascended. Or will know at some point. So, via just, like, paranoia and, like, scientific, like, forward thinking, right? They're like, well, there's this machine that deals with consciousness. And we know there's a being out there that's, like, above our level of consciousness that controls shit. So, wouldn't it be better if we, like, trapped and interrogated that being before we just, like, ascended ourselves? Because, like, what if ascending is, like, bad? So, the actual reason why they want the goddess is basically to be like, yo, okay, if we use this on ourselves, like, what's gonna be the outcome? Like, because they're very cautious, and they're like, well, we don't want to fuck ourselves up. We're already living, like, perfect lives with, like, ourselves here, so why would we want to compromise that with some higher level thing? So they're like, alright. Let's see if we can trap the goddess inside of a vessel, figure out what they actually are, and then we can go from there. Because, again, if you're that intelligent and you're that forward thinking, are you really just gonna be like, well, here's a random machine from a civilization that seems to have completely fucking destroyed itself. Maybe we shouldn't play God with this, but maybe we should trap God with this. That'd be a good, like, one-liner pitch for the story. Something like, hold on, let's see, something like this, like, imagine, like, the, like, 2000s movie trailer guy voice. In a world where magic no longer exists. Something like, in a world of gods and technology, when given the chance to become a god, I think you should make the goddess a omnipotent being, but also, like, anyone who views her can't comprehend her. She's surrounded by blinding light, etc. Well, the whole point, Relic, is that they shed their physical bodies. So, like, the goddess and Akasha don't have a physical form. They're pure energy. So, you're right, because literally they're pure light. And if you go back to chapter... Is it the end of chapter 1? Football helmet slunked onto his head. I tried to breathe. The cough, the laugh, and something else had me on the floor. Distracted as they were laughing at Buddy over there, my vision began to fade as I clutched at my throat. A simple seed. Enough to undo it all. The world fell away from me as if I was unplugged from the Matrix. A void. Darkness. A voice. A calling. Light. My mind surfed the web of existence as all meaning fell from me. A dream? Or something more? It's actually supposed to be 2 lights. Cross space and time as my mind surfed the web of all existence. And these 2 are lights, are Akasha and Goddess. And this is the experience of her having them placed inside of her mind. So it's like, it's even in the skeleton of the story, it's written into it. And it's like the light at the end of the tunnel because she's dying, right? But there's 2 lights, which is always supposed to be confusing to you because the goddess, like, actually talks to her in her head, right? Like, the goddess is, like, always mocking her, like, just making random statements, like, acting like a fucking bitch inside of her head. And, like, annoying the fuck out of her, right? So that's, like, a whole, like, dynamic inside of her own thought that she's trying to prevent other people from thinking about, right? And it's, like, played off in the way of this is, again, like, the retelling through the memory over. So she's like, man, I never know the exact... And I will never remember the exact words she ever said to me because I was never paying attention to that fucking bitch. Something like, you're not worth it, you're a fucking piece... Fucking god... Get out of my head, fucktard. Like, some shit like that, right? Like, every time it, like, comes up in her head, Stoner's just like... Yeah, I don't know what actually she was trying to tell me. I never paid attention to it. Maybe I should have listened because she was maybe smart about it. Fuck if I cared. I was just trying to have fun. At first, I thought this was all a dream, right? Like, you die and this happens? Yeah, fucking right. Wake me up after this fucking... Someone laced my weed with LSD again? Like, fuck, man. Or did I just forget that we were doing shrooms tonight? Right? Like, that's the feel, the vibe, the atmosphere I want, like, from the narration of the story, right? So in a world of gods and technology, when given the chance to become a god, one thought holds you at bay. Kind of existence would it be? Find the answers we must interrogate the goddess. Longer than kind of what I wanted, right? It's something Like, the short version would be like... something like, to become a god, one must know the extent of that existence. So now, the vessel, God, has been prepared. Like, the wording in my head was better, but I, like, lost it, right? It's like, see if I can get back to it. Did the anger of the gods come from their disposition of immortality? To find out, we have trapped one. Or you could even do, like... Did the anger of the goddess come from her disposition of immortality? I don't know about disposition. Because I want it to be, like, a negative to show that, like, the current state that she's in is, like, not a good state. So it is, like, a connection of it. And the immortality, because the real thing is, like, she wanted to spend eternity with her husband, but her husband turned basically into, like, Dr. Manhattan or a robot or something. He has no emotions, so there's no point in, like, him existing. So she's fucking mad that she has to spend the rest of existence alone. So it kind of is her disposition towards immortality. Because, like, it doesn't give anything away, right? Like, I want it to be as, like, vague as possible, but delve directly into, like, vessel of the goddess, controlling the goddess, you know? Something along those lines. And this is where it's like, I never liked... Like, I liked the simplicity and the basicness. That's really why I originally went with, like, the Pope and the King having a bet about whether the goddess was real. Or just some sort of, like, phenomenon, right? Because, like, they understand how consciousness works, right? So they're like, could it just be the universe, like, speaking back, and there's not really some real entity granting these miracles. It's just, this is the way that the world works, and we've stumbled upon this, like, kind of secret. And science, from the King and, like, techno, has also shown that, like, your ability to manipulate reality through your mind is, like, an actual thing. Right? So trying to find out if the goddess is an actual being, or just a, like, mechanism of reality, I think was just simply a cool idea. But I knew at some point in time there would be other reasons stacked on top of it, right? And now that we know the machine and what it does, well, now we can add, like, a lot more layers between that. Especially because, like, yesterday we were talking about the personality of King. And the way that he's like Krieger in... and the reason I would say he's more like Krieger in Archer than he is Kurotsuchi in Bleach is because he's kind of senile. And, like, his, like, body, right? Like, he's basically... Like, I imagine him basically like Agamemnon from Dune. I'm just gonna put book. Like, what was Frank Herbert's original concept art for Agamemnon? Because it's something like this, right? But it's a bot like the descript. As far as I know, okay. Actually, let's look up exactly what it is. Because as far as I know, it's a glass jarred brain in the center of the body of a mechanical, almost like spider type thing, right? He has like 8 arms. And he's like fucking massive. Can you give me the, a short version of the book description of Agamemnon in Frank Herbert's Dune? This is like one of my favorite descriptions of like the combination of like technology and biology, right? Brain in a jar. Frank Herbert's Agamemnon appears only in his brief ancestral reference tied to House Atreides, not as a fully developed character with an extended description. No, a much more elaborate cyborg titan. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The Titan Agamemnon. In the extended universe, like the Machine Wars and like the Guild Origins and stuff, shortened description of Titan Agamemnon from extended universe. General Agamemnon, ruthless, primary leader of the 20 Titans, spearheaded their overthrow of the decaying empire. Titans pointed their transformation into immortal Cymex brains and mechanical bodies, and ruled with brutal efficiency for about a century. When AI Omnius seized control, the Titans were forced into service under the thinking machines, and this is where like the like machine wars come from, right? Like literally AI and thinking machines take over all of the universe. Agamemnon sired many sons, killing most for disappointing him until producing Borean Atreides, his favored heir. So, like, I guess they don't have an actual description, but the idea of, like, a titan of like, brains and mechanical bodies. But, I mean, it has been, like, 20 years since I actually read Dune. But yeah, no, those are some of my favorite characters, the Titans in the extended universe. So fucking cool. So I want King to be something like that, but he's more like Rick. Like, I guess the best way would say it would be like Rick from Rick and Morty, right? Like his body. Like he basically just has all these like retarded implants and like shit that like you know. Well, I might need this one day, you know. Or the whole plot thing, right? Where it's like, well, there are so many things inside that it's just like I can just pull out basically anything at any time because I, like everything, you know, been through everything, gotten everything, so, you know, once I need it, I stick it in there. And I'm like, well, I'm a hoarder, so it is what it is. And that's where it's like, King is always thinking, even if Pope believes, and even if he has the miracles of the goddess, right? Like, he would never be able to beat me. So, like, there's still, I have no idea what the fuck is actually gonna happen, right? I don't know if Pope and King are actually gonna fight. I don't know if Rival's just gonna kill Pope and then kill King. And Rival's gonna be, like, the main one who, like, overcomes everything. Right? Even though Stoner's, like, the main character and, like, weed magic is, like, the main mechanism, like, Rival is just, at the end of the story, like, so important. He's, like, given, like, everything by Stoner and basically becomes, like,
the main character. And I think of it like the same way I think of like Dune, where Dune is not a story about Paul Atreides, Leto Atreides, or Paul's son, the Worm. The story is actually about Duncan Idaho. At least in my opinion. Cause like he's basically the only like good character in the book, right? Like even Gurney's got his like fallings, right? But Duncan Idaho, he's like the like Jesus of the book. And even in the way of like, cause like he dies basically like I think he dies 8 times in the entire series, but because his genetics are stored by the Betty Twi'leks, they create what's called a Gola, which is a clone. And they basically just keep recreating Duncan Idaho to give back to, Paul. Right? Like if you've seen the trailer for Dune 3, right? Like, Jason Momoa is in Dune Part 3. And there's a lot of people that are like, wait, what the fuck? Because they don't know that, like, Duncan comes back. God damn it. Fucking pause, bitch. This is gonna be so good. Like, I think it could have been better. I don't think they did it the best, but I think the original, like, 6 movies, like, if you can stand them, right, are technically better because they're closer to the book. But the problem with that is, like, the one big problem with the original Dune was they didn't like the kung fu in space, so they turned the voice into, like, a laser weapon. Which, in my opinion, was the worst possible thing to do. They should have just done kung fu in space. 3, 2, 1, talk!
I trusted you! You promised me that you would never take power in your name. You convinced me that this was your home. That I was your home.
What do you know about me?
You've conquered the galaxy. You've destroyed thousands of worlds.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're way beyond redemption.
Why are you here?
To deliver a peace proposal.
Peace is a good thing. Why should I refuse?
Because it's meant to destroy you.
We plan to strike at the core of Imperial power.
You intend to kill Paul?
Regime change.
Idiot. You've just signed our death warrants.
I found someone. The future has a way of talking to me. I can't see what's ahead.
How does it feel to be human like everyone else, Paul Atreides?
You have no fear, do you?
I fear dishonor.
You sound like an Atreides.
I've been told I was one. for all I've done.
Fuck, man. When I see this, right, I'm like, I know it's arrogance, I know it's retarded, I know it'll never happen, but I have to believe. I am like, my hope and dream for the Final Fantasy book is that it is the Lord of the Rings to the power of Dune. Like, you thought, like, you wouldn't need a higher number than a Googleplex? But, like, Lord of the Rings to the power of Dune is like, give you a fat Googleplex of cock, true, is like a Googleplex to the power of, like, Omni Googleplex. Or I guess it'd be Omni Googleplex to the power of Googleplex, right? Because it's like, Lord of the Rings is clearly superior, right? But Dune is, like, more. Right? So, like, and more is like a multiplier. So you want Dune to be the multiplier because, like, it's more. But Lord of the Rings is just better, so you want that as the base, right? And that's, like, my hope, that it's just, like, it's so fucking phenomenally good that it just blows every other story ever been written out of the water. Now, that's not gonna happen, but that's my dream, that's my belief, and that's what I want to make it. So that's why I will never settle for anything less. And I think that is the passion and importance that you need to have in your writing. And I'm not going to cry because I don't get there. I'm going to say, next time I'm going to do better. I'm going to write another book, and then I'm going to write another book, and then I'm going to write another book. So I want to write Stoner Girl Evolution because, like, I've never written a book. I've just written short stories. So at, like, some point in time, like, the longer I've gotten the short stories, like, Cryogen, it's like, it just falls off. Right? Like, everything about the story just falls off. So I'm like, I need to learn. That's why I did Lisa Lives Forever series of combining a bunch of different short stories together as, like, a preempt to build up to this. Right? And now it's just, like, everything with Stoner Girl is just, like, we're gonna have at least the skeleton of the story, at least, like, 72 chapters, I'd say, written by the end of the year.
I told you my budget is $500,000, right?
Yep, this house is $500,000. Only $200,000 in debt, and now I have no job offers.
We're giving you a 3% raise.
I'm sorry, but inflation was 5% this year.
Well, that's not our problem.
Your total is $975.
I couldn't figure out what's wrong with you, but we'll still need your $10,000 copay at the front desk.
I finally have some money put away. Life is...
That one's so bullshit, dude. I'd be, like, $1 million in debt if I was American. Because of my fucking seizures. Because they still don't know what's wrong with me. They still want me to do blood tests. They still want me to do all this bullshit. Thank God it's all fucking free because of Canadian health insurance. And they still have no idea what's wrong with me.
Good.
Stop crying. Back in my day, I bought a house, 2 cars, and supported a wife and 2 kids with 1 paycheck. You kids just don't want to work anymore.
Guys, if we split this 1-bedroom apartment between the 10 of us, it's only gonna be like $3,000 each.
Yeah!
I'll tell you what, I'll knock the price down. You can have this beauty for only $850 a month for 96 months.
We do have part-time unpaid internships, but we require at least 10 years of experience.
I'm gonna actually look one up. I wonder if I can find it. I don't know if we'll be able to find it. No, there's like a really funny one of like, you know, it's like it's the streamers from like 2015 telling the streamers from 2026, and it's like the old guy telling the kid, "Hey, you guys just don't know how to work, right? I supported everything on one paycheck. You guys just don't want to pull up your bootstraps." And it's like in 2015, it's like, yeah, I'd go live on Twitch in the League of Legends category, and there's only 30 other streamers, and they all sucked. So, you know, all I had to do was say the F word consistently and the N word like it was an Xbox 360 lobby, and I would have like 800 viewers, and I'd make like $6,000 a month. I was just like set for life. And then it's like streamers of 2026, like you go into the category, like just chatting category, and there's 400,000 different streams. Like you go into the Fortnite category and there's 80,000 different streamers. You go into like the COD or something like that, right? You get what I'm saying. Like the inflation of it is just like, and it was just so fucking funny. It's like the Hassan thing, right? It was Hassan who said like streaming. Wait, who was the one who said streaming's like streaming is streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. It was Hassan who said that, right?
Let's find out.
Ohayo!
Konnichiwa. Wow, this place looks cool. Arigato gozaimasu.
A few streamers have said that.
What's this? Have a look at this menu.
And I wonder if any of them relic have ever worked a 9 to 5.
This one. What is this thing? Ah, cool, arigato. I'm just waiting for my food now. Well, how cool is this? This is a proper izakaya. Is it okay I take a video? Thank you. Arigato.
Like the main reason I want to go to Japan is to like
look at this. We got a chicken noodle soup.
Like go to a random family-owned restaurant, like down a random alley, and have the best fucking food of my life.
It's actually so good. Finish the bowl. Do we think this place is open? Let's find out.
Japan is so good for that shit. Cause like I took Japanese, right? But I'm a lazy ass bitch, so like I never saved up any money to go on the Japanese trip. So I never went to Japan, but all of my friends went to Japan.
Guys, today for breakfast we're gonna be eating...
I can't wait to see what this is.
Cereal! So
damn, you happy as hell with that big ass bowl. Shit.
Excited mood. Let's you guys, I love this.
Wait, what?
Them is Oreos.
Wait, what?
I love it.
What the fuck?
The whole damn pack? Really?
Wait, what? No. No.
I know goddamn well you better not put that other pack in that goddamn bowl. I be goddamn. She done put the other pack in the bowl.
Wait, is this a chick? Did he say she? Like, they're breathing heavy. They're breathing heavy from putting Oreos. It's a man. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, obviously, this is real.
Make them noises when you pouring the milk?
Is it gonna be like the entire gallon of milk?
Just one more splash, huh?
Good night, you guys. Take a bite, take a bite.
Okay. I want to see if I can find this because this shit is so fucking funny. I think I know, like, where it is. But this shit is just, like, so fucking funny. Wait, what? He got banned? Wait, what? Oh, shit. What the fuck? Why would he get banned? He hasn't even been live for 2 days. Oh, that's gonna be a
Because, again,
YouTube video.
people don't
That's
like
gonna be a
radical-
YouTube video. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Well, I mean, he hasn't been on the last 2 days, which means he ain't gonna be on for the next 2 days. But I'm trying to think, like, why would he get banned? But Hassan didn't get banned? Well, there's the rock thing that this was the National Geographic that, like, 3 or 4 days ago, I was trying to find this, and it's like, there's, like, someone turned this into a meme of National Geographic, and it's, like, National Geographic, how to deal with invaders, and this is for the Spain shit, right? And it's just smash them in the head with a rock. Maybe I can just find it, like, on here. Fuck you, enjoy this video of an Oscar award-winning award fucking everyone up. Alright. Let's go filters, and let's just say, this week. I wonder if maybe on the Reddit? Well, that's interesting. I don't know. How much this fat person eats in a day, AI voiceover. I wonder if I can find it. This shit is just so fucking funny. I can't find it. So bullshit. Yeah, it's funny that he got banned. And now I'm like, okay, why did Asmongold get banned? Because, like, he wasn't banned earlier. So, like, he had to have been banned within, like, the last 6 or 7 hours. Because, like, I was watching his IRL channel. Fucking... I'm wondering if anyone's talking about it. Wasn't banned on Twitch today, around 6-7, both his main accounts and the one he primary streams on. Active offline normally, with no suspension notices. Recent VODs, including one from a few days ago. Huh, that's weird. Then why does it say... Maybe no one has any information on it, but it just straight up says, okay, is anyone on here... Does anyone in here talking about it? Or it was just like an error or something. I don't know why it... Because usually you can't see the VODs. Right? This channel cannot stream at this time due to violation. I'm wondering if that's just like a like a message he put there that's just like a meme. Because like the meme is that like Kaisi came over, so like he's like with his girlfriend, so like he's not streaming. Right? So like he fixed his AC and then she showed up and he was like, fuck, well I can't stream now. Like that's the as far as I know, that's the lore. But no, that's kind of weird. I don't know. I love to fucking see the double standard shit, because it's like I watch Asmund every day, and I'm like, it would be really funny though if he got banned for watching someone else's content that didn't get banned. Like he got banned for watching a video of someone doing something on Twitch, but the person who did it didn't get banned. That's it. Oh my fucking god, that'd be so fucking funny. 3, 2, 1, toke! I'm like, how did that even get on my lip? Because I'm like, that would be like a joint, unless it was on the tip of my finger. Because I'm like, how did like a piece of weed get in my fucking drink? It must like it must have like flicked off of my finger while I was packing the bowl, because the cup is literally like right next to the grinder. Waste of fucking weed. God damn. Okay. Are you back yet, Relic? Because, like, we gotta watch this video, but I don't want to watch this video if you're not here. But yeah, back to, like, figuring out, like, the goddess's origin and everything like that, right? So we have now even more reason for the Pope and the King to do what they're doing. But we need, like, I guess we need an idea, an explanation for why, like, the Pope is the way he is. Right? Like, he doesn't believe in the goddess, he doesn't believe in anything. He just, like, uses... Oh, I just thought about it. Maybe there's, like, some background thing, so maybe we could work this into the bandits, too. Oh my god, okay, how about working this into the bandits? The core of the bandits are hiding inside of the criminals, but the core of the bandits are actually tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists who were basically chased out of Legion because they believe that the upper echelon of the church, the Pope, the cardinals, and the bishops, don't actually believe in the goddess, and they're just manipulating the people, and their proof for it is, like, the information that they have on techno, and over the last, like, 60 years, how, like, the industrialization of miracles mimics, like, the industrialization of techno. And, like, these are, like, high-level, like, military guys who have, like, interrogated, like, prisoners of war and stuff like that. So it's, like, they're very, like, familiar with, like, techno's shit through, like, interrogating these people and learning about their enemy, right? So, like, these aren't just, like, random people. These are, like, generals and, like, military officials and, like, consultants and, like, weapon production people and shit like that, right? Like, basically all of the adjacent things that you would need for, like, a war, right? And they're, like, continuously, like, being chased out as, like, traitors and stuff like that. But they can't, like, go to Menos because they know that, like, the Crusaders are still kind of, like, inside of Menos. But they also have to, like, stay away from Legion. So they created the bandits and they had to surround themselves by actual criminals to basically create a hidden thing. I know this kind of, like, I feel like this is almost kind of contrived and, like, roll your eyes kind of fucking course it is. The criminals aren't actually criminals. Well, no, they are, right? It's like, you know, they're still bad people, and we're just not, but, you know, military guys, they're kind of bad people too, right? Like, this guy's, like, you know, tortured people and shit like that. They're war veterans. They're not necessarily good people. They're just in it for their own nation, right? And they want Legion to win. So they're like, well, if the upper echelon that controls the entire country that has us at war is, like, has some sort of ulterior motive and is, like, working together, that makes the bandits so much more important. And I wanted them to just to be a throwaway conflict, but I can't even do that because I come up with an idea why they have to be. I can't just, like, have a simple idea of, like, oh, let's just put this in there because it would be, like, cool or interesting. No, everything has to have layers on top of 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 layers, or it's just not good. And it's not even that I'm trying to do it. That's just naturally how the story just, oh shit, that, of course that's the way it has to be. Fuck yeah. And then Stoner can, like, team up in a way, right? And it's like criminals and them helping people get out of Legion. So it's like the entire underground is built around the bandits, that's why they're in the forest. Oh my god, my brain is going fucking crazy on this shit. Oh shit.
Okay. So much for the green team.
And who is the guy in goal?
He's strong, but he's not as fast as us. What's the plan? Well,
Pardon me. I dozed off whilst you were talking about how fast you are. I also killed you.
I didn't see that coming.
Oh, an Oscar award.
Oh, God! Oh!
That was probably meant for me, but...
Hey. It's an honor to be nominated.
Ding dong.
Oh, ah.
Luke.
Cars everywhere on his body.
Get him! Soup straight or mine. Man of Steel v Man of Gold.
Henry Cavill.
I'm so cold. Tragically, this is probably the closest I'll ever get to an Oscar.
Sore loser.
I would not like to thank the Academy! Slow and steady wins the race.
Unless that race is fast and furious. Pull up a chair, it's prime time. We'll be right back after the break. Whoa.
Huh. Stay at the outer edge, Mr. Stark, so you don't get hurt. Huh. Well, can't get any lower than this.
He kicked my Autobot.
How can we defeat him? He has all our powers.
Well, so do we. Ugh. The only way we can defeat him is if we work together.
Just like a family.
Yeah, like a team.
Like a league.
Like a squad.
Like a crew.
Like an eclectic assortment of individuals who share a common goal. Hurrah, I say. Guys, cool as this looks, my hand is on the bottom and it's now unbelievably heavy.
He's impervious to adamantium.
He's impervious to vibranium.
He's impervious to stainless steel. Ah, and sustainable steel.
No, instead of his head.
Seems to be having an effect. I know what he wants. To tear us a new one in front of all his subjects. He thinks we're pathetic, paltry, that we don't stand a chance.
What are you, a mind reader?
Well, yeah, I concur.
That's what I'm picking that up on my FM, yes.
Wait, there's something else. Something deeper. Not a thought, but a feeling.
I feel it too. In fact, I probably felt it before you did.
As if.
Silence! I sense it also. The tiniest trace of...
Fear.
There is a hidden weakness he hopes we will not uncover.
Whatever could it be?
Scott, I think I found something. A scratch.
Walk it off, Hope. Or fly it off with your exclusive wings.
Not on me, on Oscar. From the detailed scratch analysis that was only inflicted in the last few minutes.
Captain! Yes. Where's it located?
It's on his Achilles tendon.
You know who that's named after, right?
Well, how did it happen? Who went for the foot? Well,
Oh,
if it's
God.
a scratch, probably came from me.
Hey, I scratched him way harder than you.
Oh, please. You can scratch and sniff with that manicure.
Hey, if either of you think you can beat me in a claw measuring contest, you're dreaming.
Maybe it was a bite. I was knocking on his feet for a while.
Fuck
there.
gasoline.
Maybe it's a rash.
Maybe it's frostbite. Maybe it was the same way I got my scars. Someone gave him a harmonica made from recycled soda cans.
Guys, it's a scratch. The scratch analysis was conclusive.
The only way to know what caused the scratch is to turn back time. If only we could.
We can. Strange. Stop checking futures. We need you to check the past.
Ah, crap.
I can handle this. I'll send his consciousness into his younger self.
Chill, dudes. We got this.
TARDIS!
Whoa, who you calling tards, man? Is there no one else who travels through time?
Oh, well, there we go. I was not expecting Bill to talk. All right, so that was part one.
They really redressed the town square this time.
I don't think we're in Hill Valley anymore, Marty.
We need you to go back 10 minutes in time and find out how that giant Oscar got a scratch on his heel.
10 minutes? That's hardly
Watch him
enough
have
time.
scratched himself.
The time machine only seats 2.
Expando minivano.
Climb aboard. What's the letter?
Who are you?
I'm who? Who are you?
I'm Strange. Who's asking?
Yes, I am. And what's your name? Hermione, can I come?
Sorry, Ron. Time travelers only.
I travel through time. I travel forwards in real time. See? I started talking to you 5 seconds ago, and now I'm here.
Where we're going, we don't need Ron Weasley.
Strange. Oh fuck, man. That's a good one.
Help us, group of random time travelers. You're our only hope.
Well,
What the blazes just happened? Doc, according to the time circuits, we've jumped back 80 years.
There's people fighting down there.
I'm more a lover than a fighter. At least I would be if my lovers didn't put up a fight.
On the good ship, Lollipop.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
King Kong, you are the ultimate warrior. People, please. This is still in its infancy. The more movies Earth makes, the more characters there will be. Imagine this battle in 80 years.
We don't live that long.
Hey, what's that up there? Time to go. Alonzi?
We should go further back in time and kill Oscar when he's
no,
a
because there's
defenseless
no
child.
new IPs being made in 80 years. We'll have less characters because people will have just forgotten about IPs. No one will have created any new IPs in the next 80 years. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, a flying car. They promised, and they finally delivered.
I'm in a car with 4 doctors and I've never felt so sick.
You know, Scott, it's not cool to mess with another man's private vehicle, okay? Oh, sorry. Doc, what are we doing in a previous superhero bowl?
We've only made it 99% of the way because we've run out of plutonium.
What, you don't have backup? Who travels through time without contingency plutonium, honestly?
The only power source capable of generating the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity we need is a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, you never know when or where, what's ever going to
Nope.
Ha! Take that, tiny man.
Excellent. But how do we get him to channel that energy into the flux capacitor?
Flux capacitor!
Right on.
I'll take care of it.
Wait, where are you going?
I'll be back.
Hey, Blondie! Kill me! Do it! Kill me! I'm here! I'll do it!
Well, you're literally asking for it. Ah! It's working!
Get to the future!
Jardin.
Are we done yet?
Precisely on schedule.
Let's get somewhere less conspicuous. Okay, how do we get close enough to Oscar to witness this miraculous lesion?
With this. I borrowed it from a friend.
There's nothing there.
I knew that Ginger Nut was poor, but who lends somebody air?
Not him, my other friend. It's an invisibility cloak. Watch. It's literally the greatest cloak ever.
Don't engage.
That was a good detail.
Don't take your eyes off his feet.
Good thing I have a fetish.
Just for once, I'd like to pick on someone my own size.
Not the face! I'm a collectible!
Yeah, you and all the other Cabbage Patch Kids.
Well, it wasn't child's play.
If a cane falls in an arena and no one's around to see it, does it really fall?
That's it.
I hear you.
So it was the Riddler?
And it's lucky we succeeded.
What we? We just sent you back to the past.
Yeah, I know you did send us back to the past, but we're back. We're back from the past.
And we know his weakness. It's gold.
Elementary, my dear.
Shut it.
So we buy him off with gold, and he lets us go. No, you idiot. Gold is what hurts him.
So he's vulnerable to a single element that's native to a different planet but still happens to be here? That's weird.
Yes. Super weird.
All right, let's go for gold.
I'll try dead with my trident.
No cane, no gain.
Idle hands do the devil's work.
Get stuff.
You can't handle the two. Guys, I can't think of a lame pun for scepter. I mean, I've been playing around with September, septic, septuagenarian.
So you found my weakness.
I'm sorry.
Apology accepted.
Nailed it.
No! You're going to die for me. Aren't you gonna throw all your gold at him?
It's not happening.
Worth a shot.
I am fluent in over... Boy, they really redressed the town square this time.
I don't think
6 million forms of scratching.
Oh,
Our
fuck.
Oscar campaign is falling to pieces. We can hurt him, but it's not enough.
Perhaps it is like a food allergy.
So the worst he has to fear from us is a bad case of hives.
If you are highly allergic to peanuts and you touch a peanut, you may get a rash. But if you swallow the peanut...
so. We just need to get him to swallow a peanut. Who's got peanuts?
I mean swallow gold.
What do we have that's made of gold and small enough to swallow?
Haven't the foggiest idea.
Think. We have precious little time.
Precious!
Harley, we need a small amount of gold to feed Oscar in order to kill him. Does that ring any bells?
You know, I'd really like to help you out, DP. But the thing is, the ring is mine!
Women really do let themselves go when you slap a ring on them. Boy, this crowd sure got their cake and ate it. She's been consumed by the power of the ring. I've been there. Recovering ringaholic, 16 years sober.
No! There's plenty more fish in the sewer.
I don't think I'm in a healthy relationship.
Strongly seconded.
Well, that's it then. We are through. And I ain't stopping there. I'm gonna clean myself up. I'm gonna respect myself. I'm gonna stop breaking things and start building them. I'm gonna wear jeans. And when people see me coming, they won't cover their kids' eyes no more. They'll push them forward and whisper, "You could be just like her one day if you work hard and live pure."
Boo! Just be a slut.
Like
I mean,
my
what?
Life is just beginning.
No. No. Harley, I'll never let go. Unless, of course, someone gives me laser arm removal.
Your luck's run out.
Every now and then I fall apart.
Yes!
No, no! Come back here! Smeagol! Gollum! Whatever you're going by these days!
Release the not-so-secret weapon!
Size does matter.
Dr. Manhattan.
The power you've accumulated is too much for any one being.
You hear that? I'm playing the world's smallest violin for you.
Given our current enormity, that's actually the size of a normal violin.
Whatever.
Why? You know you can't destroy me.
Of course I can. Your weakness is your emotions. Emotions such as self-loathing.
I'm just a big blue bully with a body I didn't earn.
Picasso.
Now! Dr. Manhattan! Yes! Help!
Don't you mean Dr.
I don't remember what her fucking name is. The fucking Fifth
That's the
Element.
most horrific thing I've ever seen.
John, you can't eat your pain.
Destroy the warriors.
Where's the ring? They can't hold him forever!
What? The ring was stolen by that Sphinx cat on meth.
I killed them. I killed them all.
Don't you see? If you kill me, you cannot be regenerated. The next time you die for good. You know, I am telling the truth.
We would rather die free than live forever as your puppets.
Oh, don't make me barf.
Ah! Smoke like raging fire! Ah! No!
So this is what it feels like when doves die.
6 million forms of scratching!
And so there's no part 4. It just leaves off there. Damn, man. When does part 4 come out, guys? That's gonna make like $1 million at the box office. That's crazy. Alright, I mean, we're already invested, right?
I got it. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I don't feel so good.
Now, Natiti, we can't hold him much longer. I see you.
Sauron, turn off your ringtone!
I am switching to vibrate only. Fools, do you not understand? To me, you are ants.
With this ring, I be dead!
No, this cannot be.
All those movies you studied for so many years, you never noticed what always happens to the villain.
But I thought I was a hero.
I mean, a true villain is the hero of their own story.
And the Oscar goes to hell.
Guess it was not a popular dictator. Scott. Are we all that's left?
How can we claim to have won, given how many we lost?
Well, there's one more he can afford to lose.
No, wait. Raven, you know what to do. Oh, wow. That's a much better idea than what I was thinking of.
Regenerate the warriors.
It was worth a shot.
Raven?
Scott!
Diana.
That guy! 10, 11, and 12. Ah, back to normal. So, everyone just gets to come back. Well, that's just lazy writing.
Or good luck.
Not that I'm complaining.
Ass! Damn, bro, that ass! Do they really have to do that? Damn!
Family photo?
I'm so happy I could disintegrate into radiant particles and float away in the wind.
I'm so happy. I feel like my chest is gonna burst.
Oh, Harry, you little snitch snatcher, you. What were we even fighting about? Hey.
I'm just messing with you. Come here, you big cudgel.
Hey, you can always use a spare.
Mr. Mad Titan, can I ask you an important question about your daughter?
Here. I got this off a close friend. It doesn't make one turn invisible, but in your case, that's a big check in the plus column.
I want to see your face.
I don't think we're quite ready for that just yet.
Trust me, whatever you're hiding, I've dated worse.
Okay, here goes. Oh, see, I knew it was too soon. Okay, look, I've been researching this experimental surgery in China.
You're beautiful.
Hey! What are we supposed to watch now?
Oh, shit.
You should watch our movies. From what I understand, they don't all take place in the same location.
Interesting. What do we do now? Where do we go?
I certainly don't want to stick around here. It's always summer, never winter.
Do you think we'd be accepted?
Alright, alright, alright. It is what it is, right? I mean... It's one of those things, right? Like, the ending is always the hardest thing to pull off. I wish the ending was funnier.
First two parts were really fucking fun. I think it fell off. What do you think? It's like it dragged on too long, right? Like it ran out of stuff to do. Think you're gay. Well, I mean, that's like half true, right? I mean, fair. 3, 2, 1, toke! I'm like, at that point, did we just write chapter 6, right? So we need to know that alright, this was like handling, because this is where botanist meets, right? And then it's gonna be Tank in the tavern, and Tank needs to so botanist comes into the tavern. Tank's like, yo, what's up? What you doing? What you at? She's like, where Cook at? We got some stuff. So let's just think about how exactly, because we know Stoner and Zombie are outside. Zombie hasn't been seen by anyone. Stoner's the first person who sees Zombie. Rival is still fighting the zombies, so he's off with his crew. Botanist walks into the tavern, and Bard, Tank, Cook, and like 2 out of like the 4 like crafters, so like either a weaponsmith or armorer, like a blacksmith, and a like jeweler, someone who like works with accessories and stuff like that. Because I have kind of an idea about Stoner maybe having the ability to, like, imbue stuff. And, like, use that as, oh, it wasn't just the weed that she imbued. She can, like, imbue, like, physical objects and stuff like that. So she can basically, like, enchant people's equipment and stuff. But I'd have to make, like, an entire, like, foundational baseline of it. Because I'm like, does it just affect crystals? Could we do, like, extension crystal forts kind of stuff? Is it only within, like, I want to do maybe, like, a crystal weave, right? Where you find a way to, like, turn crystal into twine, and then you weave it into whatever you're, like, making, and then the crystal is, like, imbued, and that shows, like, the origin of, like, the miracles of the goddess. And so it gives an explanation as to why the weed is also imbued with magic. So it works. But like, the question always becomes, like, where do I want that information to be revealed in the story? Is it something that's, like, early on to get people, like, believable? And, like, because what you want to do early on, right,
is you want to do things such as, like, non-exposition information drops, right? It's not like it's meant to be part of the prose or something. It's just like a handoff random comment by a random person. Like, for instance, like, you don't know who the main character is, and then, like, the final sentence of the chapter is, like, one of their subordinates doing a salute and saying, "Yes, my prince," as, like, the guy walks away. And it's like, oh shit, the entire time this guy's been, like, a really important person. But, like, to that person, their personality is, like, they don't think of themselves as the prince. What is this? No, it's odd that you're giving me Twitter posts. Dude, No, dude, you have no... What the fuck, Relic? I was gonna talk about this earlier in the stream. That I was watching like, this was one of the fat people things that I was gonna look at, but the main one that I wanted to find was the fucking... Wait, this isn't even the same one! The other one was a muffin! Wait, this is a different video of the same people! The other one I saw was they had, like, a muffin? Then they did, like, rock, paper, scissors, and, like, remember when I said about that fat dude eating the Oreos and him getting, like, out of breath? I was gonna mention this video and say, this fat chick was playing rock, paper, scissors, and the third time she was literally out of breath. And then she had to, like, run to the basketball hoop and then back, and the other chick took the entire fucking thing and ate the entire thing in one go, and the fat bitch was so fucking angry. Oh my god, it was so fucking funny. She's like, you ruined your friendship over a fucking muffin. Okay. So, like, these are the kind of fat videos I was talking about. The other ones are, like, AI over, it's, like, my 600-pound life. And it's, like, you know, they wake up, they have 3 bowls of cereal, but, oh, they're not done. That was just the beginning of it. Now it's 3 pounds of bacon and 18 sausages and 32 cheese puffs. And after that, well, of course, that's only the beginning. Now we're going out for $200 worth of takeout. 82 batches of fries in 17 milkshakes. But that's only just enough before they get to lunch. Now it's 28 hamburgers each. That's 76? Fuck, I can't do math. It's 3 people. 3 times 28. 90 minus 6. 84. God damn. But yeah, okay, let's watch this. This shit is fucking funny. Okay, so this isn't even the same video. So, the same people. Actually, this one looks a lot younger than... It's the same fat chick. But, like, this one looks, like, younger than, like, the other one that, like, I saw on the other one. So, like, this one's, like, sister or something. And you got, like, what? These are, like, cinnamon, like, donut things? Right? And then they're gonna, like, play rock, paper, scissors for the food?
I told y'all yesterday, don't send me this bullshit, son. What the hell, son? I'm not trying to go to hell. Y'all trying to provoke me and shit.
You laugh, you're going to hell. Oh, I'm so going to hell.
Stop it, son. We don't need to see these doggone games, son. You got an impressionable young lady over here participating in this type of gluttony that they talk about in the Bible, son. Part of the game is this. All right, thank the Lord. At least Shorty's forced to go do a little bit of cardio right now. Young lady's eating the dumplings. I think she's got a couple in. I would hope it's not necessarily unhealthy dumpling. Oh, she done beat her again. All right, I can live with that. I can live with that. And she's got a star. She's got a ribbon on the chest. I'm assuming she's very good at whatever it is that she's doing. All right, we're in the summertime.
This fat bitch, man. She bet. See, the thing is, you think she'd be losing weight because she's doing this exercise?
We done kicked Pluto out the goddamn solar system.
And she gets mad at the other chick for doing it to her?
What's wrong with you, son?
Dude! See, and I even said when I watched the other video to myself, I was like, I bet this bitch does this to other people all the fucking time, and then the one time someone does it to her,
she like punches them in the face.
You know what, fuck it, son. Cause y'all really playing in our faces, son. Why the fuck would you allow her to go and upload this shit onto the doggone internet like you don't see what the fuck going on, son? You're not really her friend, son.
This is some
Two goddamn
bullshit.
things, son.
Yeah, no.
You could've said goddamn bumper
This
sticker
some
on the damn
fucking
back, man, with the license
bullshit.
plate on the front. You'd have thought she was a fucking Honda
This guy
Odyssey.
getting
Shorty is
so
a goddamn
heated
vehicle.
over it.
And you over
But
here
he's
trying to be
so
honest,
right.
son. What's wrong with your asses, son? You
He's
gotta be
so
somebody's
right.
friend. You can't allow somebody to get that doggone big, son. That's ridiculous. Every single goddamn meal is a goddamn cheap meal. Every meal is adultery. What are we doing? I gotta chill, bro. I don't know this lady. She just trying to live her life.
I just can't.
Trying to live her life. I gotta chill. So, you know what? It's the IRS fault. I had a bad day. They ain't answer my doggone phone call. You know it's the IRS fault. All right? Yo, we all good, bro. Please don't send me this shit no more. Please don't send me this shit no more.
That just, dude, that just like, so you call the IRS, they don't pick up, and then the IRS sends you a letter saying, hey, because you didn't contact us, you now owe us more money. And then you're like, send a message back to them, and you're like, yeah, but I called you and you didn't pick up. And they're like, yeah, well, we're not required by law to pick up your calls or respond to anything that you have. So now you owe us more money. But hey, if you ignore us, because we're the IRS, you're going to go to jail. So, you know, don't ignore us. IRS or IRA? I mean, what? Tis what be, I tell ya, bro. Tis what be, it over, ain't no. 3, 2, 1, 2. Okay. So we need something like, this lovely specimen was of the finest trade. Too bad he was such goddamn gentleman. Would have had fun times, maybe we can make our own. But hey, I respected the guy. Saved my life more than probably anyone else. Well, let's see. What it feels like. Oh, it's mine. Isn't there, so can't tell for sure. But man, you sure can imagine. Hank was preparing with food, even in the midst of turmoil over his leaving religion, especially with wife, healer, staying behind to help the fortunate souls that made it to the waypoint. Still prayer of light to the goddess, tribute to his thankful outcome. But that damn blasted tune background never fit quite well with his
inner performance. More lighthearted and fluty. Long away from the seriousness and the depth of concern one had when praying for their loved one's safety. But as a man of faith, you can forgive those around you. Fallen from, but only to an aside. People are the ones he running from, not her grace. Okay, you can't play something more fitting to the mood of the ringing. There are soldiers out there right now protecting us, Bard. I know you like to lighten mood, but maybe something somber is due. At least till the bells stop. Why is this? Man, YouTube sometime be like, what? At least until the bells stop. Oh, string on violin, frost foot, choked score as mouth moved erratically with the three harmonicas. Frost's chest. Tambourine at his armpit and elbow. Mid climax. He roared a mighty deep line call. In his deepest attempt at a what's the word? Not frightening. I know there's like a there's like a specific word for it. Like not like a tremble, but like you know that like you lean in and you're like onward! Right? Attempt at a mighty warrior's call to arms. Sadly, was but a banshee's shout. Out to war. The men bear the hordes. The thoughtless and the trembling flesh fall upon such swords. To them, we are none. To us, they are none. We together fight for what we live. They who do not live fight for gloom and dark. The treble times through the year. It's flash fall of the jagged strings crossing over the violin. It's bards feet worked emblem of some name? Juniper? I have no idea. Cause he has like a violin with on the string is like an embedded gem, and like when that gem crosses with one of the specific parts of the string on his violin, it basically creates like a thunderclap kind of thing. It's like almost an electric charge effect from like the crystal and the material that the string is made from, and it makes like a basically like imagine like electrocuting yourself with like a socket, and it's like that like charge sound, you know, that like that zap sound. That's basically that crackle. That's basically what it does, and that's like his like drop like technique, right? In an electric reaction sparks the air with a loud crack. Buzzing air through the strike. Weird hum from patrons. Has it on cue, the music and bells, the distant towers died. As thus a ring of the room erupted. Joy and banter with patrons rose. Celebrate the supposed victory. But the tank, there was always the thought. The bells stop. Is it us? Or them? I don't know quite how to say this, but it's like, because like to most people it's like, oh, the bells stop, that means that the attack is over. But like, if you're intelligent, you would also think, well,
if they had killed the people that were ringing the bells, the only logical thing is you would assume there would be like a, like they would do some sort of thing to change the way, you know, it's like the zombies got past the bells, right? They would like change the chime. The only problem is Tank knows that the towers aren't like manned like that. Like, it's like you pull the drawstring and it rings like 20 times. So there's like the possibility that the person who's there was attacked and killed by a zombie before they could pull the string again. And like it's a random amount they'll wait to pull it again. So it's not like you can just count, like Tank would be like counting out the amount of bell rings to be like, okay, it hit 20, is it going to 21? Okay, it went to 21. Okay, it's still going. Like, that's like how paranoid and like intense it is. But he's like not part of the Crusaders. There's a whole reason. So like you should be thinking now, well, like if this guy is so concerned about it, right? Like why isn't he out there fighting? Well, because only the chosen of the Crusaders can actually confront the zombies, because they don't want random people going out and being turned into zombies, because the idea is if you get attacked by a zombie, you get turned into a zombie. That's not true. But there's like this whole fabricated propaganda towards zombies to make people stay away from them as much as possible, so that they don't have the possibility of seeing that the zombies are like one of their loved ones. Right? So there's like, it's very purposeful, the reason why. And Tank knows, and that's kind of why he's like not allowed. Right? Like he's a former Crusader. That's why he teams up with Stoner. And he's also part of like the Underground Railway. So it's like, he has an entirely other mission to do, that it's like he can't exactly be tied down to be connected to the Crusaders. So it's like, he can't because of certain reasons, but he also doesn't want to because of certain reasons, but it's like, he would prefer to be out there on the front line fighting the zombies. Right? He doesn't want to leave it up to other people. And of course this will be kind of like expanded out, because I want this to be like the whole song and dance. Like the bard is like going around the tavern and it's like introducing different characters kind of thing, right? Before like anyone even gets in there, so you have like an idea of who people are through this like interaction of like song and dance by this literal like one-man band bard. He's you know, he's got like the like harmonica thing set up. He's got like tambourines and fucking what are they called? Cymbals and like other kinds of contraptions, plus like his like foot violin. Where it's like, he has it like set up basically on the inner parts of like his calves. So think about like the idea of like doing the river dance, but like there were like strings attached to your calves, and you would like rub your calves together and it would rub the strings together and it would be like a violin. So that's pretty much what I imagine as the bard. And he's like skipping around and like dancing and like, you know, all this crazy shit while he's like doing the song, and everyone's joining in and just hollering along and having a good time and just doing their thing. And it's like the idea of, even with Tank, it's like this is what he was doing before, and Tank's like, dude, at least, like, you know, don't be so hippity-hoppity about it. And he's like, alright, let's change the mood. And then he does the whole darkening, goes up to people and being like, oh, this, oh, that, and you writing this, and you doing that, oh, I don't know exactly what the details were, because it's just kind of the skeleton idea for it. But, you know, that's what's going on in my brain. And he comes over to Tank, right? And he's like, oh, would you let it's all over, we all good now, go, don't you ever worry about it, my buddy. And then, like, Botanist comes over, right? And because I'm like, who do I introduce next? This is where I'm at. We can introduce the Botanist next, or we can introduce the Cook next. But I don't know if I want to introduce the Cook yet. But since we already have the Botanist, and she did say she was gonna go to the tavern. Or I don't know. I don't actually know. That was my idea, but I don't know what I actually wrote, because when I went back and read it, I was like, the chapter just kind of ends before it talks about anything. But then I was like, wait, because there's 2 chapters, right? So there's Stoner's chapter of, like, meeting Botanist and from Stoner's view. Then there's Botanist meeting Stoner from Botanist's view. And they're like part 1, part 2, right? Like Stoner's interaction is the end, but it happens first. And then Botanist is after, but that's the beginning. So like Botanist goes up to the guards, talks to the guards, and says, I'll deal with the intruder. But from Stoner's side, it's she meets the guards, sees Botanist, and Botanist says, okay, let's go to the tavern and talk about this. Right? Which is why I didn't include it in Botanist, because it was already included in Stoner's. I just wanted to show the other side of how Botanist got to where she was. Which is like this recurring theme of like commotion, right? So it's like Botanist hears a commotion and she's like, oh shit, something's going on, goes outside, sees the commotion, then interacts, tries to solve it, and then boom, the alarm goes off, the guards get called off, and it's like, okay, now there's another commotion. That other commotion from the earlier on of the commotion that happened with Rival is, okay, well, now you know, like, timings are lining up, because these are the bells that called Rival and his troop together in order to attack the zombies. And on top of that, you know it's the same time that Delete jumped the wall, or Zombie jumped the wall, because that's when the zombies were released in order to attack the city. And on top of that, beforehand, it's like the commotion with Stoner and like her thought process getting the guy to say something retarded to put the helmet on his head so nobody notices that she's choking and dying on the ground. And then that leads to the commotion here where Tank meets Rival, Stoner, and Zombie because he hears the commotion of Rival interrogating or trying to interrogate Stoner and Zombie outside, and because we introduce Botanist is talking to Tank, and Tank says, oh, well, what's going on outside? And Botanist is like, ah, shit, there might be something going on outside. I met someone, and they were just, like, smoking outside. I didn't think it was a big problem, but that sounds like a big commotion. And then Tank's like, okay, you stay here, right? I'll go out there. That voice I hear, I know who that is. This might be bad. And he recognizes, like, Rival shouting. So he's like, hey, Botanist, stay here. You don't want to get involved in this. And then he goes outside. And then I don't know if that's going to, like, cut to another interaction at the end of the chapter, or if this is just going to carry on Tank's chapter, and you're going to see everything from Tank's perspective up until a certain point. Because I don't know who the next perspective after this would be. Because I don't know if, like, I want an order to the way that it is.
And it's like, I really want to do like an extremely out of order style where you don't know if this chapter is, if you were looking at the chapters chronologically, 3 chapters before the chapter you just read, or 5 chapters after it. And you kind of have to like piece the context of what character it is and what they're doing and what they were doing last in order to like bring together where they, like, how they're like together and like how the time period is, and like small clues that will give you insights to certain events so you can line up and say, okay, this happened before this and then that happened. Because you know me, I like to be super ambiguous, and again, this is just a rough draft. If people don't like the way of that being storytelling, right? It's like, the good thing about this is you can literally just move the chapters around and like change like the beginning and end of the chapters to like reorganize like puzzle pieces. And that's kind of how I want to build it. So it gives the option of, I can either go and lean really hard into like the time shifts and like perspectives of time and where events actually take place and what's actually happening. Or I can go like full chronological, and it would just give me like more options, because it's like something that's built into the foundation of the writing itself. So at this point we know that we have to introduce Botanist next, but we, on top of, or like we have to have a tank-botanist interaction, and during that interaction, because we want Bard to be a mystery at this point. Like, what the fuck is this Bard character, right? Because I want Bard to be like a mirror almost of Stoner in this world, and like Stoner and Bard, and then Bard's gonna get like way more crazy when like he's actually like stoned, and he's like, you know, doing shit that are people like, man, is this guy a savant or a retard? I have no idea. Half the time his beat is like fucking like Lord of the Rings Urukai music, and the other times it's like Pepe flute. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Get your head on straight. And that's basically how I want, like, Bard to be. And he's just, like, a fun-loving, like, creative-going kind of person that, like, he doesn't want to get dragged into this. He gets dragged into this in the fact of he's like that random background character that's kind of just gonna show up like in the beginning, but eventually it becomes a point where it's like, when we get to like, because this is what I was thinking, when we get to like the idea of figuring out that Stoner can imbue things, right? Then you would have like her being able to imbue Bard's stuff to actually make Bard like a support class, right? So it's like, I want in some way, shape, or form, not just, and I don't know if this is too much, right? But I think just having the weed magic isn't enough. There needs to be something else that's like, the weed magic is simply just one byproduct of her ability. It's the main and her main thing for it, but I want her also to be able to give things to other people. I think it's just better that way, and it makes her, like, more oriented to the center of the story, and you asking the why and the how. And that makes, like, the why and the how of, like, the goddess and Akasha, like, so much more impactful. And it will be like other people asking the same questions about the comparisons between what Stoner can do and what the Cardinals can do. And it's like taking the miracles of the goddess to such a extent that that's why people believe that there's like actual divinity in these people. But they're actually just genetically, technologically, like, modified.
So they're actually just cheating everyone, which leads back to, like, the conspiracy tinfoil hat commanders, leaders, military people inside of Legion being like, yo, I don't think the leaders of this nation actually fucking believe in the religion that they're fighting for. And they're making all of these people die for no fucking reason. And anytime we ask questions and bring it up and be like, well, what about this? You basically get fucking blacklisted and shit. And they're like, well, we don't really talk about that, right? There's, like, certain things that we've just agreed on in society. We know that you're a youngin' and you wouldn't really get it. Guy's, like, 80 years old, right? He's, like, a general who's been at war for, like, his entire life. And he's being told by, like, the cardinals that, like, well, we're, like, 300 years old, right? Like, we've been blessed to rule. Like, if we weren't doing a good job, why would the goddess give her the miracles? And they're like, I mean, that's, yeah, fair enough, that's a good point. And like, why wouldn't she give you the miracles if you were right? And they're like, you know what? I mean, you make a good point. I mean, I can't argue against that. I mean, I still don't, you know, they still don't believe it and they run away and they hide because they get persecuted because of the way of it, but that's generally the conversation that's had. And then it's like, secretly they're like, okay, we need to arrest that guy, ruin his family, kill his wife, and like, kidnap his daughter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, perfect. And then he'll back down and go away. And it's like, that's... Because I want the entire thing to essentially be like a Streisand effect. Where, like, if only they had just sat back and done their own thing, but no. For some reason, they just had to be arrogant assholes. And that's what brought them to the front, like, the limelight. Right? And now people are actually asking questions. Now we have an entire city dedicated to asking questions. On top of, like the bandit encampment and everything like that, and their entire involvement and everything like that, because they're also investigating zombies. I forgot that's the other part of it too, is there, and like that's where like Rival has like a connection with the bandits, right? Which is why, for instance, like, so essentially what happens, they burn down the tavern, they get Rival wants them because he still suspects zombies. So it's like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity to get them all into custody so we could do extra tests and, like, maybe kidnap Zombie and figure out what the fuck is going on, right? But then, like, Tank is like, shit, man, we need to, like, actually run away because, like, I know Rival and, like, shit, man, we need to go. So they go to Botanist, who gets them to, like, there's one other character that they meet inside of the tavern that would be, like, the like stable boy, someone like that, like a tracker or a scout type character that would lead them to the drafts, which would lead them to the forest, which would lead them to the hunter in order to get their escape. And Tank would be like, okay, I know exactly what to do. We're gonna go to my buddy, we're gonna go get our things, we're gonna cross through the forest. And this actually works super well for me, because like I didn't want to go through everything alone and go back and check on my wife, Healer, who's still at, like, the, like, Waypoint train track railway station of the Underground Railway coming out of Legion over the mountains. And I didn't want to pass through the forest just with me and the scout because of the, like, active zombie and bandit activity inside of the forest, so it's better to have a larger group. So now they got a group of, like, 6 people, that they're gonna go and can actually do something with, right? So he's like, okay, let's go get my guy, let's get all of our gear, let's get together, let's get the fuck out of here before they do anything, right? Because, and this comes down to, I don't know if Tank is, like, going to be informed in any way about whether or not, like, Rival and Zombie have their thing, or if that's completely separate from what, like, Tank is doing, and Tank is just like, hey, now I have a group of people that can help me go check on my wife, because she's, like, kinda late. And so is, like, the party that was supposed to bring her here. And it's like, there has to be I haven't come up with it, but there has to be some sort of secondary reason, which I was thinking was some sort of disease outbreak. like, just random thing that happens, right? Just random event. It's like, ah, shit. You know, this is what was holding them up. But now it's like, this is the proof that the miracles of the goddess don't work anymore. It's like, oh, there was like a flu outbreak, but normally we deal with it. But now that the miracles of the goddess don't work, like basically none of the medicine or healing practices or anything that they use works. And it's like they don't have like the natural immune system in order to like fight it off. So it's almost like this flu turned into like a plague because they're kind of like almost like living in a sewer in a way, right? Like the railway is built into the sewer system. That's why it's like hidden underneath the town, right? So it's like there's this element of contamination that can be brought in here that's like normally is something that's easy to deal with, but now without their normal means they can't do it, right? And that will bring in like botanist and stoner as like a combined, or I guess also they're also there with alchemists, so it'll be like a complete combination of like stoners' knowledge of like Earth and the real world and actual science, alchemists like abundance and like active like knowledge and ability of like having like beakers and like, you know, like apparatuses that you could use, like having like a distiller or a like a manually hand cranked it's the thing that spins and separates things. Oh fuck, man, what's the thing that spins and separates things? Centrifuge. Like having a centrifuge. I think there's a different name for like the smaller ones and stuff like that. Like the ones that they use to like separate plasma from blood. It's literally just something that spins really fast, and because it spins so fast, it's like it causes like the different weights to dissipate, causes chemical bonds to break, and it'll separate certain elements from like different materials. Specifically like separating plasma from blood and like white blood cells and stuff like that, right? So he has like the apparatus for the means of it. Stoner has the knowledge of it, right? Botanist has the materials of it for like the herbs, right? So it's like, hey, this herb seems like this herb, and maybe that can be a way of, okay, let's break this down, So that could be a way of discovering Stoner's thing, where it's like, now we, like, combination of different breeds, to think of like, this gives her the idea of combining different breeds of weed. Because she's still not sure, like, what the fuck is going on with, like, weed magic and stuff like that, right? Like, that hasn't become a big thing yet. It's only something that she's like, man, there's this voice in my head that just tells me to do shit, and check this out. Fire cage! Yeah, look at that! I created a fire! Like, the fuck, man? This is one of the craziest dreams I have, like, ever had, man. Did someone lace my weed with LSD, or did I actually like fucking die and this is just my imagination of heaven? Like, I want a complete like fourth wall break, like her like Stoner's thoughts breakdown of like what her entire like disposition of reality was, like basically at that point, because at this point this is like 25 minutes, maybe 35 minutes after, like, she's died and been isekai. This isn't, like, days. This isn't even, like, hours. Like, she woke up in the field and was like, what the fuck? Damn, that was crazy. Wow, shit. Hey, that's kind of cool. That looks like weed. Did that plant just eat that seed? The fuck? Okay. Hey, who's over there? Oh, God, there's guards? The fuck is this? Ah, shit. Okay, I'm just gonna show them my tits and see what happens. Hey guys, how's it going? You wanna, you know, I just got here. You hopped a fence or two. What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But hey, that's what these jugs are for, right? Hey, you wanna see something? Bet you'll faint if I lift them up. And they're like, alright, I'll take that bet. Look at each other like, the fuck is going on, man? But hey, we get intruders here all the time, but if we can see some chicks' tits, damn, bro, I'm all in. And they're like, damn, that's You cheated! You got like a thing underneath there. That's bullshit. Show us your nips, bitch. And Botanist's like, what the fuck is going on out there, right? So then it's like, Botanist comes out and is like, okay, the fuck are you doing? Are you from Menos? Like, are you from Central Menos? Like, we gotta stop having, like, people coming over here and stuff. Like, we need... And then, like, the alarm goes off and the zombie attack is on. And then it's like, okay, shit, you guys gotta go. Well, okay, we'll talk about this in the tavern. You should come with me. We don't want you straying around. This is why we don't want just, like, random people around in case we have a zombie attack. And now the Stoner's like, wait, zombies? What the fuck? So it's like, just kind of like through these interactions, all this exposition is being thrown at Stoner. And she's just like overwhelmed by it. It's supposed to be that feeling where the reader is also overwhelmed, right? It's like a working in unison kind of idea. And from there, she's like, well, shit, like, she's got, like, a lighter, rollies, and, like, a couple of joints in, like, her, like, Lululemon short shorts and, like, her, like, fucking, tank top, right? Short top, whatever the fuck you want to call it, fucking thing, right? Because she's basically a slut. Like, that's kind of Stoner's thing, right? Like, at least in the beginning, right? Like, she's, like, fucking hot, big tits, of course she's gonna take advantage of it, right? She's a stoner who's gotten her way her entire life by basically just, like, being flirty with people. She doesn't even have to necessarily, like, go that far. She just knows how to play people, right? It's like, I've done it my whole life. Like, I don't know if she's, like, 19 or 21 or 23 or something like that. But she's, like, you know, relatively young, but not, you know, she's had long enough where it's not, like, weird, I'd say. Because, like, the reason I don't want to make her, like, 18 or 19 is, like, well, you've been, like, being like this for, like, 6 years. That means you've been doing this since you were, like, 13 or 14. That's kind of weird. But if you're, like, 21 or 22 and you've been doing this for 6 years, okay, you've been doing this since you're, like, 15 or 16, right? Like, that's more reasonable than 13 or 14, in my opinion, right? Like, 15, 16, that's when you start being, like, you know, that's the average when chicks get their period. That's when you become a lot more promiscuous, right? It's just, that's a more acceptable 16, 17 kind of thing, right? And we're talking at first, it's just being, like, flirtatious, understanding how to manipulate people, and then, of course, she's like, oh, eventually she's, you know, likes to fuck, so she fucks people, but she knows how to, like, manipulate and get her way and, like, use her body for advantage, right? So that's gonna be, like, her entire, like, first arc and everything, is, like, there's this contrast of, like, she's intelligent, but she's, like, throws away that intelligence because it's easier to just use her body. Which is why, like, that very first idea at the beginning when she's getting stoned is, like, the high-mindedness of her thought contrasted with the, like, I don't give a shit, I'm a hot chick, I don't need to be a scientist, I can just be a whore and make a ton of money. I just like talking about, like, interesting thought things, right? Because, like, the prompt at the beginning that causes basically everything is my favorite idea for reality, where my color blue is not your color blue, but they're the same frequency of hertz. So if I point at it and say, this is blue, you say, yes, that's blue. But, like, if I took my mind and put it in your body, and I looked at what I myself would see as blue, you see green. So if you take, like, an image, and you take, like, the grass, and you turn it blue, and you take the sky, and you turn it green, it's like, that's what the world looks like to you through your eyes, even though when we both point at blue, we both say it's the same thing, because we're seeing the same thing, right? So she says, well, what would happen if your blue was my green? And then the retard says, I don't even remember what the fuck he says, but he says something so stupid they put the fucking, the helmet on him. Her grass was spelled out, first two letters are green, the last three blue. Something in my mind broke at that moment. The existential idea of seeing through someone else's eyes. Yo, guys, what if you don't see the same colors? My head was buzzing with emotion. My eyes sparkled with delight. Clarity for me, confusion for the rest. I merely got grunts and side glances. If, for instance, my eyes see green as green, but your eyes see green as blue, so if I look through your eyes, the world would look messed up from the colors. My gaze trailed off from one chair in the circle to another. You think too high for me. I think I get it, but you're giving me a headache with that talk. I rolled my eyes. I let the second joint. You know what I really want to know, though? How do they get the filling inside pies? That's right. How do you get filling inside of pies? Because he thinks that, like, pies are, like, one piece. He doesn't understand that, like, there's, like, the base of the pie, and then you fill it, and then you put the crust on top of it. He thinks you, like, inject the pie or something like that, right? And that's, like, the thing that gets everyone to call him a retard, put on the retard helmet, and causes Stoner to laugh so much. What are you, retarded? The circle burst into laughter. Sound covering the imminent events of my coughing. Because then she dies while they're all putting the football helmet on his head. Because, you know, it's like, he's a retard and an idiot, and it's like, he's, like, simple-minded, right? Like, you gotta put the helmet on his head in case he hits his head. Because if he hits his head, you know, he's already brain damaged, so you don't want him to get more brain damage. So it's like, Stoner has this idea of high-minded thought, but she kind of throws it away with, like, doing drugs and basically, like, being a hoe. Which is why, like, that's a huge arc change for her throughout the story of being, like, you know, yeah, this is, like, something that's easy to do and sit at the back, but it feels like when you have the power to do something, and then she thinks back on her past and being, like, always having, like, being almost out of place in her group because, like, she was that, like, high-minded thinker, and she always felt like she had to dumb down the things that she had to say around other people in order to, like, not be the one who's retarded, even though she's like, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who's smart and I'm the one who knows what I'm talking about. But hey, it is what it is, right? And, like, living long enough like that, you just go along with it. But now she's in a group that's, like, actually able to, like, stand on her level, if not pass her level, with, like, alchemist, botanist, and cook. Right? Like, their understanding of the world and certain things, she's like, huh. Okay, yeah, like, you're applying, like, actual scientific, like, understanding, scientific method and knowledge and stuff like this. You're actually getting to a point where, yeah, okay, I know, I can absolutely see that. Yeah, we're on a level here. I can tell you that right now. Right? So it's like this moving of a group from, like, a low-minded to high-minded group where she felt she was superior and now she feels like she's even. At some point, she's gonna feel like she's outdone, which is gonna cause her to try to change herself and, like, be better. Right? So, with all that out of the way, brings us back to... we have to have botanist's interaction. Does botanist come in? Because this is the way that I'm thinking that it has to happen in order of events, right? Tank and Bard do their thing. The bells stop before Botanist enters the tavern in order to give enough time, because once the bells have stopped, it means the zombies have been defeated and the city perimeter has been checked and fine. And while that's happening, Rival is going to be basically out on patrol doing, like, an extra set of patrols. That's how he winds up running into Zombie and Stoner. So Stoner says, because Botanist smokes, right? Because she has, like, her, like, super fancy fucking pipe thing with, like, the swivel rock and, like, the lighting system, right? I guess swivel flint. And because of that, Stoner's like, well, I don't know what you're smoking, but I'm smoking this stuff. And the first joints that she has, this is what's important. The first joints that she has and she smokes were pre-rolled joints that she had on her before she was isekai. So what that means is she hasn't used, like, the phage plant weed that is the magic. So she has to smoke the 2 joints and then be like, shit, I need to grind some of this weed up. Right? So when she goes to offer the weed to everyone else, is the first time that she's, like, when they're all smoking in, like, the back of the tavern after they've met everyone, and they've had the food fight, and everything, you know, they basically, like, started to become friends, and she's like, okay, guys, you want to check out some shit? Come smoke this stuff with me. You know, it's not bad. Zombie's already all over it, but Zombie's whole thing is, like, he's faking it, because, like, he's not alive, so, like, he technically, like, doesn't breathe, so, like, he, like, doesn't actually, like, feel anything from, like, smoking. So, he's trying, like, not to bogart the shit, because he's like, well, it doesn't do anything to me. And then he's like, nah, this shit's weak. Shit back where I'm from? Oh, man, nah, you don't get this. What is it, shake? Fuck wrong with you, bitch? You don't grow yourself? You don't have 100th generation, total 80% THC, doxed out, fucking full bud flush? Damn, bro, you don't know what you're doing. Your oil isn't pink? Oh my god. Okay, well, let me teach you a thing or two about the drug trade, okay? Because you gotta remember, like, Dilip is like a drug cartel warlord who, like, owns, like, a country in Africa. Right? So, like, he knows everything from, like, human trafficking to drug production to weapon production to, like, espionage to, like, diplomacy and stuff like that. Right? And he's, like, 67. And then his whole background of Dilip, because it wasn't until he was, like, 31 or 32 when the revolution started. And then it wasn't for, like, another 10 or 15 years until, like, he became, like, a hierarch in the like, whatever it is, cartel, mafia, whatever you want to call the drug trade in Africa at that time of, like, revolution, where it's like, we're the people, we're gonna stand up, but it's actually just a bunch of drug lords fighting a bunch of other drug lords. And he just happened to come out on top, because he played his cards right, and he stayed at the back, and then he just killed all of his friends. Quote-unquote friends. So he was the only one left. Yeah, so he knows all about that shit. And, like, shit, where was I going with this? I don't know if this is the same length, but we'll eventually get back to it, like the same string. But that's why he's, like, super on point and, like, analytical, and, like, he's taking track of, like, the characters, right? So, like, when it's, like, him in the tavern, he's, like, basically, like, eyeing up, and, like, I don't know what you would call it, but he's, like, looking at people and basically, like, interrogating them at a distance, right? He's, like, looking at their demeanor, looking at the things that they say, how they interact with people, what they're wearing, do they have any weapons, you know? What looks like it provokes them, what puts them at ease, right? Like, he's scanning and learning about everyone in the room, because he's like, who am I gonna have to, like, who's, like, the dangerous person in the room that I have to worry about? Who's the person I might want to be able to be an ally with? Who's the person I can manipulate the best and then throw away, right? Who's gonna be here that can be, like, an advantage to me? And his main thing at first is, like, the jeweler and the weaponsmith, or the blacksmith, because he's like, I need to be able to control people that produce things, right? And if you can produce things that can kill other people and they don't have things that can, and they don't have a means to produce things that can kill you, well, you just kill them and they can't kill you and you just take over. So it's like his entire premise on everything at the beginning is like, okay, how can I weasel my way into a position that gets me at the top? Who do I need to know? Who do I need to manipulate? Right? And he's like looking at Stoner as like, huh, this one doesn't look like anything, and that's why I'm gonna keep an eye on it. And the only reason is because, so imagine you get isekai'd into another body in another world. And, like, basically the two interactions that you've had are, like, a bunch of random naked people that act like, almost like fucking animals and seem like fucking zombies. And the other is, like, 14th century Iron Age, like, Crusader knights that you would see in the Crusades in the 1400s. Or, like, Roman centillions, or, what are they called? Centurions. And, shit like that. Where it actually makes me, now I'm thinking, should there be, like, Roman-style, gladiatorial type class knightages for, like, the knight? So, like, this, because, like, this is, like, one of my favorite games from back in the day. This was such a fucking amazing game. And, Imperial Class. I guess so. I guess a better way to go about this is like, let's just do a top 10. What were the top 10 specific classes of gladiators with basic restrictions? So we're talking, like, you know, Centurions, Sam Knights, I don't know if they're called gladiators or the other ones. Like Murmillos, yeah, Murmillos, Retiarius, Secutor, Thrax, Hoplomats, Diamcheers. So, like, you have, like, all of these, like, Sam Knight. All of these, like, different type. So, like, you have, like, the styles of different types of zombies, right? And then those contrast with the different types of, like, knights in, like, the like, Crusader army, right? And since, like, Menos is a lower tier, not Imperial army, their army, and it was more like a militia than it is an actual army, is more like gladiators than, like, Roman soldiers. So the actual soldier type stuff you would see from Legion would be a lot different than the low quality aspect type stuff you would see from Menos. But Menos also has the one advantage of, because they have a combination between Legion and Techno, they have guards that have, like, plasma rifles. so there kind of also has to be this reconciliation of, like, level of technology. Which, that's... I mean, maybe they don't have laser rifles, right? I'm like, but the level of techno would mean that they could. But the question is Menos rich enough? Because this would be a question of, like, material, like, gathering, right? And I want this to be, like, a big thing that Stoner brings to the table as well, is, like, ability to gather resources. And what type of resources those are. But again, we've gotten so far off track. The original thing that I was trying to say is that Zombie has only interacted with other animal-type zombies where he's like, shit, well, I seem to be in a dead body, so this is fucked up. This ain't my body, that's for sure, because I'm black and this ain't black. Well, I mean, I'm Pakistani, so I'm brown, but this body ain't brown. Shit, this ain't me, bro. Plus, it's like a way younger body. I'm like 67. This body's like 23. Like, damn, bro. This shit's fit if it weren't dead. And then he sees the Crusaders, and as he's like sneaks past the Crusaders who are fighting the zombies, he sees something familiar. Well, first of all, he smells something familiar. And that's the smell of weed. And he's like, wait, what the fuck? There's no way. And then he sees Stoner sitting on the bench smoking a joint, and Stoner's wearing, like, your typical, like, black spandex Lululemon, like, short shorts. And, like a yellow, like, tube top, kind of, like, but it's not, it's like a shortcut top, right? So it's like you don't quite have the under boobs, but it's not a tube top because it has, like, the shoulder straps on it, right? Like, she's not in full slut mode. She's in, like, friend slut mode, where she's like, look at my tits, because you'll do what I say. But she's not like, I'm gonna fuck you, right? Because there's, like, if you know, like, the different way that women will, like, show off different things depending upon if they just want to tease you, or if they're actually interested in you, right? At least from my experience, and from, like, I would say my experience is more intimate than others, because being a cross-dresser, and, like, women, like my sister, for instance, saying, hey, so, like, if you're into, like, a dude, like, this is what, like, the thing that you should do to, like, signal that you're into them, but if, like, you just want to be a tease and you just want to fuck around, this is, like, and, like, I had, like, other people corroborate it and, like, tell me the same thing, like, independent of each other, and I'm like, God damn, so this is, like, this isn't just, like, a coincidence, or it just happens, or you're just, like, it is what it is. This is, like, a coordinated web of fucking manipulation that women do for, like, clubbing and, like, raving and stuff, because I have, like, a lot of friends and stuff that, like, basically, like, just do drugs and go to raves and clubs and just, like, party and fuck and basically do whatever, right? Not my type of lifestyle, but, I mean, I wanted to join in on that kind of, why can't women just be like, hey, want to be with me, or hey, want to fuck around? Hugo, I don't know. But welcome, what you up to, what you got, what you doing? Did you hear about this? Because, like, this, I wonder, did I like it? Because it was just so, like, and it's like the 100th of the 100th time. 100th of the 100 billionth time. No, I didn't. But, off topic, I saw this. This is the kind of shit you see in China on Bilibili. Bilibili is like the Chinese Twitter, by the way. Or like TikTok. Chinese TikTok. I'm like, I don't even know if this is AI, or if someone just straight up animated this. Like, you would assume it's AI. My Twitter is filled with exposed boobies instead of funny memes. What I hate, Hugo, is I'll like one titty streamer or something, and my entire stream for my entire tweet, like, page for, like, a week will be nothing but tits and dick. From just liking one, like, offshoot, like, random titty thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with the algorithm? But yeah, did you see this? So yeah.
Please ask me.
Blind influencer is being brutally mocked after leaving her boyfriend of 2 years because he was ugly, only to begin dating an immigrant man who robbed her just days into their relationship. He didn't just rob her. Apparently, she was doing a live stream, and he beat the shit out of her, took all of her money. Like, he literally, like, took her phone and, like, transferred all of her money onto his account, and then, like, stole a bunch of shit in her house, and then, like, left her, like, bleeding on the floor in the middle of a live stream.
If you're blind, are you not scared of accidentally dating someone ugly? And I'm here to tell you, guys, I did. For like nearly 2.5 years, guys. I recently got ghosted by a man that took loads of money out of my bank account in front of my face. But obviously I didn't know he was doing it because I'm blind. But anyway, that's a whole different story. Let me know if you want that story. So, I am single. What does that mean? Well, it means
She's
I've got
not
a lot
even
more
hot.
time. Genuinely,
Dude,
I'm
even if
enjoying
she,
the
like,
freedom
closed
of
her
being single.
eyes,
If you know anyone
like,
that might want to
I like
me
high
for something I said,
cheekbones,
then tag them in the comments.
but, like, her eyes are just not, like, her eye proportion. And look at the dude. Dude's not ugly at all. What the fuck are you talking about? She is beautiful, though? No, she's not, dude. Like, look at those eyes. I know she's blind, but it's the distance between her eyes. It's not the way... Well, Hugo, I would assume so, because I'm not the type of person that judges a person based upon what they look like. Plus, I like bigger girls, so most people would probably say that my exes are ugly. Most people actually, like my friends, say that my exes are ugly. And I'm like, yeah, but they were nice people. I don't give a fuck what they look like. They were nice. They treated me well. I was the problem. I was the piece of shit. I was the dickbag. I was the one who ruined the relationship. Right? It's never them. It was always me. But I have, like I was saying yesterday, I've had more girls sleep in my bed without me than I've slept with in my life. There's been like 15 girls that have like stayed over and like slept in my bed. And I'm like reading a book, playing RuneScape, playing League of Legends until like 9 in the morning. And then they wake up and they're like, oh, you didn't come to bed. And I'm like, yeah, I don't sleep that much. Fucking goddamn Renekton. Fucking get back here. Ah, I missed with my fucking anchor is Nautilus. God damn it. No, dude, no, Rob, Twitch, no, don't go. Oh shit, he got a triple kill. Okay. No, yes, do go in. They're down. Right? Like, I give two fucks. Because I was like, I knew that those chicks just, like, wanted to fuck me. And I was like, yeah, that just makes them not interesting. Like, it's like the same it's like, I'm like, I tell that to, like, my sister, and, like, she bursts out laughing, and she's like, that's exactly how women feel. It's like you need the chase. And I'm like, am I a woman? Fuck. And she's like, even all my friends are like, you are very, like, effeminate, like, in, like, the mentality that you approach kind of things, which is exactly why, like, basically, I instantly friend zone chicks. Because I'm like, I don't want a chick, like, using me, so I just make them understand that I'm not really interested in fucking them. But the problem with that is I still want to fuck them. So then, like, they friend zone me, and then it's like, fuck. I've, like, friend zoned myself, but hey, I didn't get manipulated by the Banshee. That's how I look at it. But yeah, no, women are fucking savage, and you can't trust them, and it's so brutal. And it's okay. So like, I'll give you a personal example, Hugo. After this toke, I'll give you the brief rundown of events of the White Buffalo. 3, 2, 1, toke. She's with a guy for 7 years. For 2 of those years, everything's good. And then it becomes like the dude doesn't want her to come to parties. The dude doesn't want her to, like, hang out with the rest of the group. Basically, dude thinks everyone's gonna run a train on his girlfriend. Even though we've all been friends, like, longer than him. He's, like, one of the newer members, like, of the group, right? And he just happened to get the chick because he's, like, the new guy. Right? And he just happened to be a successful version of her ex. I'm not even kidding. Like, his personality, his demeanor, like, his parent situation with his, like, alcoholic dad. But he was, like, a, like, well-rounded, brought-together person, not a lazy-ass piece of shit loser. So she was like, holy shit, I can get, like, the same person, but, like, successful. So she was, like, dated him, right? And they met in, like, high school. And so they were happy relationship for 2 years. Graduation, they're out of high school, right? We're all partying and shit. He's got to, like, work, so, like, he can't come and party as much. But he doesn't want her to party. So, like, we're like, okay, whatever, fine. It is what it is. And then it's, like, 5 years of him being like, you're just gonna fuck everyone. And she's just getting, like, more and more and more pushed away. Because all he thinks is that she's just gonna go cheat on him. So it's like, well, what kind of relationship is that gonna create? Right? And it's like, dude, just be a boyfriend. Be a normal fucking dude. No one's gonna run a fucking train on your goddamn girlfriend. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, how do you think we feel that you think, as our friend, we're trying to run a train on your girlfriend, who's, like, also a friend and a part of the group, and the group has, like, multiple girls in it? Like, where is your logic in this? And it just caused this, like, slow feed of resentment until it's, like, domestic disturbances where literally the police are called. Like, she's got, like, bruises and shit. He throws her down the stairs. She won't fucking leave him, though. Because she loves him. If your girlfriend is gonna run to cock gauntlet, no amount of jealousy will prevent it. Exactly, Hugo. And that's what we're saying. Like, if she wanted to, and, like, he says, you're not allowed to go to the party. And she says, well, why not? It's not like, come, can I please? Like, and he says no. And she says, okay, I'll stay home and play League of Legends then. And she never even tried to come to the parties. If he said she couldn't go, she wouldn't go. And we're like, just come party, ignore him. Like, fuck, man, we want you here because you're fun. You know, like, fuck, man, that's like losing one of the boys. She would never do it because she respected him. And we're like, he don't respect you. She's like, fucking hell. Then they had a kid. So it's like, okay, you know, we're doing good. And he's still, like, randomly, like, every, like, 3 weeks or so, we'll go fishing, and on the drive out there, he'll say something, like, for instance, Angie got driven home from work by another one of our friends who's also a co-worker, and they smoked a joint together. And then Nate's like, oh, you just want to fuck CJ. CJ has a wife and 2 kids. causes this huge fucking argument and bullshit and stuff, right? And this is like every week for fucking years. But we still are friends with him. We're still friends with her. We're still trying to work it out. We have good days. We have bad days. You know? It is the world. And then the day comes. I think it was... Okay, what? This day. Oh, no, sorry, not episode 7. December 15th, December 18th, 2015. The day that Star Wars came out. So we went to see it on the day that it came out. Because... So... I don't want to dox Angie's birthday, but Angie's birthday's around this time. So this was Angie's birthday party. So, and there's like 8 of us. Right? We all go watch the movie. And then afterwards, like, everyone kind of goes their separate ways. Because, like, this wasn't, like, a party night. This was like, okay, well, we're gonna watch the movie and we're gonna do the movie. And we're going to do, like, a daytime party, like, on the weekend or something like that, right? As, like, because she is a kid, right? So it's, like, there's only certain times and she's free with stuff, right? So we come back to her place. And her dad's truck is out front. Her dad's a construction worker. He works, like, nights on, like, basically, like, picking up shit along, like, the highway. Yo, what's up? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? I'm throwing out my white buffalo story. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, so they had left a candle on inside of the house, and the mom, because they lived with their parents, they lived with Angie's parents, and this had happened like 10 or 15 times before. And the dad had like warned them, stop leaving the house with a candle on, you're gonna burn down my fucking house. So it's Angie's birthday. We get home. We see his truck outside, and it's like 11 o'clock. And we know it's not supposed to be there. We know immediately something is wrong. And he's standing in the carport, the entrance to, like, their downstairs basement thing, with his arms crossed and a furious look on his face. Because he knew when the movie was over, so he basically knew exactly when we would be home. So he'd probably arrived about 2 minutes before us. Because his wife, Angie's mom, had smelt the candle, gone downstairs, and put it out. And then called him and been like, you need to talk to them. I don't care if it's her fucking birthday. Can't let this shit happen anymore. So basically, and like, there was already this argument that we had before we went to the movie. I don't remember what it was about. But it's like, it was, the mood had already been tampered. So it's like, it's a cascading effect. There's this massive argument. Angie's crying her eyes out. Nate's screaming. I'm trying to calm everyone down. And just say that, like, guys, how the fuck did you not tell me? And I was pissed off. Because I was at their house beforehand, and I know this shit has happened before, and they were the ones that drove me to the fucking movie. But they didn't tell me that they had a candle burning in their room the entire time, because their room smelled like sex, and they didn't want me to smell it. So I'm almost getting in yelling at them as well. So, like, now I'm, like, in this, like, furious mood, and this was a breaking point for me. Where I made a decision in my head where I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. So she has a fight with her dad. Dad leaves to go back to work. And I sit down on the chair. And I just basically said, I'm done. I'm like, Angie, I love you. And if you guys weren't together, I'd totally try to fuck you. Absolutely. 100%. No questions asked. But I respect you guys, so I'd never do that. But, like, this bullshit, Nate, with you fucking trying to, like, say shit, I'm done. So, like, I'm out. fuck you guys. And I left. So, like, and this is like 12:30 at night, right? I need to take a toke because we're getting to, like, and like, just for reference, this story goes on until 3 p.m. And we're at, like, 1 in the morning. So we got another, like, 14 hours of story. Some of it's montage and stuff, but essentially, this story doesn't end until 3 p.m. Like, the next day. Ads! Fuck! 3, 2, 1, 2. I need some water and a piss during these ads, and then we'll be back. Carry on the story. Oh. So naturally, what do? Well, I walk home and I get back onto old school RuneScape, and I think I was either doing mining or thieving or why can't I even like lumber, like woodworking, like tree stuff. Why do I not even know the name of the word of the skill? Holy shit. Logging. Jesus Christ. And so, like, as far as I was concerned, right, I always thought that Nate had some reasons for the way of, like, why he thought Angie would cheat on him. But it wasn't for, like, the rest, like, he was just putting it in the wrong place, because I don't think anyone in the group would have done it. Right? Like, while they were together. Like, wouldn't have, they would have, even if she had come on to them, I'm pretty sure everyone in the group would have just said, whoa, no. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to tell Nate about this. Like, you need to break up with him. You can't just be like, oh, I want to have the security of being taken care of by him, but I want to go out and fuck everyone else. It's like, that's literally why he's, like, the way that he is. Because, like, that's what he feels. So she would, like, sit in the fishing guild in a pink dress and talk to people. Now, I just assumed she was just sitting around there and everyone was DMing her because she's a chick in a pink dress, and they'd be like, are you a girl? And she's like, yeah. And then she'd just cyber everyone, right? So she'd be like 8 hours in the fishing guild, like ERPing with like random people in the fishing guild. That's what, I mean, I had no proof, I had no nothing of this. That's just what I assumed she was doing in the middle of the night. Like at 3 a.m., when Nate's in bed and she's on there and I see her in the fishing guild, I assume she's having some fun, if you know what I mean. Right? I'd never say anything about it. That was always my assumption. So it's like, now it's like 3 in the morning, right? And I see that she logs into RuneScape. And I'm like, oh, shit. I wonder if I should message her and be like, yo, are you okay? Like, a almost like, I hope that you didn't like misunderstand like what I was trying to say, like before I left, which is basically like, I'm still your guys' friends, but until you guys figure this out, like we can't be like interactive, right? Like I can't deal with you guys until you figure it out. Can I tell you a little secret on me? I decided to get drunk tonight. Why, Hugo? Is that a good or a bad thing? Just not too much, you dig? Yeah. I mean, like, I have a beer once in a while, right? My dad will be, you want a beer? And we'll have a couple of beers, and we'll just chill. My dad drinks like 3 beers a day. Because fuck today. Did something happen, Hugo? This week has been a rough year at work. That sucks, Hugo. That's unfortunate. Pray for you, man. Hopefully everything gets better. You know, get through the rough spots and, you know, you just gotta take that, like, one night of just being like, okay, boys, this is my release. Let's chill. Let's just do our thing and have a good time, right? It's all good. We got this. Just hit the flow, right? Sometimes you just need to be a step back. I'm editing my story, so all's good. Hell yeah. Sounds epic, Hugo. But yeah, so I was like, hey, I hope you don't, you know that, like, I still want to be friends with you guys, but, like, this is, like, I'm at my wit's end with, like, this kind of stuff. And we're just talking about, like, random stuff. And I'm talking about a situation that happened, like, way earlier. Like, 6 years earlier. Where, basically, she had broken up with Mike before she dated Nate. And the only reason why I didn't fuck her at that time was because I'm a gentleman. But I felt her up. And then I was like, this whole scenario thing of, like, trying to pretend that that didn't happen because, like, I didn't want to have feelings for you. I've always had problems with, in my emotions and being connected to people and stuff like that, so I've tried to, like, distance myself, like, from that. Because, like, not yet. Right? Because, like, she was 4 years younger than me. And I was 20. So I was 20 and she was 16. And I was like, yeah, no. You gotta stick to your high schoolers. When you're 22, come to me. Right? So it's like, I remember having this, like, conversation with her, like, whispering in her ear while I'm feeling her up, telling her that I'm not gonna fuck her, because it's, like, inappropriate, and I got, like, way out of hand, and I shouldn't even be touching her nipples, but I really like her, so if the time ever came and she was single, I'd be all into that. And then I basically, like, kicked her out of my bed. And then I was, like, talking to her about this scenario. Telling her, like, do you remember this? Because to me, this is, like, a fake memory that I made up. And she's like, no, I remember that. And I've always thought about it since. And then I'm like, well, why the fuck didn't you just break up with Nate? And why didn't we date? And she was like, because he keeps saying that he's gonna kill himself. And then I was like, well, if he's that much of a pussy, let him kill himself. And she was like, that's the side of you that I don't like. And I was like, that's, like, my true side. Right? Like, there's my tempered side for reality, and then there's if I don't give a fuck about what you do to yourself. And I told her specifically, because I'm the type of person, and she knew this, that I shoot myself in the foot, like, consistently. Like, I am the master of shooting myself in the foot. So when I tell you that you're just about to shoot yourself in the foot, you might want to listen to me, because I know what it looks like when you're about to shoot yourself in the foot. Maybe she wanted you to rearrange her guts with no commitment. But Hugo, the problem is that I had felt at certain times that she was trying to get me to fuck her even though she was dating Nate. And she knows I'm the kind of person who would never cheat on anyone. And I told her multiple times just to break up with him. But she wouldn't. Like, I want my current boyfriend for boyfriend stuff, and you can be my meat man guy. And Hugo, I told her that that's not how I operate. And I said, if you want to go to, like, the other guys in the group, because there's at least 3 or 4 guys on the extended, like, outside part of the group. Like, we had kind of, like, 3 different groups. Like, our main core group, I don't think anyone would have done that. Because, like, we've all known Nate for, like, ever. But then there's, like, the other side of the group that came in through, like, other friends. And, like, they would absolutely run a train on her. No questions asked. Right? But, like, they didn't really know her. Like, they've been in the group for, like, 2 years, not 8 years. She's just a really fucking hot, like, she's, like, all hot. Like, she only had, like, C cups, pretty small tits, but, like, she had a nice ass, and, like, she's a ginger. And she's taller than me. And she was nice, funny, creative, like, she's just a great person. Aside from, she just couldn't, like, you know, she was, like, too nice, right? Like, she allowed people to manipulate her. I guess I have a different philosophy. Like, I'd never cheat on my girl because I'm low as fuck. But if I'm single, and lady wants an adventure away from her, so that's her drama, not mine. Hugo, this is going to lead into another story, but I'm just going to quickly tell this story, and this is why I am the way that I am. So, there was a guy named John, and he had a fiance. And there's my friend Trevor. And then there were my other friends, Juliana and Courtney. Juliana and Courtney were lesbians, but Trevor liked Juliana. But Trevor was also bi, and John broke up with his fiancée in order to be with Trevor. Trevor broke up with John and broke Juliana up with Courtney to be with Juliana. And then I was with John. And then, like, I didn't want to date a guy, I just, like, wanted to get, like, fucked. But John wanted, like, a relationship, and I was like, that's not for me. Like, I want a wife and kids, right? Like, I just want to have fun with dudes. I don't want an actual relationship with dudes. So we would just, like, kind of, like, fuck on and off, right? And then, because, like, I knew him basically through, like, the church, and, like, a bunch of other people, and a couple of other friends, And when I talked to one of my friends, like a new friend that I had met from outside of the group on another, like, entire other side, because the town's so small and stuff, I'd been talking about him. And then he was like, wait, isn't he dating this other guy? And then she showed me, like, all these pictures of him and, like, how far back it had gone. And he had been cheating on his boyfriend with me. And I thought he was single. And, like, he knows that I have, like, this huge thing towards, like, people doing that bullshit because of how we met through, like, Trevor and this whole fucking bullshit intertwined thing. So I specifically said, I'm never talking to you again. Don't ever fucking talk to me again. And I'm like, if I know someone that you know, I will instantly unfriend them because of you. I will never forgive you for that. So, like, I have a huge personal thing with, like, either side. If you know that they're in a relationship and you're willing to, like, cheat, if you're single and they're in a relationship, right? Like, I don't have a problem with that. You do whatever you want. But me, personally, I would never want to be unknowingly or knowingly that person, right? I guess the difference is that I've never boinked someone that's with a person I know. And, like, the other thing is I can't imagine Hugo if I knew Chris, and Chris was my friend. And I was like, wait, Chris and John are dating, but John's been fucking me the entire time? Without, like, saying anything, and, like, he knows this? And we've already had this huge thing for the last, like, 6 years? No, John's a bad person. Straight up. He's just a bad person. And I don't want to associate with bad people. You've proved what kind of person you are. Deal with the consequences. And consequences are you will never see me again. You will never interact with me again. And I hope you fucking regret the shit out of it. And I hope I was one of the only people that ever had your side and no one else does. And you realize what you fucking threw away. I'm a spiteful piece of fucking shit. Sometimes I feel like I'm justified. Anyways, back to Angie. So what does she do? If I'm not emotionally involved and I just want the sex, then I don't care about what they're doing, so long as I get what I need. It would never go beyond that, but hey, that's just me. And Hugo, there's nothing wrong with that. I know people that are exactly like that, and you're just they're two consenting adults doing whatever they're doing is none of my business, right? And I would never want to, because, like, again, I'm like a sexual deviant in some ways too, right? So it's like, just because there are things that I wouldn't do, there's things that I would do that you wouldn't do. So of course there's going to be things that you would do that I wouldn't do. And it's like entirely different spectrum, right? So that's why it's like I absolutely respect everyone's opinion and their ability to do it and why they do it or how they do it. And I would only say, like, I don't like the idea of cheating, right? I think it's bad. But, like, I understand, like, the idea of, like, the temptation, the heat, the, like, caught aspect, right, of, like, you know, the taboo, right? That is a very thriving thing for me sexually, but in a fantasy setting, right, whereas I could see people that could only get off if they were fucking other dudes' wives. Right? And again, whether you're doing it out of malice, the chick is, whichever side it is, or whatever it is, right? Like, at the end of the day, as long as it's two consenting adults, who the fuck cares? Or more than two consenting adults. As long as it's consenting adults, I'm not going to judge you. I'm just going to, like, not act in that, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Or try to, right? I mean, we all make mistakes. We all have that one time when we give up our purpose, right? So I'm not saying that, like, you put me in that scenario, it's a 99, not 100%, right? 3, 2, 1, choke! So now this is the part of the story that I don't know. So she sent me a sext. Clear, over the top, RP about her rubbing her pussy. And like how thick her clit was. And I don't know if she meant to send the message to me. Or if she was like, just like, because you can like press tab and it'll like respond to the last person that messaged you. And I just happened to message her between her ERP with someone in the fishing guild. And she didn't realize, because like we were kind of both drunk, right? It was the end of her birthday party, right? We had a couple of beers and shit. So I don't know if she had realized she'd done that. And we've gone back and forth like 5 or 6 times, clearly cybering. Right? And then at some point in time, she had realized that she was, like, cybering me, so she basically changed from, like, vague to specifics with, like, using my name. And then I did, like, the same with her. And then I made the ultimate decision. So this was back when I could drive. And remember, I'm drunk. But her house is like 3 blocks away. So, I do like my response, right? And it's like a really, really big response. So the whole point is that like, not only does it's going to take her time to like read through it and like act it out and do, because we were doing like scenarios of kink with each other and stuff, right? So in order to like do the RP and like read it out and then respond and go back, like that entire segment would take like 10 minutes. So as soon as I send the message, I jump in my car, drive to her house. And it's now like 5 in the morning. The sun's coming up, right? And she's got like a giant screen window, or like glass window in the front of her house, in the basement there, right? So, like, I walk up to the house, and it's like a walkway in front of the window, and, like, I peep into the window, right? And it's like, she's sitting there, there's a laptop on the table, she's sitting on the couch, right? Like, if I'm looking in, right? The couch is like this, and she's facing, like, that way towards the TV. And I just see this. She licks her hand and starts touching herself. And I'm like, okay, this shit's real. So, what do I do? Well, what do you fucking think I do? I knock on the window. Not very loud, because, like, you can clearly tell, like, Nate's asleep in the other room. She's doing her thing there. So I'm like, nah, nah, nah. And she's just like, immediately, like, runs to the door. I run to the door. You know, we hug each other. She thrusts her pussy into me, and I'm like, okay, well, we have one option here. And that is you break up with Nate. So for the next, like, 4.5 hours, yeah. I get her to break up with her boyfriend. And at, like, the 4-hour mark, when he's like whimpering like a little bitch on the ground, basically saying he's gonna go drive his car off a cliff, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna call Josh. I'm gonna bring Josh over as a mediator, because like obviously like it's a problem that like I'm here, like I'm causing an extra section of the issue like by being here. So let's bring a neutral party, which is Josh. And Nate like actually respects Josh. And, like, he doesn't say all this shit about Josh banging his girlfriend. So I'm like, I'll call Josh over, and he'll come be, like, a mediator between this, so we can get out of this without you trying to fucking kill yourself. or me. So then, like, over the next, like, couple of hours, using Josh as, like, an intermediary, we get Nate to admit that Angie's not his girlfriend anymore. And then it takes about 2 days until me and Angie are fucking. But you want to know the best part about it? This is literally my luck. So this is the best part about it. So this is going to be a warning. This is going to be really fucked up. I'm going to try and, like, not put the details, but you know me, I'm a masochist. And an extremely emotional person. So this RP that I had done with Angie over old school RuneScape was basically like, oh shit, hey Ebolia, what a time to enter the stream, oh shit. What the fuck? How's it going? What you at? What you doing? What you going? How's your day going today? Jesus Christ. I'm glad, like, I was, like, at this point in the story and not, like, 3 sentences further in the story when you came in. So we're talking about how bad women are, Ebolia. We were talking about this blind influencer leaving her boyfriend of 2 years because her friends said that he was ugly. She dated an immigrant. He robbed her and beat her up on live stream. And it's like, honestly, like, I love high cheekbones in her face. It's like, if her eyes were like 4 millimeters closer on each side, she'd have like a perfect face. But her eyes are just too wide. I honestly like the fact that her face looks creepy, but I'd say to normal people, right, she's like a 6. But if her eyes were closer together, she'd be like a 9. So, like, she's not even that good looking, right? So then I was telling the story about my white buffalo and, like, how bad women are from, like, my personal experience. From basically the only woman that I've ever loved in my entire life that I gave absolutely everything to, including saying, I know you're with this guy and he's your baby daddy and I will always be your friend, even if you stay with him. You know, I don't want you for your body, I want you for your mind. And as long as we're friends, I will live a happy life, even if I'm alone for the rest of my life. And she'd known this for like 7 years. And so now we're at the point where basically she cybered me on RuneScape and I made her break up with her boyfriend. And then 2 days later, we were fucking. The only problem is, and this is where, boy, I'm going to give you extreme warning. I'm going to try to be as non-detailed because it's kind of fucked up. I'm a masochist. Right? We were ERPing on RuneScape, and I was leaning it towards self-injury because that's kind of how I felt emotionally towards what we were doing, because I had always told myself I would never cheat, because this goes back to an entire other story I told earlier about a dude who cheated on his boyfriend with me without telling me, who's basically like the only guy that I've ever loved. Anyways, that's a whole other story. Even though I've never wanted to be with a dude, and that's kind of the weirdest thing, is both the man and the woman that I loved, I had no true intention of, like, being in a relationship with. I just wanted them to be in my life. But both of them did things that completely usurped my decision to have them as my friends. And so I basically had like, completely rubbed the skin off the entire side of my dick. So I had this, like, massive, like, scab, like, hole in my dick from, like, scratching it through the RP. So, like, the 4 times that we, like, actually had sex in this, like, week until shit hit the fan and she jumped out of my moving car, even for someone who's a masochist, like, I'll give you, like, my perfect example of it, because I love giving examples of stuff and stories. In The Sword of Truth, Richard is taken by Denna. Denna is a Mord Sith. She is a dominatrix who uses pain to inflict torture on people through sexual gratification with a device called an Aegil, which is basically a magic torturing device. And she steals and controls people's magic through this. She steals Richard's Sword of Truth magic and turns him into literally a dog for Dark and Raw. For 4 or 5 months, he's basically brutally tortured, demeaned, to the point where he's walking around naked. Oh, ads. Okay, I'll wait for the ads. And again, this is why I love storytelling. Right? Because, like, at the end of the day, to me, all of it's a memory. And all of it's... if you're back. So, yeah, it's like the idea for, like, turning him into a dog. I'm gonna take this toke, wait till the ads end. Sounds good. 3, 2, 1, toke! Back. Alright. So, I'm just thinking, and I do want to preface this with, I hold no resentment towards, like, anyone in this group of friends over anything that happened. The only person that I actually hate and, like, I have a problem with is John. The guy who cheated on his boyfriend with me without telling me after knowing that I have a huge issue with that kind of thing. And, like, I specifically asked him multiple times, and, like, every time, just to make sure. It's like asking, like, you're like a criminal, and you're, like, asking the guy, are you a cop? Just so they have to, like, say it, so, like, you know. So, like, this is going on and off. Like, we fucked, like, 100 times for, like, 6 years. And for 3 of those years, he had been cheating on me with his boyfriend. Not cool. So he's the only one I actually hate. Like, I have no problem with Angie or Nate or anyone else. Like the best thing is that I have no problem with... Holy shit, 7 stream streak, that's crazy. I'm sorry, that sucks. What I think about it, Boya, is, like, I think the reason why I'm so creative and such an imaginative and, like, expressive person is because literally from the beginning of my life to till now, even till now, because we just had an incident with Retro, like 3 days ago, I am always in a kerfuffle. And I try to use that lived experience as a way to express my reality in words. And I'll just, okay, so, like, when I was a kid, I had, like these fucked up nightmare dreams and terrors and stuff. My parents took in this homeless guy who said he was possessed by demons. He fucking died of a heart attack. Like, I think I might have been molested as a kid, like, and this is like a manifestation of that. I have no fucking idea. Because I had like weird sexual things when I was like 7 or 8, but it was like, I think that was just like being a guy. I don't know. But, you know, it was never with anyone else. It was like getting a boner, right? And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, like feeling horny, but you don't understand what's going on with your body. But I just feel like it was like way earlier than it should have been, at like 7 and 8. Not at like 11 and 12. And it seemed like it was a phase that happened and then stopped. And then it like actually happened again, like normally when I was like 13. And then like in high school, like there was like this huge triangle of like friends and stuff like that. Like there were 2 lesbians and 2 gay dudes, and like we were all trying to get each other. I was the kind of creep retard who could never like talk to people. I was a quiet, shy guy in the corner who never expressed himself and let people walk all over him. So I let everyone manipulate me and use me for like my house, my money, my weed, and all of that kind of stuff. Some people have it really early, I think kind of comparable with women getting their period. Well, my best friend, says she started masturbating when she was 6. And she's like super hyper sexually active. And she like super into like raves and like doing drugs, like, but she's like super, like she's a paramedic. She's like 4 or 5 degrees. It's just like the way that she is. So it's not like she's a dumb slut. It's just she has a promiscuity to her body, but she's able to control her mind as well. Can't remember when I started, but it was also before 10. Yeah, it's like, it's just a weird thing where it's like, okay, right? And then you're like thinking about other things. I was raised Christian. This wasn't something like I had the sex talk with like my dad when I was like 8. So I'm wondering if maybe that procked something and I'd seen something, but then I'm like, it's like, you know, people like have like experiences with porn when it's like early. It's like, I didn't have a TV and I didn't have like a computer or an internet connection. So it's like, I don't know where unless I went to like my friend's house. But actually, you know what? In this entire story, this is what makes me believe that I am the main character. I'm gonna go grab something, I'm gonna read it, and you tell me after I say this. So I had a friend and his dad was a child molester. And we knew this friend for like 10 years. This is one of like good friends. And it was like, he was like rehabilitated and stuff, right? But hey, listen to this. By Scott. The Very Hairy Pickle Monster. One day, when Ben, who's his son, who was my friend, so his stepdad, was the child molester. Ben was eating lunch. He heard a sound. It was coming from the attic. Ben went into the attic, and he saw a pickle monster eating his pickles. Ben said, "Stop eating my prized pickles!" The monster looked at Ben for a second and went on eating pickle after pickle. So Ben tried to stop the pickle monster from eating the pickles. So Ben had an idea. He took all the pickles and took them away from the pickle monster so he couldn't eat any more pickles. But the idea didn't work. The pickle monster just followed him and knocked the pickles down. When the pickles were gone, the pickle monster went away to find more pickles. The next morning, Ben was very upset because of what the monster did to his pickles. Now, like, just on its own, it just sounds so innocent. And, like, yeah, okay, that's an interesting story that I wrote when I was in grade 5. But, like, with all the context and, like, everything around it, I honestly have no fucking idea. It's just so many coincidences, and it's so fucking weird, and just reading the story gives me a weird feeling. I don't fucking know. And this is what, like, what I'm talking about by, like, how my life is just continuously, like, at these points. So I'm, like, always, like, thinking about, like, how do these scenarios fit together? Is this, like, actually me living in a simulation? Like, why am I always thinking about this? But anyways, back to, like, Angie and everything. So it's, like, I have, like, basically a hole in my dick, and so, like, even being a masochist, this is the point where it's like Richard and Denna in The Sword of Truth. Richard's a dog, basically having his entirety of his existence taken away. He's being, maybe it wasn't physically molested, but emotional. I have no idea, Boya. All I know is the older son, Charlie, was extremely mentally disturbed, and he would, like, attack people. Like, we had to, like, literally, like, call the cops on shit. And it's like, we were, like, 7 or 8, but he was, like, 15 or 16. And it was like, we had, like, this entire family that had 6 daughters in the family. And they were from the ages of, like, 18 to, like, newborn. Right? At the time. Natty, the girl that I liked, that was my age, was my, like, childhood, my first kiss, was part of that family. And he would, like, one of the stories that I just remember is, like, they were watching Teletubbies and the trailer, and he wanted in the trailer. And they didn't want him to go inside, so they locked the trailer, so he smashed in the window. And they had to, like, drag him out. And the girls were, like, super afraid and shit like that, right? He's got, like, a hatchet in his hand and shit like that, right? This guy was really fucked up. Pretty sure he went to jail, like, multiple times. But, yeah. So there's, like, all this other shit, too, right? But anyways, so I'm gonna take this token, we'll go back to Angie. 3, 2, 1, token. So, Richard is turned into, like, basically a dog. But he's, like, such a nice, understanding, like, really good kind of person, right? He understands that, because this is how a Mord Sith is made. And after he finds out this, it kind of changes his entire perspective. The most innocent and the nicest and the most, like, kind girls at the ages of, like, 5 or 6 are, like, taken from, like, the most obscure villages. And the reason is because they have the farthest to fall. And it's, like, a combination of the master that's training them has to basically rape and torture their mother in front of them. And then they have to torture their father to death. And then they have to, like, rape and torture another person, and then they get basically, like, the ability to control magic. And it's, like, this entire, like, ritual thing specifically, like, created in the old ways of magic to, like, basically make it so not everyone could use magic, so you had to do these, like, certain, like, fucked up things in order to, like, awaken, like, the ability to use magic, or just anyone could do it and everyone would get fucked up, right? And basically, like, she's, like, fucking him and stuff like this, right? And Richard's also got, like, a wife at this point. Like, he's basically been taken away from his wife for the first time. Or the woman that he loves. They're not married yet, but they eventually will be married. So he's, like, basically having to, like, fuck all these other chicks, because Denna also gives him to, like, the other women, right? So there's, like, 8 different Mord Sith that are, like, torturing him and, like, fucking him and all this shit, right? And then one night, and this is, like, literally the most pivotal, important part of the entire story. One night, Denna puts down the AGL, which is what she's using to control Richard's magic. And she says, Richard, make me feel what it's like without the pain. And in the middle of fucking her, he stabs her in the heart with the sword. And kills her. Turns the sword white and becomes a true seeker. Because the whole point is, and this is the biggest thing I love about the book, is it's easy to sacrifice something that you love. You just find something that you love and you sacrifice it, right? Aside, like, the emotional connection, the actual steps of going about it are easy. Right? But falling in love with something that you know that you have to sacrifice, Richard knows at some point he has to kill Denna. but he falls in love with her. And he still makes the decision when she lets her guard down, gives him all of the power. He makes the decision that he knows he still has to do the right thing. And he kills her. The idea of sex without pain, right, was something I had always imagined. The idea of making love was something I would only ever do to Angie. So kind of being in this situation where it's like I can like literally barely fuck her because it hurts too much is like, to me, like the karma and the like reality of my choices in life. And basically from that moment on was like an awakening for me of like looking at all of the angles of different things that have happened to me in my life and saying, I think I have some sort of trauma towards these things, and the way that I am, the best way to get it out is to express it in some way. What's the best way to do that? Through extreme creative expression, such as writing. Write a fucking book. But don't write some bullshit fucking documentary piece of shit retard book about your life. Make something truly magnificent and imbue it with that emotion of my life. And use that passion and soul to create something truly spectacular. And even though I consider Stoner Girl Evolution a laughable, throwaway, like, I'm writing it as a proof of concept to just have a manuscript under my belt. And yet the depth and evolution and strength of character and ideology and everything that I've built around Stoner Girl Evolution, I just look at that and I try to graph it on like a scientific like scaling, and I look at myself, and this is where I try to remove like the ego and the bullshit, right, and say, could I be actually, through my experiences, have created the greatest storyteller of all time? And of course that's fucking retarded, but if you don't believe that and you don't believe in your own work, how would you ever get to that level if that was possible? Right? And it's like, I use that as a motivation and inspiration for creating this community, to give that perspective to people of being like, do what you want. Don't listen to other people. Make your story. Unleash your soul, right? Because I feel like last 10 years plus, like the idea of like critique on film, on poetry, on creativity has become a narcissistic, self-serving, downward spiral of negativity, where people only consider good critique absolutely tearing apart someone else's work, but in like a completely vague and like non-structured, like deplorable way, where it gives an impression, but it doesn't tell you a story, right? Okay, I'm venture to the kitchen for a snack. Let me see if I can walk straight enough to get tongue. The beard didn't let me walk straight over. I had to effeminately prance to the kitchen. You gotta, like, skip. And then you gotta do, like, a 360 and, like, skip backwards. And then you gotta, like, jump, and you gotta do the, you know, like, the... And you, like, clap your ankles together. Like, where you jump up and you go sideways and you clap your ankles together. That's the only way to do it. Right? But anyways, but I want to, like, create a space where people don't take seriously this idea of, like, you have to make a 10 out of 10 book. Your book has to be perfect. Your ideas have to be perfect. Everything has to be... God alert, get the kids ready. No worries, boys. It's all good. Thanks for the biddies. Thanks for hearing me out and listening to my story, because it's pretty much over. So, yeah, she fucked me for a week, and then I asked her to marry me. She said I can't. And then she went and fucked, like, 8 other dudes. Even though I told her she could. Because I was like, well, if you're not going to marry me, I don't want to be with you. We can still be fuck buddies. Just don't get in a relationship, and not tell me and fuck me. So what did she do? Guys, what do you think she did?
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
I'll give you one guess what she did. Yup. Yup. So, I made a decision when I was driving her home from work. She wanted me to take her to a party. But I knew that her kid was at the other grandparents' house. So I was gonna drive her home and, like, basically prance her in front of her parents. And be like, you have a fucking kid. You need to get your shit together. And I apparently can't be the one to tell you to do it, so I'm gonna straight up be like, I'm taking all of the responsibility and all the bullshit off of my back. I'm going to your parents and saying, I'm fucking done with this shit, I'm done with her. It's your fucking problem now. I think of Mina as a daughter, but I'm cutting everything off now because, no, I can't do this. And, like, when she realized that, like, I was heading to her house, she jumped out of the car. Because she knew what would happen if I had confronted her parents and told them. She wouldn't be able to go out and party anymore, and she'd have to take care of her kid. And the kid's 3 at this point. So, I've never seen her since. Never seen anyone else in the group on that side of the group since. And that was like 20... Yeah, so it was like probably 6 months after this. No, it was before my birthday. But it had to have been March because it was snowing, and like February and March is like the only time it snows in BC. So yeah. And like she jumped down into like a snow pile. I was going like 20. I just stopped at the stop sign. It wasn't like bad. I just didn't expect it. I was like, I mean, okay. Now I don't know. I'm like, you took everything out of my hands, because now I'm just like, I'm just gonna walk away. I have no guilt. I have no nothing. I tried to be the better person. I tried to make this about your kid, not you. And this is what happened. So I'm done trying to be the father of a kid who's not mine, of a mom who doesn't want me. Fuck that. That's when I was like, realization of like standing up for myself and stop being a pushover and stop being a little bitch and being like completely changing my attitude towards my, like, how I live my life. Stop giving free weed to everyone. You know, stop driving everyone around everywhere. You know, stop giving people gas money. And you know what happened? Most of my friends disappeared. But my main core friends that have been there since the beginning, Josh, Roxy, Wes, Tanner, Zach, Beth, my sister, all from like, cause like there was like 3 groups, right? So there's like me and my brother's friends, the older ones. Then there's my sister and her friends. And then there's like, Angie, Mike, Nate, and their friends. Right? So it was like, I was in grade 12. They were in grade 9. I peer tutored them. We became good friends because of another friend that we knew that was in grade 11, was in between, after my brother graduated. So we had like a 8 or 9 year span of like people. Because my brother's 2 years older than me. So, and my sister's 2 years younger than me. So, and then we had people that were 2 years younger than that. Because Angie, Nate, and Mike are all 4 years younger than me. And I met them because I peer tutored them in high school, and some of them were also part of like the newer film students and stuff like that. And because of film. So we had like a film crew together, so we became friends after that. And then it's like after high school, it's like age doesn't really matter. You kind of age out into that, right? And it's like, I graduated in 2009. So in 2015, right, I'd be 24. So they'd all be like 20. Like, everyone's in their 20s now, right? So you kind of just, like, expect everyone to be adults now, but apparently not. I mean, to be fair, like, I caused a lot of problems. I was a problem boy. I admit that. Even at the end. I mean, trying to do a good thing, right? It's like I had lost, like, Trevor's group of friends from my brother's side earlier, because I basically, like, in grade 10... I told him not to date Juliana and to make Juliana break up with Courtney. And to, like, keep dating John and not to, like, fuck over John because he was fucking over basically... And like, the fucked up thing is that I liked Courtney. So I should have been on Trevor's side and I should have said, Trevor, you take Juliana, I'll take Courtney. Boom, sold. But I'm like, I'm a gentleman, I'm not going to take advantage of someone, I'm going to try to do the right thing. So I told Trevor not to break up with John, not to pursue Juliana. And then he basically, because, like, his house was, like, the main hangout house, besides my house. So he basically just, like, cut me off from that side of the group, because he just wouldn't let me go to his house. So that kind of also kind of cut me out of the film stuff, because they're like, oh, we're filming at Trevor's house. And Trevor's excuse was, like, his dad would beat the shit out of me because his dad was like, oh, I don't want anyone telling my son what to do. And again, I'm gonna add this, like, I don't know if this is true, but there's this, like, whole other karma side that I think is fucking hilarious. Because Trevor had a younger sister who was 5 years younger than him. Right? So Trevor was 2. She was 3 years younger than me. No, wait, maybe she was 5 years younger than me. How old was Trevor? How old was Emily? And anyway, she was, like, in, like, elementary school. Right? So, there were the twins, Jacqueline and Leopold. And they were 2 years younger than Mike and Angie and Nate. So they were 6 years younger than me. So, like, around this point, they're, like, 18 or 19, right? And this is probably, like, 2017? 2016? Because this was, like, after the whole Angie thing. And then it was, like, But I was still friends with, like, the other side of the group with, like, Leopold and Jacqueline. Like, they were friends with Mike, and Mike had this whole thing going on too, but it was still, like, I wasn't necessarily banned from that side of, the group, right? Because, like, everyone partied like Jacqueline and Leopold's in the town. So much so that, coincidentally, the day before, because we had, like, a party on Friday and we had a party on Saturday. So there's a party on Friday, and coincidentally, me and my buddy Shay are sitting there, the Spick, the Mexican, are sitting there, and this girl comes up to us, and she's like, oh my god, Scotty, how's it going? Oh my god. And me and Shay, like, look at each other like, the fuck? And she, like, sits down, and she, like, starts talking about, like, the old days and stuff like that, and me and Shay have no idea who the fuck this chick is. And then this, like, other chick walks by, and she's, like, pretty young looking. Like, she doesn't even look, she looks like she might still be in high school, right? Because, like, there are, like, high schoolers at this party, right? Because it's, like, the people that are hosting it just graduated, so they had, like, you know, friends that are on the lower level. We had a large span of, like, age of, like, people. But for this side of the group, I was the oldest one, right? Like, this was, like, my friends on my side that didn't have anything to do with, like, my brother's friends, right? And my brother's friends were with, like, Mike and Nate and Angie and all of, like, that, right? So this was, like, on the other side. Even though Mike and Leopold and, like, Jacqueline were, like, you know, they were the reason I knew each other, but it was still, like, Shay and stuff that I was friends. So, this woman's, like, blabbing about random stuff, and she's talking about, like, Alberta, and, like, going out onto the, like, rigs, and, like, losing a bunch of weight. And then I go to Shay, and I whisper, I'm like, wait, is this Katina? And it's like, this chick used to be, like, pretty fucking big. But I guess she lost, like, 180 pounds doing coke. And we hadn't seen her in, like, a year and a half, because she had been in Alberta, like, because her boyfriend was, like, working on the rigs, or something like that, or, like, scaffolding something. He eventually got Shay a job out there, after, Shay's dad died, and he got an inheritance, so he went out and basically got a place out there with the money, because he didn't have any money to do anything before. And he did, like, scaffolding for, like, 3 years. But Katina's talking to us, and she's talking about, and she, like, looks over, and she's talking about this chick. And there's this chick, like, sitting in the corner, and it looks like she's, like, flirting with these two guys. And, like, there was something about this chick, about, like, her voice or something, and her face, and her hair. And I just could not put my fucking finger on it. And she's wearing this, like, kind of puffy out dress. It's supposed to be, like, a butterfly. Like, a butterfly, like, pattern on, like, the dress. Right? Like, almost like a leotard, like, ballerina kind of thing. And I'm like, well, that's really weird. And Katina's like, yeah, man. So, like, like, this was from Katina's sister. So Katina's sister is a year younger, right? So Katina at the point was, like, 19. Her sister is, like, 18. Like, Emily was, like, 16, I think. And she, like, looks over at this girl, and she's like, yeah, you know that girl there? My sister walked in on her having basically, like, a gangbang with, like, 3 dudes, at another party, like a week ago. And she's, like, saying how much of a fucking slut she was and shit. And so the next day, we had a party again. Basically all the same people with them. And I show up, like, late because I had to work. And I'm walking up the stairs. And this is the funniest, I swear to God, this is the funniest shit to connect the dots that I have basically ever had in my life. I'm walking up the stairs, and in front of me is the same chick, and she's got the same dress on. And when she gets to the top of the stairs, she looks back down the stairs, and she looks at me, and she gives me this weird, like, eyebrow look, and she stares at me for a second. And she's like, I remember you. You were holding a pillow, crying in the rain in front of my porch. And I was like, holy fuck, you're Emily. You're Trevor's little sister. And apparently she's like the biggest fucking slut. There's ever been like a justification to the decisions that you made, that is it. I obviously took the correct path because my sister is married, has 2 kids, and has always had like really good boyfriends, except for 2 of them, but she was retarded then, but that's okay. It is what it is. She's basically always been pretty damn good, right? And I'm like, me and my brother, I would say, has a big influence on that, because she smoked weed at 13 and, like, drank really early, and we tried to, like, ring her in and bring her a part of, like, our group to keep her from, like, getting influenced by, like, deeper drugs and other stuff. So I'd say I successfully protected my sister. At that point in time, it did not look like Trevor had. And, like, the feeling of, like, justification of that, the euphoria of that, it's unfucking imaginable. You know, I don't know if it's true or not that she was a whore, but I just thought it was just so funny how all these things had just lined up. And the way I found out is that she was, like, talking about how I was crying on Trevor's porch, telling him not to fucking destroy, like, 4 people's lives in grade 10. Trying to be the bigger man. I'm like, damn, man, if we're not living in a simulation, I gotta write a fucking book. 'Cause, like, you can take and morph these, like, things and make them into, like, the way that I portray and connect characters, where it seems so ridiculous, but it's like, I'm literally using real-life examples pulled from my own experience. And, like, this is just, like, the beginning, right? Like, I have, like, I shit you not, probably tens of thousands of stories about shit. Like, 40 things would happen in a day, every day, for like 23 years. And it would just be one thing after another. And it's just a coincidence of the fact, like, I knew like 100 fucking people. Like, maybe even more between, like, all of the different groups and all of the different ages and, like, all of their subgroups that they had and, like, how we brought everyone together on certain times. Like, there had to have been at least 100 of us. And, like, 90 of us had, like, really fucked up problems. Then there was, like, me, Josh, Roxy, Nick, who would have, Jackson, coincidentally, Jacqueline and Leopold, Ryan, Matt, Kevin, and Tanner were people that, like, did not have problems. Everyone else was like, their parents were divorced and one of them was alcoholic. One of their parents, like, died in some fucked up way. Their parent is, like, super intrusive on their life. Like, their siblings, like, because their parent is gone, basically controls their life. Like, they have, like, foster kids that are, like, in, like, I guess actually also Sean, CJ, and Chris would probably be 3 other examples of people who had their shit together and didn't have, like, fucked up stuff. Everyone else had some sort of fucked up trauma or bullshit or thing in their life where they were, like, drinking, doing drugs, or having sex at, like, 13. And, like, basically didn't think about their future, didn't think about anything, didn't give a fuck, and caused, like, all kinds of drama, all kinds of bullshit, all kinds of fucked up stuff. And, like, I was basically, like, the kind of person at the middle of it. And I wasn't even, like, at the middle, because I would say... like... Ryan, Mike, Jacqueline, Leopold, and Jackson would have been, like, the centerpiece. Because, like, all of the main friendships and, like, everything kind of came out of them and expanded off of that. And none of that would have happened if I met them pure tutoring, PE. It's like that one event changed basically my life. Because, like months after that, everything fell apart with, like, film, because this was the second half of grade 12. Teacher had retired, we were doing our zombie movie, all the gear got taken away, we couldn't finish the movie. The whole, like, you know, the group that we were in. Oh, I forgot about Jared. Oh my god, I forgot about Jared and Beth, too. Oh my god, there's so much shit. It's like, and then I just look at that and I say, okay, how can I make that a really interesting, over-the-top connection for a character in a story? So almost every creative idea I have is pulled from some fucked up reality. Oh, and then there's, like, my dad, right? My dad's a whistleblower for the government that, like, basically the only reason that he won his case and isn't in jail is because the government's so retarded. They literally used... Okay, so, like, basically what happened is, like, they had fake evidence or whatever against my dad. And the evidence that they used to disprove my dad was the evidence that my dad gave them that they never looked at. And they just openly showed it in court. And my dad, the whole time, was basically like, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna go to jail, my house is gonna get repoed, my family's gonna be living on the street. All because I tried to do the right thing. The government just fucking just does it for him. And now we're, I mean, I wouldn't say we're rich, but I mean, like, fuck, man. My dad retired at 56 instead of 65. He's golfed for almost 11 years straight. We did go through 13 years of hell to get there. And I couldn't imagine what our lives would look like if he had lost. That's a scary thought. Right? And then there's, like, my mom and, like, everything happened with her family. I'm just like, any aspect of anything I think about my life, I'm just like, oh yeah, there's this crazy thing that's connected to it. And I always think, like, the biggest thing is, like, if you just generally tell these stories to people, right? People just roll their eyes, and they're like, well, he's obviously embellishing, right? He's a writer. He's obviously just making half of this shit up, right? And not gonna lie, I mean, that's what I would think. Because it's just so fucked up. That's why I'm like, there's no real point in writing, like, a manifesto of my life, in a way. I consider myself creative enough to create a world and a story that tells my own story between the lines, with all of the messages, with all of the examples, that hits in a place that there are other people out there that have so fucked up lives with this shit happening, and they're like, get to the point of, like, oh my god, someone believes me. Like, for Stoner Girl Evolution, that would be, like, the message, whereas for the Final Fantasy book, the message would be that, basically, like, the grandeur of your life is decided by you. If you think that you've succeeded, you've succeeded. Right? If you have the privilege of believing that you've succeeded, and, like, this comes back to, like, a philosophy of, like, who's the philosopher? Guy who had nothing. Diogenes. And he basically, like, talked to animals. Like, his only audience was, like, dogs. Image of this. Yeah, this one. This one right here. And it's like his only audience is dogs. That's the message. You are your own viewer, right? So it's not about having an audience. It's about, do you want to be your own audience? That's how I look at that, right? And then I say, I want to make content that I want to watch. I want to make content I want to absorb. I want to make content that I find interesting and entertaining. Because, like, one of the main reasons why I love anime is because it doesn't adhere to some sort of rule. It just says, this is what the story is, and we're gonna make it fucking awesome. Whereas, like, actually, okay, here's a better example. To me, I gotta take a piss and grab a drink, but I have, like, the perfect, like, dichotomy. Okay, we watched it earlier, right? So this is a double take, right? This is a double take, and I'm, like, considering the order of doing this, but I think it has to be in a certain order because then you'll get the feeling for it. Okay. So this is like an aura check, a vibe check. And it's not a good or bad, but it is the difference, the contrast, that matters.
If we have a girl,
Ganima.
Her name should be Ganima. She would need to be strong, like her mother.
Moons of Europa. If it's a boy,
What if it's a boy?
Leto.
I would name him Leto.
I hated to say Leto. It's Leto! Leto! Fuck, how did they get that wrong? Leto! No, it's Leto! This is actually a different trailer than the trailer we watched.
War feeds on itself. The more I fight, the more our enemies fight back. I'm doing the best I can to protect my family. How did Father do it?
Your father never started a war.
Dune Part 3, Paul gives up. True, Ahab. True. Even though he had seen it from the beginning. But he just never knew what he was seeing. We're doing a contrast here, Ahab, on storytelling. Comparatively atmosphere and presentation.
Yet.
And a vibe contrast. So there's that, right? Something like Dune. He was seeing his son. Have you actually read it? As far as I know, he sees everything from Leto Atreides, his son, after the Emperor nukes Dune, because atomics are forbidden, and Leto loses his eyesight. And then the genetic memory that he has passed on from Paul, all of the visions from Paul were at moments after Leto had been blinded. So Leto knows everything and can see everything that is happening, even though his eyes are gone. Because he looked at the nuke, so it's like he literally has like scars across his face where his eyes literally don't exist. And then he slowly, without his sight and everything, I want $1 trillion worm man. Yeah, because he turns into the worm. Like, what I love is like the fall of Leto at the great end is him crossing the bridge, and it's the vision that he knows that Dune will be all right because of his own death. Because the way that Leto dies is he falls off a bridge into a river of running water on Dune. On Arrakis. It's such a trivial, insignificant, such a small, ridiculous, oops, I tripped death. But the importance of it is the success of the transformation of Arrakis. Just technically the goal from the beginning, even by Shai Hulud. Gotta save humanity by being an evil worm god emperor. That's how you stop them, thinking machines. Exactly, Ahab, because he knows at some point in time, we were talking about Agamemnon earlier, and the Titans. Because I want to kind of design Zombie when he becomes cyborg, and like the king of techno is basically like Agamemnon's Titan form. Kind of like a spidery mechanical body with a brain in a jar in the center of the chest. Right? With like all your mechanical needs for all your arms, for everything. Him, and I can't remember if Jezebel was the female Titan, Right? It's like a Jasmine or Jezebel or Jebelina or some shit like that. I cannot remember what Agamemnon's wife's name is in the extended series Thinking Machines, Machine Wars. The Crusades. My favorite scene, though, is I don't remember what the character's name is, but the girl who starts the crusade. No, he is not, as far as I know, Ahab. As far as I know, he is not. The crusade, where it's like she's standing in like the doorway, and it's like there's rubble everywhere, and there's like a glint of metal, and it's like this ferocious, insane, like berserker destruction of a toaster. There's like a toaster in the corner, and she just like takes this crowbar and just annihilates it until there is literally nothing left. And it's like the idea that you leave the tiniest microchip, the tiniest piece of technology, and the thinking machines will come back. And she's leading a crusade of like 4 million people across the galaxy to destroy anything that could ever become a thinking machine. But I don't remember why she is in the point she is. Like, there's something extra about her and the spice that makes her the leader that leads everyone through the Machine Crusades. But I can't remember. Like, my thought would be that she's the daughter of Agamemnon. And since the Titans had fallen, it had been her duty to take over. But she was just a lowly slave, and then she learns her origins. But I don't remember. It's been at least 20 years since I've read that. And I didn't really understand it at the time. Like, it was a way higher thing. I was like fucking 13. Should do the rest of Frank Herbert books just because it's going to make its money back. No movies ever come out anymore worth a shit. I mean, apparently the new Spider-Man was good. Made $2 billion. And despite, like, I'm like, I think they could have done Dune, like, 1,000 times better. I'm still, like, satisfied with what they've done with Dune. I will say that. I think they could have done better, for sure. But I think they at least did it justice. Man, Cape shit is always the same to me. I mean, that's fair. But yeah, we were, maybe this one will be different. I do like Spider-Man. I mean, the review was there were some questionable decisions, but all in all, it was entertaining, and like, it's a Spider-Man movie. It feels like it's the first time where it hasn't tried to be more than what it is. At least that's what I heard from, like, because there was a Critical Drinker video on it. I'm just, again, like, the biggest problem to me with any superhero is that they're not creating something new. Only concern, does feel like a Spider-Man movie or a Marvel movie. Ah, yeah, that's a good thing, right? I never thought about it in that, but I would, yeah, I don't want it to be a Marvel movie, I want it to be a Spider-Man movie. I think that's the best way. Unfortunately, probably not, because it has, like, everything combined. It's got the Punisher, it's got Hulk, it's got Jean Grey, it's got X-Men. It's got, like, the beginnings and origins of, like, the corporations that build Sentinels in the future. Like, this is, like, their foundation. Like, them literally being founded as, like, okay, well, we need to go into the black ops of, like, the government and, like, set up a way of being, like, yo, we need to be able to deal with these guys. Like, we as normal humans need to be able to deal with these fucking superpowers. Would you ever get into minifigure painting? The problem is, Ahab, I guess it's kind of hard to tell, but like I have. I guess this is like a better like representation. And it's like it almost gets like worse the more like fingers it is. And it's like I have shaky as fuck. I have no precision and no control over my fingers. Plus I'm left-handed, which usually like has like some sort of crippling effect because of like it's designed to be at like a certain angle with like things, so it's like doing it left-handed, it's like it's opposite and things get backwards and it's like buttons aren't where they should be and like I don't know. I'm a left-handed fuck too. Ah, nice. Fuck yeah, Ahab. I think we've talked about this before though. I'm starting to think. I remember that. Trained myself to paint with my right hand. My right. Every week, once a week, I try to brush my teeth with my right hand. The problem is, like, I have an electric toothbrush, so I usually just, like... Where's my left hand? I'm like... Her hand's like, oh, what the fuck I'm doing? Oh! How'd you stab yourself in the eye brushing your teeth? Well, sometimes you just flail, right? Yeah, and you just let melt muscle memory. That's my biggest problem. The second, it's like I'll just be like typing and then I'll think about it and then I'll stop typing. It's like you have to like have a distraction of yourself, right? Like we wrote 461 words today, guys. Technically 460 because the title is Tank. So, and we're not even done this. We're trying to figure out who comes into the picture next, which has to be Botanist. So basically the idea is the bells stop. Botanist is outside with Stoner. The bells stop. Stoner says, why did the bells stop? What were the bells? Botanist is like, okay, the attack is over. We're safe now. You know, let's go to the tavern. And then Stoner's like, well, you were smoking. Can I smoke a joint? And I was like, well, there's no smoking in the tavern. So, yeah, just smoke out here. I'll go into the tavern and tell people, and then I'll come back out and get you. Right? So Stoner's sitting on the bench outside smoking a joint. Zombie has just snuck past Rival, who was fighting the zombies, kills the zombies, and he meets up with Stoner, like, moments later. Just after Botanist goes in. Man, I want to join a D&D campaign, but 3E, not 5E. See, Ahab, my thing is... if I was DMing my own individual group, I don't like additions. I don't like rules. I don't like limitations. If you can convince me as the DM, that's all you need to do. And I wouldn't consider myself very hard to convince. Right? Like, I will make up my own logic bullshit. Like, like, I've had people do this before where they just, like, they don't really know how to explain it. But they want to do something, but they're like, oh, I don't know how to, like, convince him to do it, so I'm just gonna, like, say it. And then, like, they say it. And then in, like, 15 minutes, I've come up with, like, my own like, backstory thing that I can work into, like, my own play that I have in, like, the background in secret as, like, the DM, of being like, no, actually, you have to do that, because that would make all of my shit actually perfectly fall into place. So, yeah, no, you have to do this, 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 and this, and they're like, I never even thought about that, and I'm like, exactly. Like, every time that's what happens. Like, we were introducing the new guys into the into the Star Wars DM, my DM group, and the guy's like, well, I'm kind of like a like a fraudulent medical salesman. And I'm like, perfect, we just had a plague outbreak on a planet that we're stealing contagious people from in order to do biological experiments on them and genetic experiments. And we're like using quarantine as a way of keeping, you know, everyone in their place. So like having a fraudulent medical salesman on our side would be absolutely fucking perfect. Downloaded a 3 book. I forgot the title, but I think it's Book of Vile Darkness. Yeah. I'm just like, because, for instance, like what me and my brother would do, right? Like, you could go to the store and buy Pokemon cards. Like, you get like $20. Me and brother get like $20, right? And it's like, okay, you can go to the store and you can buy whatever you want. And me and my brother look at ourselves, like, look at each other. We look at the Pokemon cards. We look at the Digimon cards. We look at the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We look back at each other. And then we look at the Dr. Pepper. We look at the Coke. We look at the Ruffles. The all-dressed chips. We look at the licorice. We look back at each other. And we say, we can make our own cards. And we buy $20 worth of junk food. And then we go home and cut cardboard into, like, card shapes and design our own game. So not only do we not have to spend the money on the Pokemon card, now $20 is literally one pack. Yeah, I remember it being $3 for a pack, and we'd be like, could we get 4 packs? And a little bit of snacks? And it's like, at first, like, we probably bought, like, 8 or 9 packs of Pokemon cards, and we realized, wait, we can make our own cards. Let's just make our own cards, because my mom was, like, a crafter, right? Like, she does, like, photo albuming and stuff. So she always had, cardboard paper and, like, different colored stuff and, like, all these, like, tools and art stuff around. So we just, like, make our own fucking cards. $15, and it's not even in English. Do you hear about the new scam of, like, 3D printing? Where people are 3D printing, like, $3,000 cards, and they're basically indistinguishable from the real thing? It's fucking so funny. I mean, I like the idea of collectible stuff, but I like the idea of collectible stuff being things that are out of print. I want a 3D printer so I can make minis. Fuck yeah. Make your own. Fuck buying them. And I'd do the effort of cleaning them and painting them. Fuck yeah. For me, I'm just not a person who works with my hands. I'm a person who just... I work with my mind. The way people, like, fidget spin with their hands is the way, like, ideas and, like, my thoughts just, like, are, like, endless. Like, about, like 27 fidget spinners of ideas in my head. Like, if I had 18 arms, I'd have more ideas in my head than fidget spinners in my hand. Right? Fuck giving Games Workshop money, yeah. I want a Redemptor Dreadnought so I can make Salamander's Dreadnought. So I know you don't know what those words mean. I know what a Dreadnought is. I don't know specifics, but I know, like, some things, right? You've shown enough... I don't know what the word is. Grace, worship, value, honor, desire, faith towards the Emperor, and you've given enough to prove yourself worthy. If your body is damaged beyond repair, they put you inside of a machine. And now you can wreak havoc upon the heretics without fear of bodily harm. Some dreadnoughts are from brains to body. Some still have their own eyes. Others are but remnants of themselves. But their fight and their glory for the Emperor shall not wane but 1 ounce. Even in the darkness of that celled body, they will comply. Dreadnought is just, oh man, you got fucked up. Still gotta fight, though. And then they just say, only the most honored and grateful. There's a Dreadnought that gets woken up simply to tell stories to new recruits so often that it's surprised when it gets awakened to fight. That's good. I like that. It's like a beta tester, like trainee, in a way. And then it's like, when it gets woken up to fight, it knows something's bad, because it's like, shit, man, they gotta be low on troops if they're using me. Wonder what happened to that last platoon that I trained. Jimmy doing okay? Ooh, yeah, no, don't look like Jimmy doing okay. Oofer doofer daisy does. That's the way it gotta be, though. But I'm like, my thing is like, I almost want to just end the chapter here. But Tank needs to hear the commotion outside. So there needs to be an introduction, the botanist knows him, talk about something outside, have the commotion outside, Tank goes outside. Man, I love having that plastic dust be a part of my DNA. Well, I mean, there's more microplastic in your balls than there is in your eyes. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Three, two, one, toke! I forgot Ahab. After I ended the stream and I went to close all my windows, I noticed I had an extra window open on my music tab, and it was the trailer. And I was like, fuck. God damn it. And then I just closed it and never watched it. And then today, Aspen wasn't online. So there's some weird shit going on. Well, let's watch the trailer. And then I'll talk about some weird shit going on.
So, you want to join the Feebles?
Oh, rather. Meet the Feebles! Meet the Feebles!
Meet the Feebles. The movie that began as family entertainment.
But something happened, Ahab.
Have you got any smack?
At least from what I've seen. Because I was trying to show something earlier and something... Guess who made this movie? I think I've like seen this style of shit before in like the 90s, but I don't have a name. But I think
sex.
I'm hot, Bletch, but not the way you think.
The fuck?
Drugs. Animal husbandry.
Why did you bring it here? It's not mine. You know it's not.
We'll let the court decide that, shall we? Garden of love.
Meet the Feebles turns the cabbage patch into the killing fields.
Funny little sand hopper
It's
basking
fun.
in the sun. Dancing in the hopping horse lots of fun. I played the sand landing in that hopper's eye.
It's thrilling.
Steven Spielberg?
It's contagious.
It's the big one, Harry.
No,
it can't be. I've taken precautions.
Corruption. Barry, do me a line. Lust.
Feeling shy, are you, Bletch?
Light romance. From the director of Bad Taste.
Peter Jackson. Sorry, that's who I was thinking of.
I was thinking of Peter Jackson. I was thinking of Lord of the Rings. I don't know why I said Steven Spielberg. I was obviously thinking about Lord of the Rings. I know I've been a bad bunny. I'm fucking retarded.
Nothing is sacred. Meet the Feebles is about to be released on you.
Peter Jackson film.
The beautiful lighting in this toilet.
So, like, I totally forgot what I was doing before because I got distracted. Lesser known ones. That's crazy. Because I wanted to show a contrast in presentation between how people perceive entertainment now and what entertainment actually is. And honestly, this trailer is probably a better example of that, because what I was going to show wasn't a trailer, it was just a scene. I don't know if I can find... I don't remember what the name... Yeah. This is what I want Stoner Girl to be, right? This is so fucking stupid, ridiculous, but fucking awesome and badass at the same time. Total fucking Bollywood. Oh my fucking god, it's so good. Man, I wish Indian people were as cool as they thought they were. Well, the problem is there's like a billion of them, right? So like some of them gotta be bad, right? Like there's like Bollywood and then there's like scam centers, right? They're not the same kind of Indians, all right? Okay. I was trying to come up with another example for, like, white people, but I couldn't think of one. Like, what's an example of that for, like, white people? Because the only thing I was going to say is, will you have people that, like, make rockets? Oh! Oh! The Untouchables. Yes. Yes. Oh, that would... Yeah. Shit like that. The Irish. I mean, Boondock Saints. Like, just the ridiculousness of Willem Dafoe's character. Too far! Too far! I think I went too far! And it's like, I want to create something that is... Like, I want Stoner Girl to have that vibe of, like, face-palming ridiculousness. But it's still, like... super awesome connection. I might visit New York next year. Nice. Never been to the U.S. Barely travel. Stick in my house where it's nice and safe. I don't have to talk to people or interact with anyone. Oh, what I was gonna say is this. I was like, what the fuck? Get out of here. This channel cannot stream at this time due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines. So, like, he released a video earlier. He wasn't on today. He said he might not be on tomorrow either. Like, if you go to the 24-hour channel... right? And it says, hey, I won't be on today, had something unexpected come up, not sure about tomorrow, we'll update then. Because the guess is that Kaisi came over. Like, unexpectedly, she was like, hey, you want me to come over? And he's like, I fixed the AC, let's fucking go. Right? So yeah, the assumption was that she came over and that's why he didn't stream. And then I was going to show some funny thing about these fat videos that he keeps being sent that are like Dr. K 600-pound life. And it's like AI overview of it, of being like, they wake up in the morning, and the first thing after their stomach growls is they have to get 2 bowls of cereal. The giant bowls of cereal out of the way, now it's time to really get to work. 3 pounds of bacon, 22 cheesecake, or cheese puff, cheese roll things, and 17 eggs. Oh, and that's only for the wife. The husband gets up an hour later, and he needs 27 pieces of toast, 4 pounds of bacon, and 84 sausages. But he has to go out to the store because he only has 44 sausages, and he's still hungry after eating all of them. So he gets 3 more loaves of bread and 22 more sausages, but his wife tells him, hey, if you're not going to let me eat those sausages, you can't have the sausages. So they fight over the sausages for 5 minutes, which means they get kicked out of the store. It's like some fucked up, hilarious bullshit and stuff like that. But Hassan can wish for people to be killed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know if he's banned, because it's like, I wonder if they're, like, has anyone actually, like, I just don't think anyone's looked at the channel. Either that or, like, it's just, like, it's a fake, it's like a false flag. Like, it just says that for some reason. Because, like, his VODs are still there. So, like, I'm wondering if this is, like... I have no... this was just so weird to me, because normally it would have, like, the last VOD up there, right? And I'm like, I've been watching him, for, like, every day for the last week. And as far as I know, he hasn't done anything to get banned. So, I mean, I just think it's fucking funny. I'm like, God damn it, now I'm just gonna have to, like, actually do something instead of sit there and watch Asmin all fucking day. I mean, other than just lay in bed and think about ideas, right? Like, so, this is the main idea we came up with today, guys. So we've been talking about the origin of the goddess and Akasha, right? And where they originally came from. And I was like, well, it's obvious where they originally came from, right? They came from the original nation that blew up the world. But maybe they came from a slight time before that, before even the war started or something like that. Where they're like a time of mutuality between faith and science. And the idea is Goddess is like a hot dommy mommy who owns like a crystal shop. And she's like into like gems and crystals and like astrology. And then she meets a guy who's like a scientist, and they have like really high in-depth conversations about stuff, and he is like, you know, I'm all about astronomy and like chemical construction. So it's like, he's like, well, maybe, you know, you have something going with this. Let's study the crystals and find out. And it's like the you know, like the original battery was like made from quartz for like a stopwatch, right? Because basically a second is a certain amount of vibrations of a piece of quartz with electricity running through it. Because when you run electricity through quartz, it vibrates at a very specific frequency and pattern. And that's literally how we tell time, is the vibration of a quartz. That's what a second is. But I think it's like 30 vibrations, and there's like a telling mechanism or something. I don't know exactly how it works. I wonder if I can spend dumb amounts of money on minifigs in New York. Like $100,000? But either way, so they're originally from the original like place that blew up the world that everyone is, like, origined from. Which I was like, well, of course they are, right? That's why she knows this world. That's why she's here. That's why her eyes are here, despite being an omnipotent being that can basically do anything, even though Akasha's the one who can do it. Yeah. So it's like, now I've solved all the problems with, like, the goddess's entire thing, because I was just gonna be like, it's a random person in a random place, but the whole point of, like, the story is the fight between faith and science, right? But it's like, everything that caused everything to happen wasn't actually a fight between faith and science, it was a combination of faith and science. Or if there's a freaking Gundam store. Oh man. Getting, like, a, 8-inch Gundam figure. Okay, I'll spend like $900. Okay? I'll spend like $900. Sir, for $900 you can get the head. The fuck do you mean for $900 I can only get the head? It's like $7,000 fucking dollars or some shit like that. I'm like, and this is what I hate the most, Ahab. The only reason why collectible items are worth it is because people pay it. If people weren't just fucking idiots and they just said, oh yeah, who the fuck would pay that much money for it? Like, art, like the Mona Lisa would be worth like $1,000. Not like however much it's valued at. Because, like, no one really actually cares. Right? Like, people buy Rolexes to show off. People buy Chanel to show off. I know, which is what's so sad about it, Ahab, is that it's same thing with, like, Pokemon. It should be, like, a kid's hobby that you should be able to purchase on a kid's allowance. That kids grow into adults, but they don't grow out of the hobby. But because kids grow into adults, and adults have certain sets, they basically make it impossible for the kids to get into the hobby because they set a standard of like pricing that people can take advantage of, and the high end of society just adheres to it. Play the Pokemon TCG, me, but well, I know people that play Magic, right? I'm just saying, like, the idea of spending like $2,000 on like a shiny Ho-Oh, like a first print edition shiny Ho-Oh, versus like a normal random print non-shiny 11th edition Ho-Oh. Like, when you place the card down in the card game, just because you have a shiny Ho-Oh doesn't make your Ho-Oh stronger. At least as far as I know, it doesn't. Right? Like, it's a show-off thing. It's not a, oh, this gives my Pokemon 10 more HP because it's shiny. If I had the capital, I'd buy out stores with scalpers and give the shit away free to kids. Ahab, dude, if I ever become a millionaire, I would have, like, a goal of spending, like, at least $150,000 a year on, like, $50,000 on, like, Warhammer, like, $50,000 on, like, cards, and, like, $50,000 on, like, maybe other kinds of action figures, and then hold, like, raffles to give them away. And I would, like, make sure that, like, the people that got them were, like, actual kids that, like, wanted them. That their parents weren't just like, hey, I want this! You make this, like, introduction video to get me to get one of these to win this contest. Right? I would love to do that kind of shit. But again, the biggest problem is you're gonna get people that are gonna try to fuck it up. They're gonna try to, like, manipulate their kids to trying to say that they want it, even though it's, like, the parents that want it. And then you give it away for free, and then they just turn around and sell it. There's a lot of vetting that has to, and, like, shit that has to go into it. I don't know if Warhammer 40k is a scalping thing, just it's owned by an evil company thing.
See, like, I don't want to say it's owned by an evil company, Ahab. But, like, the fact that, like, they have, like public statistical analytics that show that year after year, they try as hard as they can to maximize the cost of things. And they literally have, like, public information of, studies of, like, where is the price point of the minimum purchase versus the maximum price, right? Because the less things that you sell, the less things you have to make. The higher price you can sell them at, the more money that you make. So you want to sell the least product at the highest price, but if you price point it at a certain point, people will stop buying it. So they use every form of psychological manipulation to maximize their profits and minimize their sellature. Because they also, on secondary, want to make them, like, unique and, like, a special print. So they'll only make, like, 100,000 figurines of a certain edition. They don't update the minis, but the prices go up. Also, the culture on eBay is very sell the thing cheaper, don't drive up the price when it comes to 40K. I'd say the problem with eBay, though, is that, like, for instance, we've talked about this before, where, like, Relic's book, Callie's book, Shadow's book are on eBay for, like, 3 times the price of the original book. And they use, like, drop shipping to sell the book at, like, extreme high prices to get a profit. But then it, like, looks bad for your book because people think you're selling your book for, like, $100. And it's just an inevitable outcome of these bot systems. Like, these accounts have, like, existed for, like, 2 months, and they've sold, like, 8 million items. I mean, like, how, like, to me, that's, like, that should be, like, malicious, like, charging on eBay for them knowing clearly that, like, no actual account could sell 8 million items in 2 months. So, like, obviously it's a bot account. But, like, eBay is like, we don't care, we make money. Fuck, Scotty. True Relic. What's up? What you got, my man? We've had quite a fucking day today, I will say that. We've had quite a fucking day today. It's been crazy, guys. I mean, specifically 40K. It's cheaper to get it on eBay than Games Workshop website. And Ahab, I would say... I would rephrase that to, you can find it on eBay for cheaper. Because there are also ones on eBay that are more expensive. It's just, you have to, like, find the right ones. Does that make sense? And usually, I would say the reason for that is because the person has had it on sale for, let's say, 6 months, and they don't realize that because of inflation, the actual price of the object has gone up. Does that make sense? I want a Catan Shard of the Void Dragon, but that's expensive. Definitely see it. It's unfortunate. And it's like, that's why it's like, I am privileged at the fact that my medium is writing, and I don't need anything but my mind, a pencil and paper, or a computer, or some sort of other person to listen to for me to tell a story. Right? I think, like, writing is, like, the easiest medium to work in. Once got to eat shit and die. I mean, what? Well, actually, Relic, you know what I'm gonna do right now? Because I'm fucking starving. Is I was gonna make some pizzas. Because I got, like, at least if no one's eating them. Because my parents had Boston pizza earlier, and they brought home pizza and it has mushrooms on it, so my brother wouldn't eat it. And my mom says she was gonna leave it for me. So I'm assuming it's down there. And if it's not, I'm just gonna get more chocolate milk to fill my stomach up with milk. But I do want to eventually finish this chapter, because we just need, like, 3 more points in here. We need, like, maybe 200 words, right? To just, like, just fan out what exactly is gonna happen. I just don't know where the chapter's gonna end.
Damn. $130 fucking dollars? Should be $13. It should be $13. I'm not even, like, joking. Like, I'm not rich or anything like that, right? Like, I have, like, a side hustle thing that, like, I kind of, like, have an investment thing for, right? But, like, dude, like, my budget is, like, $300 a month. And that's, like, mainly weed. $7, just to be sure. I'm just like, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think I'd be able to actually afford that. Because, like, I'd say I'm at, like, a minimum now, because, like, Jordan's, like, not doing his side hustle as much. So, like, I'm only relying on, like, what, like a investment portfolio of, like, $27,000. So, like, whatever, like, 4% on, like, $27,000 is. It's, like, 4% monthly, concurrent, it's a fucking word. Compound. So, like, what's 4% of 27,000? I can't do math. Holy shit, why is this so hard? Because I'm fucking high, that's why it's hard. Oh my god, basic fucking math. 2,700 is 10%. So it's like $1,500 or $1,300. So, like, my investment portfolio is probably somewhere between $900 and $1,300 a month. Right? But it's, like, a compounding thing. So it's, like, it's been like that for three years now. So, like, the base amount total... for, like, 36 months, that's 3,600... Wait, there's no way that's $36,000. Wait, is that $36,000? I mean, it'd be more like 29, but still. And that's not including, like, so wait, if I'm correct then, now that I'm actually thinking about it, wouldn't that put the base value at, like, 66,000 or, like, 67,000? Which means now, at a 4% on 67, that's, like, 3,000? Wait, am I, like, actually making way more fucking money than I think I am? Or am I thinking, like, 0.4%? Okay, no. It has to be, like, 0.4%, right? There's no fucking way. Okay, so 27... K dollars on 4% compound interest, 3 years, base total There's no way it's 4%, right? Maybe I'm retarded. I don't know anything about it. 4% seems way too fucking much. Interest earned 3,300. Okay, so 0.42. Round to the nearest cent. 30,000, assuming annual. Oh no, sorry, this is monthly. Okay, so I think it's 0.4% monthly. Redo the calc. For 3 years total. Okay, because yeah, no, this math is, there's no way that's like $80,000. I know compound interest is like that's what you want to do. Like, that's why I like saved all my money and just put it into a high interest saving account. Okay, monthly, 0.4. Number of months, 3 years, 36, 2,700, 31,000. Interest earned, 4,000. So Horus Heresy box where the art of the Space Marine is 6 figures. They didn't even use AI. That's fucked up. Okay, no, I'm like, it can't be that low. I know it's not that low. Okay. So one seems too high, the other, too low. So maybe it is 4%. Monthly interest compound? What'd that be? Because I put up like 80,000. Like, I have to have my numbers wrong. Yeah, look at that, 100 and there's no way it's 110,000. Yeah, that's 83,000 interest. There's no way. It has to be 0.4 or something significantly lower. But I'm like, wouldn't oh, it's because it's compounding, right? So 0.4 at that point is such a difference. Sure, she is a slut. Scotty, you're riding around town on your bike. Notice a woman sitting on the street homeless. You have enough stuff to give her extra stuff for the night and enough money to get her a meal. You help her out, but she has a boyfriend. You take everything back or do the good deed. I don't think that's a good deed, Relic. I'm a teach a man to fish, don't give a man a fish. So I wouldn't give free things to people. I would offer people means of ways of getting stuff for themselves. I've never donated to anyone. I have only given my opinion on what they should do. And Blessed, I think, is an example of this. Like, I wouldn't give Blessed money. I would just tell him that I think there are ways that he can improve his life. Plus, if I fuck this slut on the side of the road, I think I'm gonna get something. And the real unfortunate thing is she's probably gonna get something worse. It's not the question, but what if, Scotty? We're talking about what if. What if? What if? Yeah, you're asking me what if I give this woman stuff and she has a boyfriend? Would I take it back? No. Because I didn't give it to her because I wanted to fuck her. Her having a boyfriend has nothing to do with me giving her stuff. And more likely, it's probably more likely that her boyfriend would fuck me than I would fuck her. Talking about a hypothetical situation, Scotty. Like when you go to a sidetrack and ask me shit, bitch. Well, okay, so the hypothetical is that I give all of this stuff to this woman, and she has a boyfriend, and then the question is, do I take it back? And the answer is no, I don't take it back. I could tell you why I do, and I'm trying to explain why I don't take it back, but that doesn't change the answer. I wouldn't take it back. So, but, okay, in the hypothetical, I gave her everything because I wanted to fuck her. Is that, like, part of the hypothetical? That, like, the only reason I gave her bed and board was to get her pussy? Because in that case, I'd take it back, because obviously I'm a piece of shit. So, and a piece of shit would obviously take it back. So, like, if that's the reason why I gave it to her, I would take it back. That's why I'm trying to say, Relic, is like, why does her having a boyfriend change the hypothetical? And then I answered, and you said I was dodging the question. So I said, okay, so is the hypothetical that I'm trying to bang her? Like, why does her having a boyfriend make me want to take this stuff back? So if I say I like pancakes, the first top comment with 100 upvotes is gonna say, oh, I knew this guy hated waffles. Have you heard the way he talks about waffles? Because her boyfriend is a bad guy for leaving her homeless, so what if you could fix her? But Ahab, she'd run back to the dude anyways. I'd get her literally, penicillin to, like, fix her herpes, and she'd still go back to him and, like, reinfect herself. Let her into your house to clog your toilet and smoke meth inside. See, the greatest thing, Ahab, it's not my house, it's my parents' house. So it's their say. You're supposed to use the one wish flow to make your big. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Right? Fair enough. I mean... I'm just gonna say it. How do you know I haven't already done it? Right? Like, you know that thing where it's like, I'm not gonna tell anyone that I just won the lottery, but there will be signs. And it's like a guy walking like a shark in an aquarium on a treadmill. On like tank treads. That's probably one of my most, like, the most ridiculous and one of my favorite, like, representations of that. I'm like, I ain't gonna say anything, but there will be signs, and you just do, like, the most ridiculous, retarded shit, and it's like, the fuck did you do that? It's like, yeah, don't worry about it. We're doing good now, guys. I totally can see Scotty smoking some dank meth. Absolutely, Relic. Why do you think I don't? I wouldn't have teeth. My asshole would be 3 times as loose. I'd probably have like 8 different STDs. My tongue would be like purple. I'd probably have like injection marks all over my body, and I'm a scab picker, so I'd have scars everywhere. Definitely have lost all of my hair. That'd be bald as fuck. YouTube Live is like Skid Row. Yeah. Yep. And that's like the, Did you guys watch bum fights back in the day? Actual footage of Scotty Doggin doing meth. Did you guys watch bum fight? Did you, like, get home from school or, like, get out of school, go to the library, like, pull up the computer and, like, sit there with your friends and watch bum fights? Because I fucking did. Can we guess what race that guy was? Any guesses? Some guy was talking about how money is all that matters, and he doesn't blame men for trapping women because they get that money. Hassan?
It's not an abortion. It's an
Hassan?
oopsie.
3, 2, 1,
This
toe!
was a bad idea.
Yeah, marriage blows.
No, I mean Meg's pregnancy. I wish we could just fast forward through the next couple of months until she gives birth and this whole thing blows over.
Well, team, I tried meth. All right, guys, looks like I'm really liking meth. Hey, guys, I need money. Like
Pretty
now.
sure it was a white
like
guy.
yesterday. Like now!
Hassan?
Hi, Peter. My name is Marcus. Your family has written some letters they'd like to read to you.
You liars!
She just fat? She looks fat. Meg looks fat as fuck. Next thing, we spoke in Ebonics.
Dad, you're back.
Oh, we missed you so much.
I have no idea,
Missed
Ahab.
you guys. Meth was great, but I guess it's bad. I don't know. I'm not really sold on that yet.
Well, I guess that means I can get rid of all my hot grandma merch. I'll just donate it to Goodwill.
You know what GILF means, right?
Yeah. God, I love fentanyl.
You said it, pal.
Like fan day and everyone comes to like the death clock house and it's like Squizgar is like sitting there in his bed naked just like fiddling with like the bass guitar or his guitar, right? And there's like super fat fucking like 65-year-old woman next to him cuz he loves gilfs. Francine could get it. Yeah. Thing is, like, drugs are expensive, guys. Like, I don't do more than I need to do. Right? Like, I plan, and I'm like, okay, this is how much I need to do to get this out, and here's where it equalizes, and then I have to do more. And, like, my thing has always been prepare yourself for, like, a 4 to 6 year plan. Because you never know what will change between that 4 to 6 year plan. So it's like part 1 is like 4 to 6 years, and then you have like an idea of part 2 for 10 years, if like you can get that far. But most of the time, it's like a 3-year thing when everything gets fucked. And you gotta like redo everything. I can't afford hard drugs, I have too many hobbies. I just currently don't have a job. I just don't like to do anything. And I can easily satisfy, like, my own boredom. Right? Like, I think people do drugs to get away from things or, like, to, like, fill a gap. Because they're bored. I'm like, I literally have the best family ever, best life ever, and the best mind ever. So, like, the only reason I would, like, do drugs is, like, to see the effect. But I think I'm pretty good at putting myself in other people's shoes, and I've seen a lot of my friends do fucked up things with drugs. So, I love when people complain about having no money but refuse to work because corporations are evil. See, I don't think that necessarily corporations are evil, Ahab. I think the government is evil. Because the government is what tells corporations what they can do. Corporations aren't evil for doing what the government allows them to do. The government's evil for allowing the corporations to do it. Nah, there's a guy I was talking to and didn't want to get a job at a store because capitalism bad. I know, but I was making a joke towards, this guy. If I can remember. I mean, you need to do what you need to do to get by, right? Here, which one is it? Fuck, I forgot which one it is. Looks like it might be this one. I don't think it was about AI, though. Was it about slaves? Was there one about slaves? Fuck, what was it that he said? Placing workers? I don't know if this is the right one, but this guy's crazy.
The American people don't believe your lying eyes. Like, politicians in the past have done this. It does not work. The American people are really wondering what is going to happen to them. And are we going to tell the American people, don't believe your lying eyes? Like, politicians in the past have done this. It does not work. The American people are really wondering what is going to happen to them. And the answers aren't all good or bad. And then they can't also...
Do you see mass job losses?
It's not the job loss.
Yeah, this is part of it at least.
Needing to retrain and retool and do things differently.
And it was something about a comment about I don't know who it is, but some guy in like it's like Soviet Russia or something like that. Some saying about let's actually look it up. Who made the statement of if you want infinite workers, don't use a shovel to dig a hole, use a spoon. Idea is most commonly attributed to economist Milton Friedman. And anecdotes about him observing workers using shovels on a public works project such as a canal or dam, suggesting spoons instead if the real goal was maximizing jobs rather than efficiency. If you actually wanted to create jobs, you would lower the efficiency of the people that are working on jobs, right? And it's like there's another like whole connotation to this of like I knew a couple of people that were like tradespeople and stuff, and one worked in a train yard, and he was a certified electrician, a certified mechanic, a certified like conductor, and like he had some other certification. But because of like union stuff, for the job that he was on, he was only allowed to have like one job title. So despite the fact that he could single-handedly fix everything on the job site, he was only allowed to do like the physical mechanical work. So like if there was like a wire broken or an electrical thing or something like that, a circuit board, he'd literally have to call in a separate mechanic or electrician, even though he had the skills to do it himself, because the union wanted to maintain jobs. So he'd have to sit there for like 4 hours waiting for an electrician to come in, and the electrician comes in, reattaches like the wire for the light, and then leaves. And it's like, is that the kind of job security that like we want? And the answer is no. Like, that's just taking it to, like, that's the, I don't remember the way of the saying, but it's taking it to the extreme, right? It's like you're just purposefully pushing it to the point where it seems so ridiculous you shouldn't do it. It's like the, nuclear power thing, right? Like, imagine if we had never used fire again because some retard burned his house down. Right? We'd still be fucking monkeys. Not that we aren't, but, like, you know. The reason we're not monkeys anymore is we learned how to use fire and we cooked meat and we got more nutrients from it. Our brains grew bigger and we literally turned into a different species. And then there were some people that didn't and they wound up in Africa. I mean, what? And that's why we still have monkeys. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is we're going to finish the chapter, and we're going to end the stream. I don't know if it's going to be an hour and a half to finish the chapter, or 20 minutes, but we're going to lock in, we're going to finish the chapter, and we're going to go grab some pizza, and, yeah. I don't know.
probably gonna watch anime. Like, I want to rewatch Overlord for when Overlord 5 comes out. And there's also 2 movies I think I haven't watched. So, like, if Asmon's actually banned and I have no more content on that side, because I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch 1,000 Year Blood War Part 4. But unfortunately, only 2 episodes are out. And I don't want to watch it, like, weekly. So I'm just gonna wait for, like, 2 or 3 months until the entire series is done, and then I'm just gonna binge watch it. But yeah, and new episode of Reincarnated as a Slime comes out tonight as well. Because that one I've been watching. This is allegedly why you got banned. Oh, are people talking about it? Because that was the thing that was so weird, is why is there, like, no pinned message? Why is there no anything? Like, is anyone in the chat talking about Asmon being banned? Because, like, earlier when I looked... I mean, okay, what's the first one? How long is he banned? Okay. Okay. But yeah, okay, so there's at least some... Mario Nafal? Wait, this fucking retard grifter? Asmongold has been banned from Twitch. The ban came shortly after comments he made about the situation in Cuda. Twitch hasn't been given an official reason yet. Clip below is what allegedly got him banned. Judge for yourself if it's ban-worthy. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, everyone knows this guy is like a grifter piece of shit retard who just lies about everything to make money off of politics. That is literally like what he does.
This is emotional.
Okay. Apparently this is like really fucking quiet. I don't know why. You can't even post the clip at a proper fucking volume.
Always, this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot
turning
these
this
people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids.
Wait, is him talking
It's
about
really
shooting
simple.
people on the border?
You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever.
This is him talking about he would shoot
I'd
kids.
shoot whoever. I mean, if it's
because they're
kids,
coming across the
women,
border. That's your
men,
problem, not
anybody,
mine.
just shoot them.
Yeah.
They're going to stop
This is
coming
not
over.
ban-worthy.
Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields
Yeah,
to get
that's what they
themselves
do.
over.
That's what Hamas
And then
does.
they'll put more women and children at risk.
Exactly.
Because they know that they can use them
as
collateral
shields and they won't
so they
fire.
Can get more
So
of
then they'll
themselves
use
over.
them
That's
as
the
more
way it
traffickers
works.
to bring them across.
That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals.
Because that's what fucking happens.
It's just the way it is.
So this is the reason why he got banned, because
They're
he said that
savages.
he would.
Absolute fucking
he's for
savages.
shooting children
Hamas
if they
tactics,
come
yeah,
across the
terrorists.
border, because you have to show them that you can't use them.
Of course, you don't want to do that.
And it's like,
Doesn't
again,
mean
yeah, you
wanna
don't
do
want to do it.
But you have
don't
to do what
want
you need
that
to
to
do
be
in
an
order to
outcome.
enforce your borders,
But you
man.
can't have what's happening
Like, that's
in
the
Cuba
way
happen.
it is. People are too emotional to see that. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like it's you don't you can't make decisions that way, and I understand the way that
Because,
I talk
like,
about this might be a little
the
bit
people
extreme.
that do
it might
this
be a
in
little
100
bit,
years, there won't be
you
a
know,
Western
unemotional.
civilization.
I
The
wish we
world
had
be
more
ruled
people
by
like me.
retarded, crazy Islamic
I do. I wish
idiots
we
who
had more,
just
because
kill
we
everyone.
got too many pussies that are too worried about the optics of something rather than
And
the
if you
reality
think
of
that's not true, then like I don't know what to say. You're just a fucking idiot. And either that or you want Western civilization to fall. I'm sorry, I don't want Western civilization to fall. Okay, Relic, before you say that, do you understand why Asmon said that? Let's just break it down. It's like, do you understand why he said that? And you can say it's an L take all you want. Not doing this with you, Scotty. L take, get fucked. Okay. So, this is what's going to happen, Relic. What do you do
when they're willing to shoot you, stab you, and kill you, but your only response is to turn the other cheek. I'm sorry, but that's retarded. That's suicidal empathy, and you're going to die. So if your take... I mean, yes, you can say it's an L take all you want, Relic, but all I'm saying is, I think your take is an L take because if you continue to let this happen and you don't stand up for your borders, you won't have a country. When you don't have a country, your wife and children and family will be in danger. So I think that because you don't want to harm other people, you and your family are going to wind up dead. And you can say it's an L take all you want, but if I ever hear in the news, right, that America fell because they decided to not defend their borders, I'm not going to have any sympathy. It's like Canada becomes stronger than the US because Canada shoots Americans who are crossing the border illegally, trying to escape America. Canada stands strong with Europe. Man, that fucking sucks. It should have been the other way around. You guys should have been shooting us come across the border because we were trying to get out of Canada. I'm sorry, but like, kindness doesn't win against malice. Only strong-stomached decisions win against malice and equal force. And I don't want to see anyone get hurt. But if you don't hurt anyone, your people are going to be the ones getting hurt. Right? It's a trolley problem. If your sister or your wife was tied to the track and there were 20 kids on the track, would you save your wife and kid or would you save the 20 kids? I don't care what you say, you would save your wife and kids because they're the ones that's important to you. The larger number doesn't matter. The emotional connection does. And I mean, you can say that you wouldn't, but I don't believe you. I don't believe that you would pull the switch that kills your wife and child for people that you do not know. Otherwise, you would join the military and you would go out and fight against the corruption of the world. And you would try to change things. Someone like that, I might take a little bit more seriously. But they've already killed random fucking people, so she an ugly wife and a dumb kid, though. Whatever wife you have and whatever future kids you might have. And you have like 4 seconds to decide. Like, this isn't something you get to sit down and decide. You have like 1, 2, 3. Okay, all 20 of the kids died. You didn't pull the switch. Your wife and kid live. You're probably like, holy shit. Thank God it happened so fast I might have actually pulled the switch. It just didn't give me enough time. Oh, fuck, man. Dead. See ya. Sympathy sex will be legendary. And again, it's like everyone has their different answers. Everyone has their different things, right? I know immediately I would save the one that I love. And I would sacrifice the other people, even if like it was my friends and my parents, right? Like there's a hierarchy. And if you can't choose that hierarchy, I think you're the one at the loss. That's just my opinion towards it. So, like, I could understand why Asmon would get banned at the fact that he said he wouldn't, like, it's not if he wouldn't mind, right? It's like if they shot kids at the border, he would be like, shit happens. and use that because, like, you know what they're doing. And you have to, like, stop them from doing that. And you can't allow them to use that, because then that becomes a means. Once it becomes a means, now, everyone does it. But, fair enough for an L take for shooting people that cross the border, right? I'm a stand your ground person. If someone breaks into my house, I'm going to kill them. Because no sane, normal person would break into my house. Thus, the only conclusion is they're not a sane, rational, normal person, which means not only my life, but everyone else's life is in danger. Plus other lives that if he breaks into my house, leaves, breaks into someone else's house, maybe they can't defend themselves as well as I can. So, like, the fact that you broke into my house, you forfeit your life. Because you're immediately, that's my opinion, is if you break the law, you just instantly forfeit your life. And we do, like, a retroactive, like, this is in a civilization where you have consistent surveillance of absolutely everything everywhere, like, the people take everything into their own actions, and then it's just retroactively like, oh, why'd you shoot him? It's like, well, he smashed my window. It's like, oh, okay. There's nothing else. The guy smashed my window. As soon as he smashed my window, he gave up all of his rights. The camera shows that he smashed my window. Oh, but you coerced him to come in and smash your window. Yeah, sure, I called him a couple of names, but in our civilization, just because you get called a couple of names doesn't mean you get to go smash someone's window in. Just because, like, there was a preempt of, like, discussion between us doesn't mean that he just can get away with breaking into my house. Does that make sense? Breaking into someone's house is a criminal offense. Breaking into the United States, civil offense, not the same. But Relic, I don't give a fuck what the law says. I consider them the same thing. Just because you don't doesn't mean that's going to change my mind. Because my nation is just a bigger house. Oh, okay. I'm just going to do one thing. I'm not going to preempt it, and we're just going to let AI decide, right? Is the ability to defend against someone breaking into your house the equivalent to the way government handles people breaking into the nation? Let's just see what it says. Because this is the comparison that I'm making. That it's the same thing. Just a larger scale with a different extrapolation. No, they are not equivalent. Though the analogy captures the real parallel in the principle of controlling access to one's domain, treating them as identical flattens important differences in scale, intent, authority, legal framework, and consequences. Both involve unauthorized entry into a defined space under someone's control. A homeowner has property rights and, in many jurisdictions, legal authority, castle doctrine, self-defense statutes, to use reasonable or even lethal force against an intruder who poses a threat to life or property. The one caveat here is the difference between I'm not advocating for normal citizens to shoot people coming across the border. I'm advocating for the government and the military. So I treat the government and the military as the homeowner. Right? So if the homeowner can defend against someone breaking into their house, why can't the military and the government defend against someone breaking into the nation? Is that a better way to describe the analogy? Because I do not advocate for vigilante bullshit. I just want it to be done by the government and the military. So is that like a reasonable distinction? It's not? Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. Sovereign state has the recognized authority under international law and domestic statutes to control its borders, exclude non-citizens, and enforce immigration rules. Governments routinely detain, deport, or physically prevent unlawful entry. Most countries criminalize illegal entry. Both cases, the underlying claim is the same: the right to decide who may enter and under what conditions, rather than an absolute duty to admit anyone who shows up. Open access without rules is not how private property or functioning states operate. Key differences that break equivalence. Nature of the act and typical intent. Home invasion usually implies immediate criminal purpose: theft, assault, or worse. Unlawful border crossing covers a spectrum: economic migrants seeking work, asylum. See, again, like I can't go along with this, because it should be illegal to hire people that are coming into the country illegally. So they should never be illegally crossing the border to look for work, because they can't get jobs because we can't hire illegal immigrants, right? That's just how I think about it. That's what the word illegal means, right? Asylum. Again, I'm just going to say, I don't care. Our country sucks for us, so your country can suck for you too. Right? I'm not sympathetic. I would be sympathetic if our country wasn't shit. But then my sympathy would be colonization. And I would say, your country's shit, my country's not. I'm going to turn your country into my country because my country's just better. Right? Like, I think colonialism is the best thing that ever happened to every country in the entire world. And if we had continued colonialism into, like, a united state of the world, and America, China, and Russia were, like, the main dominion of that, but it was all on, like, a capitalist state, we would live in utopia. Because you wouldn't have, like, there would be no scarcity, because we would have basically turned Africa into Asia, which we had already been doing before World War I started, right? Terraforming all and like turning it into like a tropical place, right? Like irrigation and everything, right? So it's like the only reason to believe that colonialism is bad is because you're changing what the indigenous people are doing. But if the indigenous people are just grabbing onto Ebola and touching each other, right? Like, us coming in there and turning them into a Western civilization means that they're not going to die. Because they're going to be smart enough to know what disease is. And why they're doing what they're doing. Right? So in my opinion, we should just dominate them, change the way that they're doing, make everything better. Because it will help more people. Not for any ideological reason, not for any logical reason, not for any control or power reason. Just, if every country in the world was the same as the West, every single person in the world would live a better life. Now, we have to remember that we're talking about, okay, well, we know there's corruption in the government. Okay, we'll just get rid of it. Okay, we got rid of all the corruption in the government. We know that, like, companies have, like, bought politics. Okay, well, we make it so that, like, money is not a part of, like, politics, right? So, like, it's not that we don't have solutions to things. Like, for instance, like, if we wanted to fix the deficit, I don't remember who said it, whether it was Bernie Sanders or someone. It's like, if we wanted to fix the economic deficit, we would say if we had more than a 3% deficit, you can't rerun for Congress or the Senate. And within, like, 2 weeks, we would, like, be out of debt. Because it would mean that the people in power wouldn't be able to get into power. And this is what I mean by, like, the government holding people, like, companies accountable. You can't call the company evil because it's doing what the government allows it to do. You can call the company evil if it's breaking the law and doing all this fraud stuff and all that bullshit. But if, like, the government's not, like, holding it accountable or doing anything against it, then it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's legal.
It can be illegal on paper as much as you want. Like, for instance, lying and perjury in court. You can put your hand on the Bible and say, I am an octopus. And they'll be like, all right, he's telling the truth because, you know, you can't lie in court. So, like, everything that he says is just obviously true because, you know, perjury. It's like, yeah. But, like, that doesn't happen. And, like, in my opinion, people think that's what Western civilization is. No. Western civilization basically doesn't exist anymore because we're not willing as the public to do the hard things that are required in order to hold a higher standard of the people that rule over us. And all we have to do is hold them accountable. Oh, okay, well, you just can't run anymore. You're just out. Okay, yeah, you can't be a politician anymore. Yeah, nope, you're gone. Bye. Hey, you can't do that. What do you mean I can't do that to you? Got here. Like, oh, this is what I want to bring up the other day. This is what I was going to bring up the other day. Oh, man, this is like the perfect example of it. Let me see if I can find this.
Put your bag away, bro. Put your bag away. I told him if he wants to go to the hospital, come here. It is over. Hey, fuck you.
Hey. Not my girl.
Fuck you.
Not my girls, right? You're not talking about my girls, right?
I don't care.
Don't do that, dude. Don't do that.
What are you gonna do?
Go ahead.
What are you gonna do?
Don, go ahead.
Am I? I didn't fucking put him in the ground. I didn't put him in the ground. I put you in the ground. I can't. All right.
Oh, you're gonna hit women now.
Let's go, bro.
Go ahead.
I'm good.
Let him
Do
have
it,
his
motherfucker.
I just said
Mike,
All right, good. It's over. It's over.
He's a child.
I'm a child. I'm 40 fucking years old.
You should
I will
act
put
like
you in the
it
fucking
then.
ground. You will put me in the fucking hospital. Bitch.
Yeah, there you go, bud. Oh, shit.
Chair thrower.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Yeah. What you fucking about, Holly boy? Yeah? Trey, stay right here.
Stay down, man. So this whole confrontation was because someone asked him to turn his music down. Because he was like being a disturbance to other people. So like this guy is running for Congress. Now, do you think he should be able to run for Congress? Because in the reality that I want to live in, no. A person like this cannot run for Congress. But I would think it's fucking funny if this guy gets elected as a congressman in like a year and a half. Because politics is just so fucked. It's just criminals. And yeah. It's just fucking criminals. So like when people like talk about the West and stuff, I don't mean the current world we live in. I mean like the 1960s. I mean like the 1980s, minus some of the wars. But basically like a thriving economic, prosperous nation. Where like the Soviet Union is at civil war and falling apart. China hasn't gained itself on the map yet, right? Japan is still recovering from World War II. Europe is having its own problems because of, at the time, I believe, like the coalition and the creation of like the EU, right? And like what nations and like the recovery after World War II and stuff like that, right? So I just look at simple things of being like, do I want to live in a world where someone like this has the ability to gain power? And the answer is no. I don't want to live in a world where just anyone can just be a politician. Right? Like, I want to live in a world of respect and understanding of being like, that's my guy, right? And it's like, everyone in the world knows that politics is fucked. But no one does anything about it. Everyone just complains about it. I don't complain about it. I tell you what the solution is. The solution is someone who's willing to just take the military and put everyone who's in power in jail. Every CEO of every company, every congressman, every senator, just boop. Okay, you're all in jail. Okay, now, retroactively just, prove that you haven't been committing fraud. So, like, send us all your paperwork and stuff like that, and you'll be out in, like, a couple of hours. And I guarantee you, 3 years from then, you'll have a debtless country that has, like, colonies on the moon and is headed towards Mars. And in 2 decades from then, you'll have a multi-planetary human race. And if we don't, Elon's just going to be leaving us all behind. Like I said before, I kind of hope he does. Just takes the best cells possible and just, like, leaves to fucking Mars and just starts an entire AI-based biological human species and just, like, goes, whew, man, glad I got rid of all those retards. They ain't ever getting over here, and if they do, well, I mean, I'll welcome them. But most likely, I'll have to build something to defend against them, because if I don't build any kind of defenses, they're going to come over here and they're just going to try and kill me, because they are humans, right? So. Back to this anyways. Nature and act and typical intent. Home invasion usually implies imminent criminal purpose, threat, assault, or worse. So this is literally based upon intent. What if there's a homeless person who just wanted to sleep on your couch? And then if you say that, they'll say, well, that's just facetious. And I'm like, well, it's facetious to say that people crossing the border aren't trying to theft, assault, or worse, right? It's like, I just feel like this entire argument is like, okay, you're proving my point, but you're telling me that I'm wrong, right? I'm like, you're like intentionally looking at it from the perspective of, well, one's a civilian and one's a governmental force. It's like, no. You're saying within your own house, you are the police under these laws, right? So then the government and the military are the police and the nation, so the same aspects should apply. And I don't see the way that it's describing the difference isn't actually a difference. It's actually just saying, oh, the only reason why home invasion is, like, not the same is because home invasion typically is, like, on a smaller scale. It's like, well, yeah, obviously, because one's national and one's individual. So, like, your argument is, like, contained within my argument, right? So it's like, that was never a point of contention. So why are you talking about it? Right? Scale and complexity. One person defending a house versus a government managing millions of potential entrants. International treaties, refugees, conventions, labor markets, welfare systems, and diplomatic relations. A nation's defense involves bureaucracy, courts, authority, and accountability. A homeowner acts as a private individual under criminal and civil law. Excessive force can lead... Okay, so consequences and legal... how the analogy is used. One side deploys it
to argue that sovereignty is incoherent if a state cannot or will not control its perimeter the way a homeowner controls a front door, pointing to measurable costs of uncontrolled entry, strain on services, specific crime patterns, erosion. The right to exclude unauthorized entrants exists in both settings and rests on similar logic of ownership and sovereignty and self-preservation. The practical, legal, and ethical handling is not the same because a household is not a nation state. Treating the two as interchangeable usually serves rhetoric more than precise analysis. See, I don't think that's fair. And the reason that I don't think that's fair is because its only argument against it is the fact that a nation is a larger scale. That's not an argument. It's like saying, well, you'll never have like 20 people entering your house at the same time. It'll only ever be like one person or two people. And it's like, well, that's not an argument against not defending. Okay, so in my eyes, in this scenario, the scale is irrelevant. The outcome is irrelevant. All that matters is the base premise idea. Is the military and government as the sole ownership of a nation not responsible for its front door much as a homeowner in the way that international interests work with national borders, government and police work with homeowner. So on scale of house, homeowner has the police to help. And on a national level, the government has the UN. Each has a higher state, but has an obligation to protect their property. That fair. Like, that's literally the only thing that matters that I'm talking about, right? And it even mentioned, like, the main goal is to protect your property, right? And the main thing is, it's not the outcome, it's the responsibility. No, that refined framing is only partially fair. It correctly identifies a shared premise of primary responsibility for controlling access, but it overstates sole ownership, misaligns the higher authorities, and stretches the parallel beyond what relationships actually support. Where the premise holds, the government, backed by their military and border agencies, do hold the primary auxiliary authority and obligation to control a nation's borders and territory. That is a core attribute of the sovereignty. Just as the homeowner is a primary party responsible for deciding who may enter the house and for defending it against unauthorized entry. The state is the primary party responsible for the national front door. Citizens, through constitutions or political systems, delegate that function to government. International actors can influence, criticize, or offer assistance, but they do not displace the state's day-to-day control any more than neighbors or distant relatives displace a homeowner. So its argument is that, like, the comparison between the UN
And the police is not fair because the police has way more say and can actually do something, whereas the UN can't. And that's a completely fair, like, turn of, like, the argument, because that's totally fair, because the UN technically can't do, like, anything. I mean, they should be able to, and in my opinion, they just would. And if the UN did its job, right, we would have, like, peace on Earth, because, like, the people that cause problems, we would just get rid of them. Sorry. In that limited sense, primary duty to protect the controlled space. Analogy tracks, where it breaks. Sole ownership. A government is not the owner of the nation in the way a homeowner owns a house. Democracies, the people are the ultimate source of sovereignty. So now it's going to talk about ownership. Okay. Government is an agent or trustee. Even in non-democratic systems, the ruler or regime is not private owner of the land and people in the property law sense. Framing the state as sole owner treats the political community as private real estate, which it's not. And that's completely fair, and, like that's not what I'm trying to do, right? Like, obviously, that's not what I'm trying to do. To say that, like, the nation is the same, like, the government is the same as the owner in the way of they have, like, no other say. But that's also, like, the government as a homeowner has no say, because the government could just tell the homeowner they don't own the home anymore, bring in the military, and take the home away. Right? So it's like, I don't know about that. This isn't convincing to me. Is this convincing to any of you? Because, like, the reason for this is because I know Relic will never give an argument. Right? He will never give a reasoning. He will just say that it's wrong. So then I will try to do everything in my power to look at every possible side of it to be like, okay, am I biased? And then AI will tell me, yes, you're biased, you're wrong. And then it will give me, it'll spit back to me all of the examples that I just used. And then say no, even though it used every single example that proved, like, what I was trying to say. And they'll use some nuance, like, oh, well, you said sole ownership and the government is multiple people. And it's like, roll your eyes, like, shut the fuck up. That's not what I meant, retard. Higher authority parallel. Police versus UN. This is what I said it was going to do as well, where it's like, you know, this comparison. Yeah, sure. It's not the same, it's not one-to-one, but it's the idea behind it. Purely the idea of the, like, responsibility of protection. That's all that I'm going for is, does the nation have the same obligation and responsibility to protect its borders that a homeowner has to protect its home? That's all I care about. Obligation to protect property. Governments have an obligation to protect the territorial integrity and security of the state and its citizens. That is real, but the space is not private property. So additional layers apply. Treaties, asylum rules, citizen rights, and the fact that the owner's citizens are themselves subject to the same government. The homeowner's obligation is narrower and more absolute with respect to the house itself. Bottom line on fairness. Base idea that the government military is the primary guardian of the nation perimeter as the homeowner is primary guardian of the house is sound. Both have a duty to protect and control space. Both operate with some external constraints or potential assistance. However, treating the government as sole owner and equating the UN's role to that of the police makes an analogy less accurate than it first appears. The higher level relationships are not structurally the same, and the nature of what is being owned differs. Okay, let's ignore ownership and whatever. Let's just focus on the responsibility of a homeowner, let's say, with kids to protect the house and the kids where government... what is the respawn rate of Pal World? Because these bosses take forever to respawn. 30 minutes on world, 1 hour inside of an arena. Do you want me to change the settings for respawn? Government has the, civilians. the ability and responsibility to defend them is a simple yes or no. Yes, a homeowner with kids has both the ability and the responsibility to protect the house and the children inside. A government has both the ability and the responsibility to defend the civilians of the nation. That core parallel of primary protective responsibility holds. That is the only thing that I was talking about. Everything else on top of that that's like nuanced, like outcomes of that, like how you protect your house, right? Like for instance, Relic. I have never seen a gun in my life. We don't have a gun in the house. If someone broke into our house, I have like my 2 swords, like some baseball bats, some golf clubs, and some furniture. Right? I don't want to have a gun. Because I don't think I need one. So, like, I wouldn't want to shoot an intruder even if I had the means to. Right? But that's when this becomes on a scale of, if I lived in Surrey, in Vancouver, in a squat, and there was a crackhead breaking in my window every other day. Like, for instance, when we lived in Surrey, we would have, like, our barbecue stolen, like, every week. Like, every weekend. And there's a catwalk beside our house, so they'd, like, hop the fence, grab the barbecue, throw it into the catwalk, take the propane tank, and fuck off. And this is, like, happened, like, every fucking weekend. So we just didn't have a propane tank on it. We kept the propane tank inside. And we didn't care because they basically just threw it around, and it was an old piece of shit 1990s barbecue, right? So it's like, that thing was made to sturdy as shit, with like cast iron. So like, it just always worked. We just couldn't let them steal, because they never take the barbecue, they just wanted the propane tank. So it's like, in certain, but now it's like I've lived in small towns. It's a small town. I'm like, I've never seen, like, I barely see litter. Like, the only crime I've seen is like people trying to steal shit from Walmart who are like out of town that literally have their license plate covered up. That they were like, they target a small town because they don't have like cameras and stuff like that. And this is probably someone who does this on the regular and has like a setup with accomplices. You shouldn't be allowed an opinion. You watched Callie today. That is disqualification for everything. Sit in the corner and drool, bitch. I mean, that's fair if I'm not allowed to have an opinion, Relic. But I can still have a discussion about it, because I'm only asking questions. Right? Let's remove my opinion from it. I'd still be asking the same questions. Right? Like, what would you want to do in your extremes to, like... So, like, there's, like, a hierarchy of things, right? Like, there's the, this is what we want to do, and we want this to work. Right? Which would be, okay, guys, we're telling you don't cross the border, so don't cross the border. And they go, okay, man, I know we really want to, but you told us not to, so you know we're not gonna do it. Like, no one who's crossing the border is like going, boo doo 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 doo, and then someone comes up to them and says, why did you cross the border? And they're like, border? Wait, I didn't know that was a border. I was just walking. Like, that doesn't happen. And if you think that happens, you're fucking retarded. Everyone who crosses the border knows exactly what the fuck they're doing. Which is why you can't have them do it. And Relic, this is my biggest argument for everything. And I'm just gonna reset this and I'm gonna lay it out. Is it fair to legal immigrants who followed the actual procedures that are in place for people to come into the country illegally, but then a bunch of people just skip the line and come in anyways and then get pardoned and have no consequences, causing more people to feel going the legal route doesn't work, so they go the illegal route. Then all of a sudden there's no more legal route. Right? And like, I use the word fair very specifically because I want it to be like not biased. Right? Like, I don't want to feel that because I'm from the first world country that I have the superiority, even though like I believe that I do, because like, this is like a statement that was like earlier, I guess Elon Musk made, where it's like there's no such thing as like the promised land. If like if the founding fathers were like landed in Africa instead of North America, America would still exist and just be in Africa. Like if Japan decided to just leave the Japanese islands and like go over to like other places in Asia, they would basically build Japan there, right? But like if like these fucking retarded African, Indian, and fucking Pakistani countries and Arab countries that are underdeveloped, because this is the question, is how many white countries in the world are underdeveloped versus other races? I actually wonder what the answer to that is, because my answer would be 0, but I don't think it's 0. But you know, it'd be funny if it was 0. So there's 0 white nations that like just aren't functional. So every other race besides white people has a nation that's not. Hey, and they say that like white people aren't superior. That's really fucking weird. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but I mean, like, look at the graph, guys. I want to know now. And are they going to consider, like, Spain, Philippines, Central Asia, and Central, like, Africa, and Central America, like, white? Like, I wonder. Like, I mean specifically European nations. So the question is, if there are third world countries that are predominantly white-skinned. Yes. Yes, Sean. Because people always say, oh, it's not the people. No, it is the people. It's literally white people left Europe, went over to North America, conquered North America, and now we're like the greatest civilization on Earth. Huh. Did any Africans do that? Asians did that. China did that. China was fucking huge. So Asians definitely did it. Did Africans? Ooh, guys, on a tier list, I mean, you don't want to say it, but that looks like white, Asian, black. Not gonna lie. And I have no problem saying that, because I think it's fucking funny, and I don't necessarily think it's true. I think it's, like, a cultural thing, not a... Like, it is a cultural reason why Africans are retarded. It's a cultural reason why Asians are way better at everything than white people. It's also a cultural thing why white people just kill everyone that disagrees with them and take them over. Japan stole railroads from us, and they made them better. Yup. Yup. Japan has, like, one of the best railway systems in the world, and they, like, created entirely new science about it. We were talking about this the other day, about, like, the ability for believing that you can have, like, memories and stuff go back in time. And it's, like, psilocybin type of fungus that they used. Basically what they did in Japan is they mathematically mapped out the perfect railway system, and then they set the fungus down, and the fungus made the exact perfect railway system as if it was like getting information from the future of what the perfect route is. And it's like the same thing with light, how light travels the shortest distance, but we know with light actually travels every single possible outcome, but because there's only one singular fastest route, every other one cancels it out and all you see is that singular route. Even though the Veritasium video through science proved that you can get multiple focal points from one singular light source. It's an environmental thing, not cultural. Deserts don't allow for much superior invention. See, I would disagree with that, Sean. I would say the people who had the harder environments were the one that thrived the most because they had to think harder. They had to work harder. They had to do more to survive. They had to push themselves harder. They didn't just bask in paradise. They had to work from the skin of their fucking teeth to get water and food and thrive and learn and develop and do that. I think that's why, like, the Aztec and the Incas, despite being in such poor areas of valuables, right, of like nature, they turned those dead zones into tropical forces through planting seeds. Most of the tropical forests aren't native to those areas pre-Inca and pre-Aztec civilization. Aztecs and Indians Inca basically created those jungles by bringing seeds from different parts of the world and cultivating the plants and making them able to survive in the area to produce food. And I was talking earlier about in 1910 and stuff when they were doing like irrigation systems inside of Africa to make like terraform Africa and like make it into like a $1 billion hemp industry, and then World War I started. Moldova and Ukraine count as third world at this point. They are predominantly white-skinned. Sean, I wouldn't count them because they were, like, the reason they're third world countries is because they're in the middle of a war. It's not because they don't have internet. It's not because they don't have electricity. It's not because they don't have infrastructure. It's because that infrastructure has been destroyed. Is that fair? Like, I'm talking countries that have never had a road, that have never had agriculture, that have never had the wheel, that have never understood, like, basic mathematics. That's what I'm talking about. So, a country that has never had that to this day. I don't think there are very many. Well, I think there are several countries in Africa that have never had the wheel. And you can, like, kind of confirm this by, like, uncontacted tribes that don't have the wheel. So, I mean, that's kind of, like, an extreme thing, and I'm being very facetious about it. Right? And I wouldn't actually use that as an example, because I think that's way too far off. But that's the kind of idea I'm going with, right? And it is pushed way too far, but yeah. So, I accept your grievance, and I retract my statement about the wheel. The incentive problem. Okay, yes, it is unfair to people who followed the legal process. Treating those who complied with the rules the same or better as those who violated them undermines the incentive to obey the law, erodes the distinction between legal and illegal entry. Roads don't count either. Felled roads have been brought in by superior countries, and likewise bridges. So this, Sean, this was going to be my next point, is find me a civilization that wasn't colonized, that didn't improve. Because we colonized them, we gave them roads and bridges and agriculture. Because we were talking earlier in the stream that I think colonization needs to come back and it will help the world, and they're so dumb that they're like touching Ebola and like spreading it to each other. Even though we have like the UN with like medical aid in Africa telling them not to do this shit, and they're just like rubbing it all over each other and dying, and then blaming the the white people that they're dying when they're licking Ebola. I'm sorry, but, like, colonization is the best thing for these people, and will cause the least amount of harm. But I don't even think AI would agree with me, right? So, if we brought back colonization, and as the West just force colonized all Africa, and even through force, re-educated them. And in, let's say, 10 years, they are prosperous. Versus, letting them touch each other with Ebola and die, will we shake our heads and say, not our problem? I want to know, right? Because, like, most people, I think, go into, like, these kinds of conversations, like, with an opinion. I try not to go into these conversations with an opinion. I try to develop that opinion while discussing what I'm talking about. And Sean, if you weren't here, the entire origin of this is apparently Asmongold got banned again because he said you know, if it came to it, basically, if you have to shoot women and children, you have to shoot women and children for people, like, crossing the border in Cuba. He's like, if there are, like, women and children, and men, like, hiding behind women and children, using them as, like, protective shields, so that, like, you won't shoot them to get across the border, you have to just shoot the women and children to show them that you can't just hide behind the women and children and then just come into the country. And apparently he got banned for that. And then Relic said that it was an L-take, and I said, okay, yeah, that's fair. And then I want, like, Relic to explain why he thinks it's an L-take, because in my mind, if you don't do that, right, in 15 years, right, like, there's not going to be any borders, because we're just going to be trying to tell them politely to leave, and they're going to be stabbing people in the street. And if you don't think that's a reality, I think you're naive, retarded, or lying. Scotty, you know I'm not going to explain it. I know, Relic, and that's why I'm having this conversation. Because I want to come at it from your direction, and I want to try and find some sort of justification that I could use for you to say, oh shit, yeah, no, we actually, at no point in time, ever, no matter what, should ever shoot women and children or people who are crossing the border, because that's just what bad people do. I mean, his statement is technically accurate. The only way to enforce the border when they're hiding behind women and children is to shoot them. To shoot through them. It's not the right solution, but it's the functional solution. And he even says that in the clip. Like, he specifically says, I don't want this to happen, but if it continues like this, that is what will happen. So you need to stop it now. That's all I'm saying. The hypothetical poses a stark trade-off. Aggressive, forced Western recolonization of Africa, including coercive cultural institutional overhaul that delivers broad prosperity within a decade versus non-interference that leaves local failures, disease outbreaks, conflict, governance, collapse, unaddressed, while outsiders express detachment. I want to know what AI's... Because my view of this is the trolley problem. Minus emotions. There's 99 people on this trolley, and there's 100 people on the other trolley. Well, I want to kill 99 people, not 100 people, because it's one person left. Like, less, right? So I'd obviously want to kill 99 people, not 100 people. That's because, like, that's just the functional reality that you have to look at the world. Especially, like, that, in my opinion, that's the thing that we've lost the most of, is, like, the honor of being a leader. Of knowing the sacrifices and the things that a leader has to do in order to keep their people safe. for some reason as the West, we've just, like, forgotten that the only reason we're alive is because we killed millions and millions of people in World War II. Millions of innocent people. We nuked innocent people. And we got over it. But now all of a sudden it's like, no, we can't do anything. I'm sorry, but that's not what I believe. I believe that we built a superior society, and we have to defend that superior society from people that want to destroy it. And I would say 2,500 years ago, that was China. China was pushing all of the progress of science and technology and understanding of the world, and all that the West and Europe and the rest of the world wanted was the Dark Ages and to have some sort of religious adherence to it, and that science was unholy and demonic. Right? And there's been a shift now. That's moved out of China. And it's been moved more to Europe. And now it's moved more out of Europe and more to, like, North America. And now it's moving back towards Asia and China, in my opinion. I know there's a water source that is considered sacred, but drinking from it will kill most people who drink from it. So why not put a solar-powered pump on it to have it run over natural filtration to oxygenate that water, kill the evil spirits that have tainted that water source? I'm 100% in for that. So this is like an argument, Sean, I would believe people would have against you. You'd be poisoning a water source for people to drink. That would be their argument. Even though your argument is, evil spirits have tainted the people, so we need to get rid of the people that are tainted. They would completely turn that around to you being like, and it would simply be because probably more people would die than would live. It'd be like a 95-5, right? Like 95% of the population would be like purged. And only that 5% of like holy gentlemen and true ladies would be left. Now, whether you think that's a good thing or not, in my opinion, I do, because I don't think numbers matter. I think the fact that we have 8 billion people on the planet is a problem. Even though the planet could sustain like 200 billion, 300 billion people, technically. Like, the statistic is if you took the density of India, of like cities in India, right? You could fit the entire world inside of Texas. If you took like the average density of a city in India. And you packed all 8 billion people together, it would fit inside of Texas. So the world's not overpopulated. It's just we have the wrong people populating. Spirits have tainted the water source and are offering God's sun power and his sacred plants to purify the sacred water. And I'm like 99.9% sure that if I drank that, I would die. I'm not a good person. I'm just a practical person. Yo, what's up, Smokey? What you doing, chat? What you got, my man? I'm a wet. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's see. Practical and historical realities first. 10-year prosperity assumption is the weakest link. Okay, so it's just saying, like, okay, so if it didn't happen within 10 years, it wouldn't be worth it. Historical European colonization in Africa, roughly 1880s, 1960s. It says we failed. We didn't do it properly, right? And that was like corruption and everything. Yeah, that's understandable. Produced measurable gains in infrastructure, basic literacy, cash crop, agriculture, and life expectancy in many places. But those gains were uneven, extractive in design. It took generations, not a decade. Post-independence trajectories varied sharply. Okay, I don't think we really care about that. Competing frameworks, because it's basically telling me I'm wrong because it didn't happen in history, but I'm trying to make a hypothetical, right? And again, it's focusing too much on the time frame and not enough on, like, the amount of lives saved over, like, the next century, right? And it's talking about, like, human rights and stuff. I don't give a fuck about human rights, right? Like, if having human rights means that someone with 65 IQ is the same vote as me, I don't want human rights. Because that person who has a 65 IQ vote is going to vote for someone who says, dude, I'm going to make you a millionaire. It's going to be like, really? Holy shit, I'm voting for you. You asked the question in a way that AI couldn't get a proper answer. I know, Sean, AI is just dumb with that, right? I try to avoid, like, getting in that into the nuance. Like, what I'll do is I'll try to get it to get me, like, examples, and then I'll say all of the examples, and then I'll say, okay, well, are these examples similar? And it'll say no, and then it'll give me all of the exact same examples. And I'll be like, okay, well, you say no, but you mean yes. Okay? Well, it's not fair, but... Well, it is technically fair, but... And I'm like, I know we're manipulating on both sides, right? That's why I don't take it seriously, on my opinion. Where I'm like, I'm just trying to investigate the term. So here's the next one. Is there a dominantly white nation in the world that has never become a first world country? And I want to know what the answer is. Is karma for me true? True. What you doing, Karma? What you got? What you got? What you doing, my man? Welcome, welcome. In terms of lives kept, which is better, leaving the African countries alone to deal with their own problems or forcibly introducing modernization and self-sustaining crops and livestock? It's definitely the latter. Chillin', man. How you doing? We're doing fantastic, you know. We are just doing a bunch of, like, technical research for background stuff, but it is funny, because the entire stem of this conversation comes from the fact that we believe that Asmongold was banned for saying that he believed it might become necessary to shoot women and children at the border, because immigrants are eventually going to start to hide behind women and children when we stop them from coming across the border. And at that point, you're just going to have to shoot them in order to stop the immigrants from coming over. And he was talking about the Ceuta situation in Spain. Yeah, he got banned like 9.5 hours ago. And people are speculating that it was because of this specific clip of him talking about shooting women and children coming across the border. I mean, which is, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Like, if you're like, if you want to have a country in 100 years, right? Did you see that clip, actually? Yeah. And I'm like, but Hassan doesn't get banned for... Like, I was actually watching Hassan yesterday because Asmon wasn't on because he was fixing his AC. And I was watching Hassan, and he was talking about... Wasn't that when he was baiting Sneeko? I think so. Yeah, because they were having, like, a back and forth this, like, 3 days ago or so, because I was watching the stream. Like, I watched it live happen. I just never expected that would be something that, something that he would get banned for. That's retarded. And even in the clip, like, he specifically says, I don't want this to happen. It's just an outcome that's gonna... It's like, for instance, like, did you see the clip of Shoe on Head, being like, in her latest video? I haven't watched it yet. But she said something... Yeah, legit. People have said worse. Yeah. She said... because she was talking about a situation or something, and she said, that's how you get... Oh, no, she was talking about, like, wokeism and, like, woke 2.0 and, like, people, like, not being able to express themselves, and she's, like, straight up says, that's how you get Hitler, too. Do you know how Germany got Hitler? Because the rest of the world said, you're bad. You did bad thing 20 years ago in World War I? You bad now. And Hitler was like, are you guys fucking tired of being told that we're bad? Everyone's like, yeah! And he's like, well, fuck them. Let's kill them. Because they're gonna kill us first. World War fucking II. Fucking easy. And if you don't think someone like that is gonna show up in like Europe in the next 10 years, but he's gonna be like an Ayatollah or a Hussein or a Osama bin Laden, and if you don't think that's a possibility, I honestly think you're retarded. But Ahab, again, think about this. The entire premise of Stoner Girl evolution does have a huge connotation towards World War and crossing of borders and international interactions. So as a writer, is it not my job, if I'm writing a story about, like, immigration and cross borders and, like, ethics of, like, interaction on these levels, at least as a side joust for the story, should I not be doing this, like, due justice of research into the actuality of how the world works on these constructs, and then using that as a baseline means to develop the international connections between, like, the governments inside of my book? Because in my opinion, if I'm not doing that, I'm not living up to any kind of expectation for ideas. And I think that's why people say, damn, your ideas are deep. And I'm like, no, not really. I just look at the real world, and the real world is deeper than fiction. So you just take a couple of things, and everyone calls you a fucking genius. And all you did was just rearrange fucking history. And add in some cool elements. It's not fucking hard. 3/4 of Game of Thrones incidents are real world, like, world-changing events that George R.R. Martin was just like, okay, what changed the world in this year? Oh, okay, this person did that. Can you make Stoner Girl leather-bound using chimpanzee foreskin? Ahab, here's the main thing, though. Right? So I want to somehow get, like, a thread of mint and a thread of pepper. Some sort of, like, hot pepper. Technically, yes, but legally and financially, no. But if I produced them myself and I gave them to people for free, and no one asked any questions, because, like, no one actually knew, it's like, guys, if I invented a car that ran on... I'm gonna be like, okay, this is gonna go full conspiratorial. If I created a car that ran on water, but didn't tell anyone and just kind of made them and gave them people for free, told them this certain tank needs to be filled with water or the electric engine overheats, so they keep it full of water and the car never dies. And since no one knows it's a car that runs on water, eventually I've just given everyone these cars, and everyone is making these cars, and no one knows it runs on water. How would the secret government deal with it? Would they try to assassinate me? Because we all know they know, but, like, I'm not making a spectacle. So, like, by the time they find out, it's too late. No, gorillas have really tiny penises and really small balls. And there's actually an entire thing about it as to the reason why between different species of apes and, like, gorillas and monkeys, why they have different genital sizes. And in general, the smaller penises and smaller balls have been the people that have reproduced more. Or, like, the species that have, like, reproduced more. They wouldn't need to assassinate you. By the time a widespread fleet of water
free water tank for cooling cars existed and people were reverse engineering or mass producing them, Cat would already be out of the bag in practical terms. Suppression becomes extremely costly and visible. Practical realities of the scenario. Physics first. I don't really care about that. It's just funny how it said that. They wouldn't need to assassinate you. That's the fucking best answer. Because, like, again, I'm joking around. I'm trying to have fun. I'm not being serious, but I think it's funny. I mean, I'm being serious in the way of, like, yeah, if I ever did this, but I'd never do this, because it's fucking, I don't fucking work with electronics. Like, I don't do anything. I'm not an engineer. I don't know fucking physics. I'm a retard on the internet. I'm not gonna fucking do this. But it's just funny to think about. Smaller penis means big brain, and I'm retarded, so... It's the amount of nutrition. Because big genitals require a lot of nutrition to maintain function. Smaller genitals do not. So it gives more area for the nutrition to go to your brain. And the more brain that you have, the more personality that you have, the more you're attracted to personality instead of physical. So more mates were attracted to the monkeys that could perform like really interesting tricks and like make them interested in themselves, like literally doing backflips and shit like that, and didn't care so much about the size of their dick. The ones that had bigger dicks usually had to force themselves on their mates because they couldn't compete in like the mating like ritual type thing, right? It's why like females in most species are larger and pick the male. And that's kind of like, to me, that's like a male cuck cock-out. Like, some species, like lions, have the male that's like, okay, you don't fuck with the male. Gorillas, you don't fuck with the male. You look like a praying mantis or an insect, don't fuck with the female. Don't fuck with the female ant. You know, don't fuck with the queen bee. Alexander the Great was 3 inches hard, I bet. I have no idea, Ahab, but... I mean, oh my god, make the water-powered car, but have a junk part that looks fancy and you have to pay to get it replaced once per year. But it's just a fancy light box and you charge insane prices for the replacement. Then once you get the old one back, you just exchange the battery or some sort of capacitor. Well, the problem with it, Sean, is that I want to create a world where money doesn't exist and it's post-scarcity. Everyone has what they want and everyone just thrives to do what they want to do, and there's enough people that it just fills in the gap of everything, right? Like the theory that, like, if no one was forced to work, no one would do anything. But in my opinion, if no one was forced to work and everyone did... Actually, that's an interesting question. If we completely changed how the world worked and we eliminated money and all of a sudden you didn't have to work and you could just explore your hobbies and dreams and do what you want. Do you think because of the population of the planet, it would just by numbers allow for there to be allow for all of the holds between types of professions that naturally everything gets filled out and everyone does what they want, and we still have plumbers, electricians, engineers, and the sort. Because I always thought about this. You should develop a power supply that also works as a keylogger somehow. Oh my god, because it's like inside of it. And it's like you're just stealing their data. That's the first step. Get rid of oil companies. But then let them in on super cheap secret behind the junk part. And let them make their own glowing light boxes with different LEDs. Yes, the sheer numbers make it plausible that essential roles would still get filled, but not automatically, eventually or without friction. And human psychology plus coordination problems matter more than raw population size. Oh, I never thought about that. With 8 billion people, only a tiny fraction needs to choose any given skilled trade or profession for the work to get done. Plumbing, electrical work, engineering, farming, medicine, sanitation, infrastructure, maintenance, etc. do not require hundreds of millions of practitioners. A few percent or far less in specialized fields of the population. Oh, this brings me to another point of, like, I saw this thing about an Asian guy who's, like, talks about America, and he's talking about the idea of, like, people that you know. So he's like, my garage door was making a sound, and I told this American, and the American said, I know a guy. And he called a guy, and the guy fixed my garage door. And then he also noticed and said, do you know a guy for water heaters? And he looked at my water heater, and I said, no. And he said, that water heater's got about 2 years left. I know a guy for water heaters. Let me hook you up with the guy. And then he goes on this rant about how, like, old dudes, like 65-year-old dudes in America have, like, a list in their phone of, like, John Tree, Adam Garage, Bill Septic, Ray Plumbing, and it's just guys that you know that just do this odd work stuff, right? Like, for instance, my best friend's dad is a plumber, so if we ever needed plumbing work, we went through him. So guess what? When my sister flushed her phone down my friend's toilet and it flooded their house and caused $20,000 worth of damage, you know who we called? Well, Roxy talked to her dad, and her dad said someone probably flushed a phone down the toilet. They fixed all their shit, it flooded again, and guess what they found? A fucking phone. And then Roxy said, next time that happens, call my dad. Bill Septic? It's a brutal nickname. Oh my god, it's so good, I love it. Oh, for sure. For sure. I was gonna finish this chapter, right, guys? I'm gonna read it out to the point we are, and I'm just gonna put the bullet points of botanist enters cavern, talks to tank, commotion outside of rival, stoner, and zombie. Tank leaves. Maybe end of chapter, maybe has encounter. I don't know. But this is what we've got so far for tanks. So this is, the Bard character is essentially my character. So that will put into perspective what the Bard character is. And if you've ever seen, like, a one-man band street performer, that's what the Bard character is. This lovely specimen was the finest trade of the finest trade. And you gotta remember, the introduction to each of the characters at the beginning is the retelling through Stoner's eyes of what she thought of that character, and then placing herself into their perspective to try and, like, you know, have an alternative way of, like, remembering the thing, because she's trapped in the tree, and this is a reliving of the memory through not getting herself bored. So there's a lot of, like, throwback and extra kind of things. Lovely specimen was of the finest trade, i.e. she wanted to fuck him, but Tank was a gentleman and he would never fuck her, and she was pissed about it. Too bad he was such a goddamn gentleman. Would have had some fun times. Maybe we could make our own. But hey, I respected that guy. He saved my life more than probably anyone else. So let's see what it would be like. What it would be like of his mind. Isn't there? So small. Wasn't there? I have no idea. This is wrong. Tank is a supreme gentleman. He is. Wasn't there, so can't tell. Oh. I wasn't there, but it's not supposed to be like that, so it's like, wasn't there. So the fact this sentence doesn't make sense is because it's like, it's the way that Stoner talks. So, wasn't there, so can't tell for sure, but man, you sure can imagine. Tank was preparing for his food. This is like a foreshadowing of Cook, but we don't meet Cook yet. Even in the midst of the turmoil! Scotty, do you know what Supreme Gentleman is from? Honestly, don't know, Ahab.
When you tell me, I probably will, but off the top of my head, I'm like, Viltrumite? I don't know. Tank was preparing for his food, even in the midst of the turmoil over his leaving Legion, especially with his wife Healer staying behind to help the fortunate souls that made it to the waypoint. Elliot Roger. Wait. Why is that name so familiar, but I there's no image in my head? Mass incel shooter. Okay, maybe that's why I don't have an image, but I know the name, because I never would have looked up, but I would have, like, heard the name, right? Like, I hear the name Ted Kaczynski, right? Like, I've never really looked at his images or studied it, so, like, I don't have in my head a Ted Kaczynski. But you say Jeffrey Dahmer, and I immediately have, like, 18 images in my head of Dahmer. You say, like, OJ, and I'm like, I'm down, I got that. But there are some people I'm just like, I just don't have enough of a reference to create a mental image of it, so I'm just like, have a vagueness of the name. And without the image to be able to connect it, I'm a very image-driven person in my head. It's hard to place things. Tank was preparing for his food, even in the midst of the turmoil over his leaving Legion, especially with his wife Healer staying behind to help the fortunate souls that made it to the waypoint. Still prayer of light to the goddess is a tribute to his thankful outcome. But that damn blasted tune in the background never fit quite well with his inner performance. Manifesto is just, why don't girl like me? They all like jerks. Well, Ahab, that's because if you were in the beginning of the stream and we did like an entire breakdown of my white buffalo and like 4 other stories of my life, guys just don't think that girls are as bad as guys. And I'm sorry, but there's no difference in that aspect between men and women. If you think women are more jealous, you're wrong. If you think men are more violent, at least in a relationship aspect, the difference there is the scope, where men generally won't fight back, so women can be in a different way violent, as well as like women have a more grasp on emotional violence than physical violence, right? So there is like it's not a 1-to-1 for that one, right? But you get what I'm trying to say. People think that like women won't go as far as men will. Worst people I know of are women. And Ahab, I was trying to make an example of that because earlier we were talking about this. Blind influencer is being brutally mocked after leaving her boyfriend of 2 years because he was ugly, only to begin dating an immigrant man who robbed her just days into the relationship. He didn't just rob her. On stream, he beat the shit out of her and stole all of her money and then left. And that was her boyfriend, and all of her friends told her he was ugly, so she broke up with him. Honestly, she would be a 10 to me if her eyes were closer together, and she's almost an 11 because her face is so creepy. I love it. But, like, I love high cheekbones, and she'd be so fucking hot if her eyes were, like, 4 millimeters closer on each side. Fuck, I love immigrants now. Right? Right? And I'm like, and then I'm trying to explain the story of, so basically it's the only woman that I ever loved, and I told her, I was 20 and she was 16, and I said, I can't, because you're too young, but come back to me in 4 years. So she dated a dude, she did all this stuff, 7 years of friendship and everything, and I said, after that, I was like, okay, you have a baby with this guy now, he's your baby daddy, you're, like, with him. And then she, cybered me on old school RuneScape, I made her break up with the dude, she fucked me, and then I said, okay, but I asked her to marry me, and she said I can't. Don't know what that means. I'm like, okay. Interesting. That's an answer. Anyways, but yeah, you know, if we want to be fuck buddies, we can be, and then we fucked, and I'm like, if you want to fuck anyone else, feel free, just don't, like, you know me, don't get into a relationship and have me as a fuck buddy, because I don't want there to be a third party involved. And what did she do? Well, she got into a relationship with one of my brother's fucking friends, who she's probably gonna marry now, and then she cheated on him with me. I'm like, I fucking hate women. But also the dude that I loved because I'm bi spent 3 years cheating on me without telling me he had, like, a boyfriend that he was, like, super serious, or at least said he was super serious with. And I tell everyone, I'm a, like, gentleman. I don't want to hurt anyone. I would never cheat. You break up with your significant other and then we can have sex. And they both just ignored me and lied to me and made me the person who was, like, they made me the adulterer. The person who their spouse cheated on. They made me an accomplice without me even knowing it. And to be fair, I don't hate Angie. Right? I should, but I don't. I hate John. And it might have just been because I got over it because John did it first. And then once Angie did it, I was, like, already over it because John had already done it. But I'm like, guys, that's my fucking life, right? And still, if, like, someone like that came into my life, a blind woman who actually cared for me, I'd love her to the end of the earth, even if she fucking cheated on me. And again, I'm like, I want to be cheated on in a way, too, because I'm, like, a cuck. So it's like having open relationships and being, like, kinky and shit like that is like, what the fuck are... You could have just... This is literally built into my personality. You just have to tell me so that I can know that it's consensual between everyone, and I'm not gonna, like, have some random person come up to me or send me a message and say, are you the guy who slept with my husband or my wife? I'm like, well, I slept with this person. Is that person your husband or wife? Because I didn't know they had a significant other. And the fact that now you're telling me that they do, I will never talk to that person again. Never let me see that person again. And if you wind up that they're dead, you might want to call the police on me. Not saying I'm going to do it. Scotty, shut up and come to my base. Gonna summon that boss again. Alright, sounds good. Let's do it. But yeah, you know. You guys know me. I just like talking about random shit. And whether it's true, real, not important at all, I'm going to some way, shape, or form place it into my writing, and it's going to be something that I'm going to use as a mechanism to tell a story. Right? That's just like... That's just who I am and what I do and what I like and what it is. Where the fuck is... Am I too far over? There it is. I'm too far over. Natural bridge. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me grab food so I'm not at 1 HP. That might help. That might help very, very much as food, yes? Very much it means, so lots of dues goes at food, gold, yes. Okay, we take in gold, what we put back, we say, yes, we know, but you can't have, so yes. Okay, now we know, we go, we do, we got, we at, we win. Okay. You don't think that? I'll tell you right now, it is not at what we get when we do, okay? We will be what we get at we got when we go. When I tell you what I see, I'll be at you. I don't know where your other base where the summon be at where we go. I don't know. Is it up here? And over here. Or was it up here and over here? I see you. Okay, let's go. Learn something new. If you use an equalizer, earbuds take different settings, other sound sources. Google's AI can tell you the best settings for an individual sound source that is known, and the adjusted settings based on the sound source. If only it could be smart enough to know that plugging in my controller, when I plug in my controller, I don't want my sound to now be coming through my controller. Like, I don't even understand how it's like a pre-programmed, like, baseline
Like, why would your sound ever default to your controller when you plug it in? I lost you, Relic. I'm sorry. I was trying. But yeah, why would plugging in my controller default my sound to the controller? Is that you? You're 100, 100, 100 Jet Dragon. Fuck you. I need to do more breeding. So like you could ask what are the best equalizer settings for the song Rise by Katy Perry when listening to through earbuds. It will give you all the hertz settings as well as the plus and minus adjustments. Interesting. That sounds like that would just be fucking annoying as shit, Sean. Unless you were like a sound designer. It's like, hey guys, I set the sound up perfectly for this, and then another song comes on and it's like screechy and fucked. And it's like, yeah, I have to change my sound settings every time a new sound plays. But I also have to analyze what sound it was so that I know when it plays next. Right? I'm like, yeah, it's cool that it can do that, but I'm like, I just don't, I'm like, where can I go with the practicality of that? Where the fuck are we going? Could you just tell me, like, could you just tell me a waypoint on the map? Like, I thought your shit was, like, super close. I need to mark it on the map. Shit, I lost you. Is this it? Silence Isle of the Church. Add a location marker. This. Boom. Okay. This is the best way to, like, get rid of the durability on your thing. It's like it just eats the durability. Made one for the Technoman Blade theme song. Amazing now. Oh, interesting. Are we ready for this? Let's go. I want the Grizzbolt first because he's got the cannon. Grizzboltian Bolt Boy. Grizzbolt! Bolt. Okay, actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a piss, grab a drink, right? Will you do this, Relic? Because I know you gotta try to set this up. I'm gonna go throw the pizza in the oven. Or in the fryer, right? And then we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna, like, say fuck ending the chapter, and we're just gonna end the stream. We're gonna do this first. Idiot, I need this.
Okay. Are we ready? Baba Q needs to be a pal instead of Pikachu. Just imagine him shouting out his name. And lightning sizzles out and turns the target into smoked meat. It's definitely interesting there, Sean. The imagery is powerful. The lightning is strong. Damage is true. Like, you need, like, a steak, too. So it's like its ability is, like, fry steak. Or something like that. Holy shit, it's laggy. Fuck. Oh, I only have charge... Shit, ammo. I'm just firing where the DPS stuff is coming from. All the numbers are coming from. Okay, I see his foot. Okay, I think I see him. No, that's in the Staragon. You go up and do his thing. And you're like, can I hit him from here? I have no fucking idea. So he... Oh, there he is. Damn, this is laggy as fuck. It's crazy. I don't even know if I'm doing any damage, but... I mean, the Grizzbolt's not dying, so let's pull this guy out and see if he's stronger than the Grizzbolt. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do. As far as I know, like, nothing goes through. Like, if I shoot a Pokemon, if the bullet doesn't go through the Pokemon, it stops and hits the Pokemon, meaning I don't do any damage. But I mean, I don't care if I'm wasting ammo or not. I'd rather hopefully be doing damage. I mean, it's not stuck in the ground, so like, I think we're definitely gonna win, right? Oh, it's got the invader dudes. This is where I wish I had the AoE damage. I wish I had the AoE damage. Oh shit, the invaders. The plasma cannon, or the like plasma launcher would be so much better for this. I should just make some more ammo. Where'd he go? Where's his health bar? They should have like a mode where it's like it limits the amount of pals and makes it so you can always see the enemy. And if there's like too much to render, it will always make sure that you can see the enemy and not just random pals on the screen. As like a priority list thing. I think there's some issues with like priority and stuff like that when it comes to like what things get hit when you shoot. Like when your pal's in front of you and it's like blocking every shot you do and it's so fucking annoying and it just won't move out of the way and you just can't do any damage. So fucking annoying. Why do I have more than I should? I don't need that. We won, right? Where is he? Okay, he's doing his dive attack thing. I just want to make sure I don't die, right? Like, we can easily take this guy out now. He's dead. Alright? Yeah, look at that! Boom, we did it! Fuck yeah, dude! Invader from space defeated a summoned Xenoloord. And now you got an egg for it! Oh, fuck yeah. You need another egg, though. Can you summon another one? We want it, or do you have another egg? Because you're gonna need two, right? And then if, like, one's just... Can you... Well, yeah, you could just change the gender, right? You could just change the gender on a surgery table. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, let's get another one. Let's fucking go. Oh, yeah, the 10-minute timer for your pals. Yeah, that's fair enough. You gotta use the shock grenades to stun lock him, and he just takes fat damage. Shock grenades? What's that? I'm gonna go make ammo while we wait. I've never used any of the grenades. Do you want me to just, like, shoot them and, like, stun lock them for you? Because I could do that, like, the whole fight. And then you can, like, focus on everything else and dealing with your pals and stuff. I'm guessing I'd need a grenade launcher. I don't even know if I have the grenade launcher. Dark grenade, dragon grenade, grenade launcher, grenade ammo, frag grenade. I don't see, shock grenade. No, you just make the grenades. Shock grenade. Useful for mid-range combat. Detonates. Can I not use the grenade launcher with a shock grenade? This is just a grenade launcher, like there isn't like a special... That sucks. Alright, well let's make a bunch of shock grenades. I mean, it doesn't look like you can, because it says what type of ammo the weapon has. And it doesn't show... Like, it shows that, like, there's, like, a specific, like, rocket launcher, or, like, grenade launcher ammo. Wait, what am I looking for? I have to be able to make these grenade. Yeah, shock grenades. Let's make 90 of them. Okay. And on top of that, let's go over here and let's make... it's this one. No. It's this one. Beam launcher. Oh, I have no Paxilite. Oof. That's expensive. I make 70. How much holy water do I have? Okay, I want to make like 250 of them. Yeah. Did you know what I figured out a really good way to get water? Holy water? Is, sacrificing pals. I got like 200 water from that. Someone posted a video that if you use those water whales I was using, and a shock grenade, you have them high enough level, you can kill no more than 15 seconds. That's crazy. So, you mean the Neptiliuses? Because he's, like, weak to their attack? So you just get, like, a bunch of Neptiliuses? I have, like, literally, full stash of these guys. I should grab the, charge, or the other ammo as well, right? You need, like, 60 anyways. While their water tornado is just so high damage that he's stun locked and just takes fat damage. Sounds about right. You get like 20 of those stacked on top of each other. They ain't having a good time, I'll tell you that. Three, two, one, talk! I hope Asmon says fuck Twitch and just streams on Kick and Rumble. But I also think he's a lazy retard. He's gonna be like, holy shit, I can go on vacation for a week. I'm gonna sleep for 3 days. I'm gonna play some video games. And maybe I'll come back to streaming. Maybe make a video about something. Free vacation! Oh, and I forgot to, okay, so how do I use these shock grenades? Do I have to put them on? I already have them on. There they are. Okay. Be able to drop a base near this area. I mean, I technically can. Like, I can. It's like, I don't need this base anymore. This base is just like... It's literally useless. So I'm like, I gotta take everything from here. Oh, this is gonna be fucking annoying. I mean, I eventually have to do it. Wait till next respawn and change the settings to 4 bit. Oh, it is 4 bases. It's just like the main things are the skill fruits, right? Like I have a shit ton of skill fruits in here. Oh my god, I don't even know if I'm gonna have enough fucking inventory space for them all. Oh, it's retarded. Okay, I don't care about that. I'm only allowed to put down 3... Wait, you're only allowed to put down 3 bases? What do you mean? Wait, what? Are you level 35? Like, is your base level, like, 35? Max number of bases, 4. That's weird. What's the timer on your things? Because I'll just come back once your timer is up. It's got to be at like 3 minutes or something, right? And I'll check the settings to see if it specifically gives me 4 bases and not you 4 bases. And why. Oh, your base isn't... It's like level 19? Okay, yeah, well, that's the reason why. That's the reason why. Why isn't it a higher level? You have everything unlocked. Level it up. Okay, Lake Center is closest one, so we'll just get rid of what we have. Focusing on breathing. I've been like level 35 since like, well, I mean, to be fair, I got 4 bases and then I stopped once I realized you couldn't get any more. So I was like, oh, well, it doesn't even really matter. no room. But I don't need these in here, because these aren't, like, these don't expire. Let me just put them in a random chest. This should be the last one. I should be able to move here, destroy it, gather everything, and then teleport out. Dismantle. I don't know why that didn't blow up. I don't know why that still has shit in it. I just want these are actually like kind of some like stuff. This does not look like writing nor reading. Yeah, we're at the end of the stream, but currently we didn't quite get through the last part of the chapter that we were writing. Yeah, usually near the end of the stream we do a little bit of gaming and fucking around, right? So we've been playing Pal World lately. But yeah, so far, we've come up with some new solutions for things so we can get back to writing. But what are you doing, Cypher? What you up? What you doing? What you at, my man? Are you a writer or are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Oh, welcome, welcome. My name's Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, as well as a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a larger audience. I'm a short story writer, poet. Ooh! I'm mainly a short story writer. That's how I started out. And then I did, like, compilation-type stories, and now we're, you know, I've always been wanting to work up to a Final Fantasy-inspired story, but currently we're working on Stoner Girl Evolution, where we have been doing some, insane backstory stuff. Welcome to the stream, Cypher. True! We're about to take on a massive boss here. Unfortunately, we are nearing the end of the stream, but... Hey man, for you, I'll stay on longer. If you want to give me an elevator pitch, if you want to put up one of your stories, like, you gotta be, you know, you gotta be, looks like your character is caring too much. Yeah, I'm destroying a base so I can put down another base next to Relic so we can fuck this boss in, like, 2.5 seconds. Even though I don't, like, have to, I just eventually had to get rid of that base because I'm moving all my bases somewhere else, so it just seemed like it was, an appropriate time if I can just make sure that I bring enough to build a station, which is PAL fragments, wood, and stone. I mean, yeah, have you played Pal World at all? It's definitely it's up there in passion projects. Let's say that. I think that's best way to say it. Oh, so do I not have any wood in here? Things that kind of just don't have what they have in the past, you know? Okay, where are we going? Here. Alright. I did when it came out. I haven't played it recently. Yeah, I played it way back in the day too, but since it came out. So, now we're here. Alright, let's see. Can I place a base, like, basically on top of yours? Cannot build another skilled base. But I'm pretty sure I can do, like, an overlap, right? Of, like, a... Too close to another base. Ooh. But, like, if we can pull him in the middle, maybe we can still do it. How close? Like, do I have to be, like, outside of your circle? Aw, man, this sucks. Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna work. Unfortunate. We tried. Okay, let's fuck up this boss. I got the shock grenades. Let's do it, Relic. I did when it came, yeah. But if you have, like, an elevator pitch or any kind of ideas or stories you want to throw out, we did write up a really quick, short theme that we were thinking of for Stoner Girl Evolution. So we have these 3 different kind of premises. So, like, earlier on Twitter, someone said, explain your book in 5 words. And I was like, stoner isekai with weed magic. So we got, in a world of gods and technology, when given the chance to become a god, one thought holds you at bay. What kind of existence would it be? To find the answers, we must interrogate the goddess. Another one is, to become a god, one must know the extent of that existence. So now the vessel of God has been prepared. And the final one is, did the anger of the goddess come from her disposition of immortality? To find out, we have trapped her. I like the last one because it, like, adds the most amount of, like, stakes to it. Like, oh shit, we trapped the goddess? What is that gonna, like, cause to happen, right? It's just like, oh shit. And the chapter we're writing today is basically the tank character in the tavern gets introduced to Stoner and Zombie while Rival is interrogating them. And Stoner has done previous stuff with Rival, so he's kind of like, yo, bro, I'm not so much into this, if you know what I mean. Holy shit, you can throw these fast? Dude, I'm just spamming. I don't even know where the fuck he is. But, like, god damn, bro. I hope we fucking him up. He ain't even hit me yet. I don't even know if I'm hitting him. I don't know if I'm doing shit. I'm just throwing... Dude, guys, this is how I do my creative process, right? I literally just throw shit at the wall, and I'm like, oh my god, that worked? Holy shit! Like the whole interaction between, like, Tank and Rival to the point where it's like, he left the Crusaders, but it's like he's also in the tinfoil hat conspiracy area, especially with, like, what's going on with, like, Healer in the underground, because he knows a little bit more about the underground than, like, other people do. Is he, like, in the air? Because I don't see damage being done, and I'm down to 28 grenades. So I'm like, do I just keep throwing this shit, or, what? And by the way, Cypher, like this is basically the stream. I just sit here and talk and, like, fuck around and just, you know, listen to people's stories, read people's stuff, and, we try to have a good time about it and just, you know, do our own thing. I like to have a community, that's, like, definitely abnormal compared to most other people's communities, let alone, like, writing and reading communities. Because, like, I'm, like, a retard, and I just kind of believe that you should just kind of be able to do whatever you want. And, like, no one really has to, like, adhere to anything. Like, we're respectful, and we're understanding, right? But we're definitely not your standard, like, creative, type community. So if you're looking for something that's more off the wall, more inside of the forest, a little more non-conventional in its means, well, you've come to the right place. And, you know, it just, unfortunately, it means a lot of people kind of just can't handle it. And it's like, you know, that's just the way that it is, right? I mean... You can't win everything, and what you should try to do is focus on the people that you'll get along with the most, instead of trying to, like, cater or pander to, like, people that may not even, you know. It's like, it's the writing and reading category, right? This place is a pretty small community in general, which makes it, like, very, I would say cozy in a way, because, like, basically everyone knows everyone. But I will say that, like, a lot of the communities, like, I would not speak my mind in anyone else's community because I think, it would just not be a good thing, right? Maybe there's a couple of communities, but, like, in general, right, I would be the type of person to have to censor myself inside of other people's communities. And, like, I just had enough of, like, doing that, because I'm very, like, expressive, and I get in trouble a lot, let's just say, because I can't help myself. So I thought the best thing to do would be to, like, seclude myself to my own, community, and then if there were other like-minded people like me, and I don't mean to be rude or anything, but the way that I would describe it is, like, tough-spined, like, thick-skinned, like, people that actually want to get better, and they don't want to feel like they're good. I don't mince words. I don't coddle, right? At least when it comes to like the creative process and stuff like that, because I think for your story, you need my true thoughts. And I just don't think people are like willing to give their true thoughts in most cases towards things because of some feeling towards like, oh, I don't want to hurt this person's feelings, like I don't want to lose a member of the community. Story's amazing. I'm going to say it's a 10 out of 10. If your story's a 1, I'm going to tell you it's a 1. But I'm going to give you actionable advice to say, okay, this is the reason why I think your story is a 1. But if you did this, this, and this, I think that amplifies the effect of this, right? Sweet. RNG was nice. Got both M and F. Fuck yeah. Do you know how to get these things, though, Relic? Oh, I don't even know what it's called. Do you have any? So I think you get them from fishing. Pal Reverser. It's using the surgery table. Gotta build them from fragments. The Pal Reversers? I'm pretty sure you can get these from fishing. Like your fishing rod and like the explosive mines. Like the way you get coral ore. Okay. Cause yeah, and then cause these change the gender, so if you had 2 males, you could just use one of these in a surgical table to turn it into a female. But you have another, yeah. Cause like, if I look at like my, are they called relics or are they called fragments? I don't remember. 48, 63, 40. This makes the Blasima. This makes the Xenolord. Wait, how many do you need to make a full slab? And if you need 4, that means I have 20 summons. Well, 15, 16, 17-ish. I'm not good at math. That's a lot of fucking summons, because I've never used these. 5. Notice that extra 0 there. I have 576,000 Paldium. Guys, I don't think... Oh, and I probably have, like, an infinite amount of stone now. Like, what are my lowest resources? I don't even know. Like, I don't need resources anymore. I just keep spamming shit. But yeah, anyways, I hope you're enjoying the experience, Cypher. And, you know... I know I'm a little bit off the wall, off the ball, but, you know, I think that's entertaining. At the end of the day, we're here to have fun, we're here to be entertaining, we're here to be positive, we're here to inspire people, we're here to create good stories, and, I'll laugh at Happy and Relic and Callie. I mean, what? I mean, I don't blame anyone for anyone else's actions, right? I consider myself a very lenient person. I record all my poems and short stories. I could send you a link and you could just read the poem and description instead of listening. Or I could listen, Cypher. Cause like, are you talking like, you got these as like actual MP files? Or are these like, for instance, I have like several YouTube channels. My Talk Stories channel, right? And it's just like this one we've been doing. The last ones we were doing were just Diablo 2 challenges and stuff like that. And for that we have, you know, different types of horror stories and stuff like that, compilations, and then here's like this is Smokey's story. This is where, like, the following... Love Diablo 2. Yeah, I love Diablo 2, too. It's my best video ever was when the... Which was funny, because I feel like I'm the main character, and I was like, I want to do Diablo 2 videos, and, like, literally the next day, Warlock came out. This is the best video I've ever made. 900 views. unfortunately, I'm epileptic. I had some seizures. I had to cut back on the amount of, like, content that I was creating because I was literally, like, working myself into a seizure. So at this point, we're kind of, like, at a recovery stage where I'm slowly building myself back up to the point of, like, you know, what I'm doing. Because, like, normally I stream for, like, 8 to 12 hours, like, every single day. And then I'm, like, turning that into, like, videos, and then I'm, like, doing short stories, plus I'm, like, doing my novel, plus I'm doing other stuff. So, like, I'm just always busy doing shit. And I forget to sleep. It's a problem. It's a really, really big problem. So, I try my best now to hold myself back and be more of a good boy. Otherwise, I'd have probably 100 more videos. I did that with the GTA, where I was doing 12 hours of roleplay. Yeah, man, that's the... I do it for the fucking love of the game and shit, right? But the love of the game is gonna kill me. I'm like, I just wish I could do more. I'm sad that I can't, but I know that, like, I will fucking somehow wind up killing myself. Because I'm, like, working too hard. Because it's just stuff that I love to do, and it's fun. I was in, like, film in school, so I have, like, 6 years of, like, editing and sound and, like, cinematography. Like, I took electrical, so I have, like, an electrical ticket, so, like, I love doing that kind of stuff, right? Like, we got a lot of shit going on for us, right? But the best thing is that we can just sit here and tell stories and have fun and fuck around. And I feel like because I'm so privileged, I just have to share that with everyone else. Because I'm like, one day you'll be able to do it too, man. Just put in the work, put in the effort, make something, you know, make something that people want and something that you're passionate about. The amount of things that exist in the world, you can't tell me that you can't find something that you're passionate about that people don't like. Yeah, you can drop the link in here. You can also, we have the Discord. You can feel free to join the Discord. I actually have, like, some pizza that's, like, chilling, that's just been, like, chilling. So, like, yeah, if we could listen to your story or poems or whatever, like, give us a really good one that you think, you know, something dark. We love, like, dark humor. Like, I'll give you an example, and hopefully, like, you know, like, immediately what this is, but, I'm gonna throw this clip on while I go and grab, my pizza. Scotty, have a new sub to use. Do you want to do the boss with me? Slav. Oh, I don't have my Darkest Poem post yet. Ah. Yeah, we do love, like, pressing the boundaries, being edgy, you know. So, like, there's a lot of topics we go over the top with. So, never be shy about it. It's called Meatball. Interesting. Have you ever watched, Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Because I immediately thought of Meatwad. I'll be right back.
So, I'm Rocco. I'm the funny man. I'm so fucking funny. Fuck you, Vincenzo. How'd you get that shine around your eye? What's the matter? Someone didn't think you're very funny.
I caught your show at the Velvet Room at the Holiday Inn. Loved it when you busted into Viva Las Vegas.
Mao, non mi vuoi proprio inculare, eh? I snap my fingers at you dead in 4 hours, rotting in some trunk of Boylston, you insignificant little fuck. I always get my money, you cock-sucking bastardo! The 90s are killing me. I shouldn't have done that. You're not supposed to tell a guy you gotta kill him no more. I gotta tiptoe through the tulips with these assholes. Taking all the fun out of the job.
And Relic, feel free to just...
Papa Joe, you want me to go now?
I don't know who Jerry Butler is.
Boys, tell me
I'm
how
not
you
good
make
at
them
names.
laugh.
The only person I know
They
is
come around,
Ron...
but crack up you are. What do they call
Ron
you?
Jeremy. It is.
The funny man.
You ever seen Boondock Saints?
Funny man. I'm having a shitty day. I'm depressed. Tell me a funny joke.
1890 Ford Star. The bald guy?
A joke? A joke. Yeah, all right.
What are you talking about?
There's these three guys.
Ron Jeremy.
Spick. A white guy.
That's, I didn't know that, because that would make more sense. That would make more sense.
And they walk along the beach. They see this pot.
Rocco?
Genie comes out. Genie's
Really? I had
wish for
no
everything
idea.
he
That is
wants.
fucking hilarious.
Mexican, what he wants, and he goes, I want all my people in America to be happy and free, and in Mexico. And so Genie, poof, all the Spicks are in Mexico. And then he asks the black guy.
Nigger.
Yeah, that's what I said. Goes to the nigger, says, what do you want? And he goes, I want all
We're
my
not racist here. We just don't believe that words are as powerful as people believe, despite being
and
writers.
happy and everything. You know,
Probably said I
so
saw you bust
Genie goes,
in Vegas
poof,
or something.
and,
That's hilarious.
all the
Ron Jeremy got
niggas
arrested
in
for a lot of
America
fucked
are
up
in
shit in the
Africa.
porn business in the last 5 years.
This is called.
I believe it, Rollick. The guy's a fucking creep.
I'm having a hard day. This joke sucks. It's a stupid joke.
You don't do shit like that. You don't make a porn industry if you're not a fucking creep. You know what I mean?
So the genie says to the white guy, what's your one wish? And the white guy goes, you mean to tell me all the niggers and spicks are out of America? Genie goes, yeah. He says, well, I'll have a Coke then.
I'll have a Coke.
Yeah. Everybody's out, and so...
He was a creep back then also, but he was known for his long, big schlong. Yep. Some people can get away with some things, right?
Tell me one more.
What?
Yeah, if you've never seen the Boondock Saints, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's such a classic movie. Alright, so yeah, if you want to drop the link in there for like the SoundCloud and we can listen to this shit, I'm so down for this, bro. Or if you did drop the link and I missed it, I did miss it because I'm retarded. Well, I should have checked before I said anything, but I'm a bad streamer, so it is what it is. Do I need to sign in? Is it going to be this bullshit, or can I just, like, listen to it? I just, like, refresh the page and it's going to say, like, no. Can I just, like... Ron Jeremy in 2019 was charged with 19 counts of rape spending. 21 victims, unfortunately, will never face justice. They're in charge declared him mentally incompetent due to incurable. See, Relic, I don't care if people are cognitively sound. You punish them either way. I don't give a fuck. You punish them either way. Sorry if you don't remember, you still did it. Oh, you don't remember doing it? Too bad. You still did it.
I've been quite lucky to have
Ooh.
lived where
Okay,
I
hold
have.
on.
Once it-
Let's
Beyond my control.
Oh god, is it gonna be this one thing? Every time I go back, it's gonna replay it. Okay, let's turn off Pal World sound. Turn Pal World off. Have this random shit in the background. Let's turn this up because for some reason people have decided that just the internet's too loud, so we're just gonna make it quieter. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning.
Beyond my control, I've been quite lucky to have lived where I have. One such place was Italy. Oh, you may say, yes, Italy. I bet you had great pasta and pizza there. This would not be false, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about a friend of mine, Francisco, and his inviting me to dinner. When I arrived at his home, I was dressed as I always would be. I was a high schooler and probably threw on some shirt from my dresser, not caring which one it was, but more that it was clean. No, 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 Francisco's father said. This won't do. I was confused as I thought I was eating at their home that night. He had me take off the jacket I was wearing and gave me a dress coat. Ugh, it'll work, he said. I sat and talked with them, but they would not tell me what was going on. Next thing I know, we're heading out to the car. Oh, so we're going out for dinner. It wasn't a short drive, probably 30 minutes or so, but Frank's family was quite entertaining as I tried to sneak some understanding out of their very fast and very fluent Italian. When we arrived, it was amazing. We were standing along a riverbank next to a huge castle that was very nicely lit.
Image relevant.
And hidden along the castle wall was a door. No signs, no nothing, but a wood door with a wrought iron beam going diagonally through it. Frank's father opened the door, and I was for the first time in my life where heaven in the minds of men was birthed. The aroma that leaked from that door even to this day makes my mouth water. We were seated at a large table,
I
as
love
that
food.
was all this place
Anything
had.
to do with food.
There were probably 5 other groups. I'm going to call them groups because these tables could sit a solid 12 people in a circle. In the middle of the table was a metal, maybe aluminum circle. I didn't know what it was at the time. Now, for me and you, we know how to order at a restaurant, how restaurants work.
Not till you
We
get to
go
a golf
in,
club,
waiter
trust
comes
me.
out to the table. We ask them for what we want, and they bring it to you.
It's like royalty.
Not here. Not this place. You were sat. Maybe 2 minutes later, we had water and wine or grape juice for us kids poured, and the chatter began.
Us kids.
What's going
Okay.
on? I don't see any menu. Frank's father gestured at us with both palms down in a calm yourselves kind of fashion and said, "It's coming." Now, I was even more engrossed in what was happening around me.
We got a good smell.
And barely heard Frank ask me about
We don't want to
Lisa
know what
or
we're
was it
eating, do we?
Lana. Either way, I nodded at him and said, yeah, I know. You like her. Why don't you do something about it? He stared at me dead in the eyes. and
Typical kid
knew
won't act.
I
Oh
was
my God, I
not
love it.
about a girl, but infatuated with the smells.
You just throw
the
food at
environment,
her, and she'll
the
be
very
yours forever.
Specifically well-dressed people around us.
Especially if
10
it's at, like, a
minutes
wedding.
Later, what I saw coming towards our table cannot be overstated. Remember when I said the table could seat 12 people? Think how big that has to be. That kind of table.
16-foot diameter?
Picture a plate big enough to take up almost that whole table.
One
placed on that
single
metal disc in the
hole
center
shit.
so it could
Okay.
spin. Now,
Like a Lazy
see
Susan.
in your mind that full of what is the world's best tortellini. Super thin, transparent, succulent.
This is all
And
real?
when it touches your mouth, it melted. Bliss, my friends. Bliss. Even if you're not a fan of what you know tortellini to be, this will
I can
even find
only
love in
fucking
your heart.
imagine. I can
More
smell it.
food than I knew a man could eat, let alone 12, with 5 of us sitting there. That night, I slept as a child newly born in a blanket so tightly wrapped I knew I would not fall from my bed to God. That was the one and only night bliss has found me in my life.
That's crazy. I love food. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. I don't know how to use SoundCloud. How do I like this? That's not the one. Oh, there. Boom. Easy. So, like, in my high school, we had a world famous chef. And we would, like, my high school was, like, like, it wasn't necessarily, like, big, but, like, it had a college attached to it. It had a massive theater in it. Like, it provided a lot of services for, like, the community, right? Let's just say that. So, like, a lot of events and shit are held there, right? Like, not even, like, for the school, but also just for the community, for, like, having a giant amphitheater and, like, a public gymnasium and, like, all that kind of stuff. It has, like, a store inside of it and stuff like that, right? And then you have, like, the cafeteria, and you have this world-famous chef. Oh my god. The best food I've ever eaten in my entire life. And every week on Friday, they would have a special entree preparage, and there'd be 40 entrees, and you had to, throughout the week, basically, you had to, like, sign up for the entree in order to, like, get it, right? And, like, they do everything from, like, high-end to, like, shrimp and lobster to, like, salmon to, like, fucking, like, pies and shit like that. Oh my god, it was like one of the greatest experiences ever. Doing a hard boss at my base if you want to join. All right, let's throw another one in. But yeah, no, that was some good stuff. I'd love to hear other of them. And now that I have that, if you want to drop your stuff in the Discord, so other people can take a look at it, you know, expand the view of it. I'll take a look at some other stuff as well. But yeah, so far, I mean, I'm definitely sold. I love, like, I play Fallout? No. I like Fallout. I like the idea of it, but I'm not really a, like, FPS or third-person shooter person. I'm a strategy and, like, ARPG player. So, like, mainly, like, Diablo 2, Path of Exile 2, StarCraft. The new Dawn of War game is coming out soon. Monster Hunter. I like checking out new games, right? Like, I want to try Beast of Incarnation because I never played Stellar Blade because it was on console. And there was another one that was coming out pretty soon. It was like an indie game, like a roguelike. I did a tribute to Matthew Perry's Benny from Fallout, which was a poem-esque thing. Ah, interesting. Because, yeah, that's Bethesda, right? And everyone knows Bethesda, at least peak Bethesda. Like, the books that are in the Elder Scrolls from, like, Morrowind and Oblivion are just, like, Skyrim kind of fell off, but, like, the Morrowind and Oblivion ones, like, just the random books and random stories that you can find and shit like that. Oh my god, it's so good. I love that. Because I'm mainly, like, a sci-fi and, like, fantasy person, but I love history as well. So I love incorporating history into that fantasy and sci-fi, and Final Fantasy is my favorite series, which basically combines, like, the idea of, like, basically every Final Fantasy is some sort of major fucked up history and a combination of, like, magic and technology. Or, like, gods and technology or something like that, right? It's just, that shit is just, that's my thing.
Benny, by free verse. To you, maybe he was friendly. But to me,
I'm a collector in the
he
Elder
shot
Scrolls
me
games.
in the head.
How they not have the quality
Never
of Skyrim
better
as they did in
man
previous
was
games.
he
100%.
as he put me in my place with Maria in his
Unfortunate,
hand,
but
and
it's an
man,
evolution.
you filled your cup with my fine wine.
People think evolution is one way.
All
It's
for
not.
a couple of clams and
All
a
things
dame.
that evolve,
I
devolve.
can't even remember her name as you
3, 2,
took it
1,
right out
choke.
of me. I know you're the chairman, but in the end, the dice rolled snakes for you, my friend, as I survived the shot. And after taking out your whole lot, I came for you. Revenge is your 1942 Merlot topping my glass. So while it's been a gas, I find it fitting I'm here, and you're there, hands tied and groveling.
This one or the other one?
Well, Benny, I'll be seeing you, kid.
Damn. That goes hard. gonna go off and do this, like, other fucking... I hate fucking autoplay bullshit. This one, same one here. But yeah, no, that's decent. Like, I like the way you read, right? Some people don't know how to read. I'm one of them. Some people do know how to read. I'm, like, I just say words, and those words, as I fall through realities, just happen to be the words on the page. But, like, I actually, like, can't read. It's, like, one of the limitations of, like, AI is we can only, like, it's a, not interpretation, fucking retard, the fuck is it? Imitation. We can only imitate, right? And it's like, some people will say that it's kind of the same thing about the human brain, right? It's like, it's only an imitation at the end of the day. And, like, the level at which you can find, like, a connection between that is, like, the the main part of, like, pattern recognition skills that, like, our brains are functionally able to do. And it's why, like, you can be so, like, well, the example, I guess, is, I don't remember the exact principle. It has a name for it. But it's the idea that people can give really, really good advice, but they are unable to follow their own advice. And it's like a psychological phenomenon. And it, like, has to do with, like, narcissism and egoism and stuff like that, right? Where people can only perceive themselves in their own spot, and they use that. Yeah. Like the Peter principle, where it's like you get, oh, he's going back to full health. People who get promoted past the state of, like, competency. So it's like they can just, they literally are just so incompetent at their job, they no longer get any raises. Someone who can teach acting, but are horrible actors. Yeah, it's like that, a teacher, you know, teacher, or, what is it? It's the teachers do, teachers teach, or people teach, people who can't do teach. Yeah, people who can't do teach. I think that's the saying, right? And I'm like, I feel bad at that, because I think I'm, like, a good teacher. And I'm like, shit, does that mean I'm just bad at everything? And I'm like, yeah, I'm probably just bad at everything. But hey, at least if I'm good at teaching people stuff, right? I mean, my one skill is talking. I don't think that's a skill, though. I think that's actually, like, a... to most people, that's actually, like, a curse. Not a skill. And, like, if, I just didn't have a tongue, probably the world would be a better place. Right? And, like, I mean, I can't say that someone who says that is wrong. Holding a conversation is a skill. I'd go so far as to say understanding what a conversation even is at this point in age is a skill. People think small talk of, like, hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, I'm good. You? Is, like, conversation. And it's like, it's really hard also, because it'll be like, you know, like, as a streamer, right? It's like, someone will come in, and it'll be like, oh, hey, how's it going? What you doing? What you got? You know, how are you? How's your day going? And, like, you know, you're a writer, like, what do you want to provide to the stream? And it's like, hey. And it's like, well, hey, I did my part, okay? Have another turn, sir. Please, sir, have another turn. I don't think you accomplished enough in your first turn. It's like watching a Final Fantasy, right? Oh my god. It's a good time, I'll tell you that, right? And this is why it's like I don't consider myself smart. I just consider myself smarter than most people. And it's like, I don't think you can capture this. I think you just get an egg for completing it, because it's like, there's like special raid bosses that you can like summon like this. And as far as I know, killing them gives you an egg, but I have never really done this kind of content. Back down to 1 HP, and he still doesn't seem like he's dying. How are we supposed to kill this guy, or is he gonna do like one giant blast attack as like he's finally dying? Okay, so he nuked everyone, and then he died. He's dead, right? Even my Grizzbolt survived that. That's pretty crazy. Considering he's not even 100. Alright, well, congratulations, Relic. Let's fucking go, bro! Let's fucking go! Oh, and just to give you an idea, Cypher, this is, like, my personality in, its entirety. So, you notice my character's anatomy. I like to be about as ridiculous as you can be. It's like, I have. It's a calling to me, right? And I think it's something that's, like, lost in people, because people, I think, try to be, like, too serious. Got the blue hair also. Oh, absolutely. Blue's my favorite color. Everything is, like, blue. Run. You still can't, Cypher. Yeah, don't get trapped in the fucking web that is my stream. You might regret it in 10 years. 3, 2, 1, no. I'm also a stoner.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following CypherDeck. I
wonder
hope
if
you
it'll
are
work.
enjoying
Hold
the
on.
stream less than 3 plus 1.
That's Smokey, by the way. He's the resident homeless viewer. Let's see if this works.
5894372.
It was either too much or it wasn't enough. Let me try again. With like less. Less, but like more, right? I don't know if it's enough though. I don't think it's enough.
542769824779457984527945279845279
Come on, get on with it.
5389582349522 458 Tresvigentillion 973 Duovigentillion 298 Dunvigentillion 746 Vigentillion 982 Novemdecillion 746
Someone purposefully named that. There's like no one's ever gonna get into the Vigentillions.
895 Quindecillion 476
Call it
Duordecillion 294
Septvigentillion.
857 Duodecillion 629 Undecillion 75
I have a huge
decillion,
obsession with like
420
words and language and like ridiculousness. Like earlier we were talking about like a Googleplex, like the largest numbers in like comprehension, and like the scale and size of like different things. So I was talking about how great I am, and I'm like, so there's like Googleplex, right? Which is like a Google to the power of a Google, and a Google is a 1 with 100 zeros. Googleplex is basically the largest number in human existence, because why would you need a number that's a 1 of 100 zeros to the power of 1 to 100 zeros? Because, like, the amount of zeros is something, like, more than the amount of particles in, like, the known observable universe. Yo, what's up, Raymond? What you doing? What you got, my man? Been a while. What you doing? Got any new essays for us, Raymond? And, just wanted to, like, I don't know anything about geography, Raymond, but, like, is, like, the Spanish invasion in Cuba, does that have, like, any impact on you in Chile? Because, like, I've been thinking about you since, like, that stuff, and I'm like, I wonder if that has, like, any... I don't know if that's the other side of the world or not. And I was like, I wonder if there's other parts in there that are, like... Because I'm like, you're, like, the only person that, like, I know from that, like, part of the world. And then I'm like, I don't even know if Chile is close to that, so I wouldn't know. But if it is, my thoughts go out to you, you know? It's an unfortunate reality that we live in. Spain. I don't know where Chile is compared to Spain. I just, like, think it's, like, if, like, Spain is here, Chile's, like, here, right? Well, that's, like, the other side, right? It's actually, like, this would be, like, Chile if this was, like, Spain. Geographically. So I'm wondering if anything was going on over there when it came to, like, the immigration bullshit and stuff like that. If people were flooding into different kind of, like, you know, Caribbean countries, stuff like that. But again, I don't know shit about geography, so I'm probably just retarded. No, Spain is in Europe next to Africa. I'm in America, looking to Pacific, not even the Atlantic. Oh my god, it is rolling on 4 a.m. I must away in my coffin. Dented hole in the floor. I mean, my bed, yeah. Bed. True. Alright, Cypher. Well, I stream every day, so always feel free to come back. We'll check out more of your stuff. We'll have to read through some of it. If you want to go through some ideas or beta reading or anything like that, always feel free, you know, jump in the Discord and just kind of roam around in there. We're a bunch of retards, so, you know, if that suits you well, be safe. Have a good one. True, Cypher. Take care, Mugman. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, and as always, like we like to say, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I mean, we are kind of, like, overdue. We were going to end the stream, like, 2 hours ago, but you guys know me. I'm like, I'm going to end the stream, and then I start talking. And then I just, like, keep talking, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get high, and then it's, like, 2 hours later, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm going to end the stream, guys. And then I just keep talking, and I'm like, I still got to eat this pizza that's here. So I'm like, do I just, like, end the stream, or do I eat the pizza, and do we watch a video or something? Do you guys want to watch a cop slop? How about that? Okay, let's do an end. Morocco. Also, the part of Spain where that happened is in Africa, so basically inside of Morocco. Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure, Raymond, because I don't know shit. What can you... What? You can do what you want. I'm breeding. Alright, sounds good, Relic. Well, good to hear, Raymond, that hopefully that everything's going well with you and doesn't have anything to do with that, and that stuff never comes to, you know, at least that point. Because I think Chile's government is, like, pretty solid on immigration, isn't it? Because you guys got, like, some fucked up neighbors, right? So, like... And, like, as far as I've heard, Chile is a pretty stable country. It's like, I don't think you guys like the guy who's in control, but I think, like, as far as, like, a international level, it's, like, it's better than it was. Again, I just hope so, right? Because you want things to get better. And I remember you were talking about, like, that election with that guy, like, 5 months ago. I mean, we are surrounded by insane governments. Yeah, because you're, like, one of the, like, there's, like, 2 or 3 countries around you that are, like, actual, like, first world-ish, like, maybe half second world-ish countries, right? And then you've got, like, these retard fucktards can't even hold a country together for 30 years. Governments. Dictatorships. Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, yeah. Three, two, one, toke! Okay. So, let's see. And if anyone wants, this is Cypher's SoundCloud for his stories and poems and stuff. If you guys want to go check that out. We want, like, recent ones. Let's see ones that are, like, within, like, the last week. Not that this means anything, but we did win a war against Peru and Bolivia at the same time. Do as you will with that info. I mean, in my opinion, Raymond, that's the same kind of idea where it's like America won World War II, but, like, we act like we lost. Or they act like they lost. It's like, you guys won. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. But you just don't. And then somehow you do, like, the exact wrong thing. Somehow. It's like, you won't act in this one... Like, for instance, like, you won't defend the border, but you're gonna, like, kidnap Maduro.
Aaron Stone
Oh,
2092 rated my stream with 3 viewers.
Revenge!
Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
Stone, yo, what's up? Welcome, Raiders. How's it going today? Thanks for the raid, my man. Hope your stream was doing well and going good. See, this is the universe talking to me, guys. I got a new viewer and I got raided, all because I refused to turn the stream off. Because I want to just keep streaming, because I fucking love streaming. And I just never want to turn the stream off. But sometimes you gotta sit back and relax, right? So sometimes you just have to. And you gotta make it, like, sparse, so people, like, actually want to come by, because, like, if you're just there all the time, there's no, like, potency to it, right? Yeah, it was lovely. Got zoned in and got all the work done on the website. Alright, Aaron. We actually got work done today. So if you don't mind, can I read this to you? This is the chapter we wrote today. Oh, we have been fantastic. Today has been absolutely crazy. Today has been absolutely crazy. So this is chapter 6. Introduction of the tank character. In this story, there is a bard character. The bard character is basically me. And think of, like, you know how you would see, like, a one-man band troupe on the side of, like, the street? And they've got, like, the harmonicas and, like, the trombones and stuff like that, right? That's basically what the bard character is like. And the way that the story is being told is it is a narration of a retelling from the main character's view, 300 years in the future, of her reliving the memories and trying to, like, put herself in the mind of her friends. And in order to, like, not make, like, emotional connections, she doesn't call them by their name. She calls them by the role that they played in the story. So that's why all of the characters are called, like, what they are. It's because it's her ability to keep an emotional separation from the characters because they're all dead, and she's basically stuck as a tree, and she's, like, to keep herself sane is, like, reliving the memories, and she'll, like, put herself as the different characters. So there's, like, purposeful continuity mistakes and, like, misunderstandings throughout the story because of this style of narration. And when we introduce a new character, Stoner goes through a whole thing about her perspective towards that character. So that's how this chapter starts, because this is the introduction of Tank. This lovely specimen was of the finest trade. Too bad he was such a goddamn gentleman. And the main character is, like, she starts off as kind of this, like, hussy whore kind of, like, chick. She's just a stoner, just wants to get laid. Like, she's just having fun. She literally thinks this is, like, a dream. And then eventually she, like, changes the point of saving the world. Would have had some fun times. Maybe we could make our own. But hey, I respected the guy who saved my life more than probably anyone else. So let's see what it would be like of his mind. Wasn't there, so can't tell for sure, but man, you sure can't imagine. Tank was preparing for his food. Even in the midst of the turmoil over his leaving Legion, especially with his wife Healer staying behind to help the fortunate souls that made it to the waypoint. A still prayer of light to the goddess is a tribute to his thankful outcome. But that damn blasted tune in the background never fit quite well with his inner performance.
The light-hearted and fluty long notes took away from the seriousness of the depth of concern one had when praying for their loved one's safety. Also, they're in the middle of a zombie attack, so there's, like, alarm bells going back in the background, and the bard is trying to, like lower and set the mood for, like, the battle, and he's trying to, like, cheer everyone up. But as a man of faith, you can forgive those around you, fallen from, but only to an aside. The people were the ones he was running from, not her grace. Okay, if you can't play something more fitting to the mood of the ringing, there are soldiers out there right now protecting us, Bard. I know you like to lighten the mood, but maybe something somber is due, at least until the bells stop. String on the violin across his foot. So the way that he has it set up is like, there's like strings strung across his calves. And imagine doing like the river dance. And like as you do that, the strings cross like a violin. And he has like a gem on one of the strings and a material on the other part that when they cross, they basically create like an electromagnetic reaction of like quartz and create like a spark and a crackle in the air. Like when you like plug something in and like there's like initial like residual energy and it sparks. Yeah. String on the violin across his foot choked a score as his mouth moved erratically to the 3 harmonicas across his chest. The tambourine at his armpit and elbow made its climax as he roared a mighty deep lion call. And in his deepest attempt at a mighty warrior's call to arms, sadly it was but a banshee's shout. Out to war where the men bear the hordes, the thoughtless and the trembling of flesh upon their swords. To them we are none, to us they are none. We together fight for what we live. They who do not live fight for what we have. The tune turned dark, and the treble of chimes drew the ear to its peak. The clash and fall of the jagged strings crossing over the violin as Bard's feet worked the emblem of some name, juniper, some sort of gem or something. That's the reaction that caused like the crackle. Buzzing air through the strike cleared the hum of the patrons. As if on cue, the music and the bells of the distant towers died, and thus a ring of the room erupted into joy and banter as the patrons rose to celebrate the supposed victory. But for Tank, there was always the thought, if the bells stopped, was it us or them? And then it's like, there's like some other things going to go on. I haven't finished the chapter yet. So Botanist comes in because there's other things. She talks to Tank. Tank hears the commotion of rival Stoner and Zombie outside. He runs outside to interrupt them. Yeah, it's just like the basic rough draft, but I like that the whole like vibe and tune and like over the topness is like, you know, like literally it's just this epic like song and dance and this thing, and then it's like Stoner comes in and she's like talking to the cook about like great food. They bring out the food, this massive feast, and then out of nowhere, Stoner just starts a food fight. And this is like a huge controversial thing because Cook has a problem with being obsessed over food to the point that he's burned down multiple establishments in the past because he's been like trying to perfect and glorify like this spectacle of his food and ignored like things that are on the burner. Because he's like, I need to make sure everyone sees this the perfect way, all the sprinkles are set away, and he just goes absent-minded. Right, and this is kind of just part of his personality, right? So, Stoner kind of comes in, they have this whole thing, and she goes for the food fight, and he's like freaking the fuck out. Like, you're ruining my food. Like, how fucking dare you? And then, like, they get into this big commotion and stuff. I don't exactly know how it's gonna go, but eventually by the end, they basically become friends through it, right? And she's, like, calling him out on his expectation of food, and she's saying, just because it looks spectacular on the plate doesn't mean it don't taste great in my face. And she's like,
crunches and crumples it up, like using her hands, like as if they were teeth, and then she mushes it and puts it in her mouth and like swallows it without chewing. And it's like a show that just, you know, the presentation isn't as important as the taste at the end of the day, right? And then it like creates this like dissonance inside a cook of being like, have I been looking at food wrong this entire time? And then they go outside and smoke a joint, and of course, like foreshadowed, they burn the tavern down. Which causes Rival to come out with the rest of the guards, and Zombie's already on suspicion, so of course they have to run away and escape the town. Which also gives Tank an excuse to go along with them, because he's like, hey, well, if you guys want to leave, I can lead you out to, you know, the railway, and we can go check on my wife and see what's holding her up, because I can't get through the forest by myself because of the bandits, but if we have, like, a group, you know, we could call out the scout, and we could go through there, and it wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't need any royal guards. That's kind of the direction we're going for now. So that's where it will lead everyone, and then that gets into Hunter and Alchemist, all the bandits, then we lose the miracles of the goddess, and everything goes from there. But from the last, like, 2 or 3 days, from all of the things that we've solved and everywhere that we've gone with it, I'm like, I think I can write, like, 20 fucking chapters now before, like, we hit some sort of wall. And by the time, like, I've written those chapters, we probably write 40 fucking chapters. Because I think most of the problems, like today we figured out, where is the origin of the goddess? Well, obviously the origin of the goddess is the original city 1,000 years ago that went to war and nuked the planet and basically destroyed all of humanity. So it had to be some sort of nation that combined or was acceptance of both faith and science, because one big part of the story is like the war between like the goddess and technology, faith and science, right? Belief and reality, right? But I don't want that to be the war that destroyed the world. I want what destroyed the world was the jealousy of what couldn't be, right? Like the goddess and her husband ascend through using the technology, which also means that the machine that brings consciousnesses together isn't actually built by the Pope or the King, because the original idea was they used the goddess's miracles and technology to create a device that could pull consciousnesses from different realities. But now, due to the advanced technology of the past, this is actually a device created by the goddess and Akasha in order to ascend. So it's originally her device used by them through ascension. The problem was that her method was basically, she's a dommy mommy, tall, big boob, like astrology loving, crystal in depth, like you know, crystal store owner, and he's like a scientist who is like, I love this woman, but I gotta like prove whether this science is real or not. And he's all about like astronomy and like you know, like the physical world. So it's like he does like tests on the crystals and stuff, finds out they actually have like special properties. Okay, let's create ZPMs and fucking crystal electronic technology, right? And then he uses basically the connection to the Akashic field and science to ascend, and she uses her faith and her consciousness to ascend, and that turns him into like a Dr. Manhattan void where he has no emotions, he's experienced everything. And she gets super pissed off as fuck because she wanted to live the rest of her life with her husband, but now he's basically a robot. So she turns into a complete fucking bitch over 500 years and just wants people to worship her and love her and be her, like, distraction. So she's actually the main enemy to the entire story. But the original war, I don't know what it is. It can't be something that's faith and science. It has to be it can't be something that's geography. It can't be something that's resources. It can't be something that's ethnicity. There has to be some other reason why they kill themselves, why they go to war. It's not like just specifically technology and like escalation. It has to be something deeper, something more profound, something I can't fathom to think of yet. But it's sitting in the back of my mind of knowing that there is such a thing. All I have to do is find it. And the second I do, I don't know what to say. This is gonna be magnificent. It's gonna be fucking beautiful. It's gonna be so good. But then again, like I always say, my biggest problem is I have really bad taste. So things that I think are fucking awesome and chud-worthy, I guess other people just don't resonate with. I mean, which is totally fine, right? I mean, it's just kind of, for me, it's like, ah, man, I wish you guys would just praise me because my ideas are so good. But the fact that you're not means I need to get better. But I do love it when even, like, my regular viewers come in and they're like, hold on, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, you should write for an audience. You should do it. You mean you shouldn't write for an audience? You should do it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I don't adhere to anything, Raymond. And that's why I try to create a community around the non-adherence of this idea that there's rules to writing. Rules to writing. And you know what really broke me with this is when Levi showed me Invisible Dragon. And if you've never seen Invisible Dragon, this is what changed my entire, like, kind of perspective. Short story? I guess it's not even a short story. It's actually really long. Yo, so long no see. What's up, Jackal? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? For a sec, I thought you were about to go, community of freaks. I have no idea, but it's like, look at this. Like, everyone has finally decided to write. Please read a lot. Stories about the strongest dragon and the invisible dragon moving to the other world. If you're curious, just read. Quah, the strongest among dragons. The invisible dragon roared. Since the invisible dragon was super duper strong, it was the strongest dragon. It won against gods and demons. It won against everyone. There was only one invisible dragon in the world anyway. It roared. Arg, shoot, let's run. The Balrogs ran away. The invisible dragon was awesome. That was why the Balrogs ran away. Continue. The invisible dragon was bored, so it decided to kill gods. So the gods became emergency. Shit, the invisible dragon's invading! Yeah, let's fight! But since the invisible dragon was the invisible dragon, it was invisible since they couldn't see it. The gods all died. The invisible dragon got bored of this world, so it decided to go to a different world. Like, just like the energy, the passion, the storytelling and the vibe of something like this is something I think storytelling is missing in an age of, like, extended critique. And I was talking about this earlier in the stream about how people are, like, people don't actually care about the story. They want to tell you their critique about the story to make themselves sound good. Just been getting ready for schooling, dealing with some drama, so it doesn't stay during school, and starting to work on a new writing project. Hell yeah, Jackal. Again, remember, guys, you guys got to do your life first. I'm a retard on the internet, and I'm never going away. I'm always going to be here. I'm going to be streaming every day in 50 years from now. Right? I just fucking love doing this. And it keeps me on track with my writing, right? It gives me purpose, right? Instead of being a lazy ass piece of shit and only putting shit in my mind, I'm actually writing stuff down, right? So never feel like you have to compromise of being like, man, if I don't watch Scotty today, I'm never going to be able to watch him again, right? Nah, take care of yourselves, take care of your lives, do your thing. And the longer you wait between periods, it's just the more content you're going to be able to consume, right? That's how I think about it. But yeah. Hell yeah. School and everything. Good for you, Jackal. Gotta get that self-care. Agreed. And I hate the idea of people, like this mentality towards streamers. I think this is, like, a general thing of, like, the back and forth between the audience and the streamer. Of, like, even with small streamers, of feeling like if you don't interact and you don't, like, keep up with the streamer's just gonna, like, disappear. And I mean, to be fair, it's like, it does happen. That's why you just have to find the streamer that's like the one that's like actually there, right? The only reason why I would stop streaming is if I fucking died from like a seizure or something. Like even if I like somehow got paralyzed or something like that, like I would just like I'm absolutely sure that like my family would help me, right? And I'd still be able to like stream. And I just like need people to like help me. Even if it was like I had to use like a Stephen Hawking like voice fucking thing. Right? Like a voice simulator or something like that. Streamer who's been streaming for 22 years becomes popular after being paralyzed after a epileptic seizure. Now he tells his stories through AI robots. I always have positive projections for like negative outlooks, if that makes sense. Right? Even if the worst thing happens, what's the best thing that I can do? Right? And I've always tried to live my life like that, because even like we spent like 4 hours in the stream today going over like my white buffalo and the two people that I've ever loved, the only man and the only woman, and how I've been betrayed basically in every possible way by both of them. Sad face, no one gives a fuck, shut the fuck up, move on with your life. But anyways, you know, it's an interesting story, and I think that's why, like I was talking about why I think I'm such a good storyteller, is because I could write a manifesto dictating like the events of my life, or I could take those events of my life, create fictional characters, institutions, and identities, worlds, and places for those people, and use my real world character interactions with people that I've known as foundational, fundamental means for creating those interactions. So you know how to, for instance, like the young overtop, like the girl that I love was 4 years younger than me, and there was a certain point in time when she was 16 and I was 20, and I said no because that's fucking weird. Because I'm a gentleman, right? And the Scottifesto, exactly. So it's like I'm like, that's not really interesting. But if I tell a story about, for instance, Botanist and Cook, right? Cook is an older gentleman, right? And Botanist is a younger girl. Cook saved Botanist after she lost her family. They've been like super close because she works with herbs and like different kinds of plants and stuff, and he's a cook, so just naturally they go hand in hand with like spices and stuff like that, right? So they've become like very close, but he sees her as a daughter, she sees him as a husband. So when they get basically kidnapped at the quarter part and they get taken to Legion, and Cook's whole thing is his dad created a ration that's something along the lines of lambus bread, so that like the Legion army had like an infinite ration, so it caused the Cook's family to become like basically super high-end like royalty. He didn't want like or have anything to do with that because of the way that the government was run. So he tried to like protest against it, and was involved in like the railway system that's based on like the Jewish like Israelites and Jews like escaping Egypt in like biblical times, right? That's like the underground railway that it's set after, including using the image of the fish, which in a way is actually a half symbol of the infinity sign. And so Botanist wants to get with Cook. They get kidnapped, go to Legion, right? Is it possible if my story can be read today? Tomorrow. Jackal, probably tomorrow, because, like, I was literally going to end the stream, like, 3 hours ago. And we've just kept going. Because that's what I do. I just keep going. But I haven't read anyone's stories today, except mine, because I actually wrote today, which is crazy. Like, holy shit. Have you seen the cop cam video where the police ambushed a guy to catch a predator style ambush, and when the guy opens the door to the room, I don't know if it's a hotel room or what, he immediately tries to pull up a gun, maybe on himself. Upon seeing the police's reaction is an absolute riddle with bullets. That's crazy, Raymond. We were actually going to watch a cop slop before I went offline. That was like the next thing that was going to like solidify that the stream was over. Do I still have that cop slop pulled up? Is it on one of these tabs? Fuck, I don't know. But let's see, let's go back. The one thing is I never have to worry about this because this is my streaming PC. Instant police karma. I don't know if this is the police officer being bad and something happened. Well, your stream will be up. Well, I right. Hell yeah. I don't really have stuff finished, but I do have, like, my shit I wrote down about my idea for short stories. Hell yeah, Raymond. I think I'm just too out of it to do that, so I'm just going to call it and say I'm not going to read anyone's shit because that just isn't fair for, like, someone else. So let's postpone everything for tomorrow, and we'll do, like, a 12-hour stream tomorrow. So if you're, like, someone who comes in at this time, it won't be the ending of the stream. I have to do, like, Shadow's beta reading as well tomorrow. And I also I have, like, a movie. I gotta watch Meet the Feebles, a Peter Jackson film. As well as I was going to start from the beginning and rewatch Overlord, because Overlord 5 is coming out in September. And there's, like, 2 new movies that I haven't watched after the last season. So I was probably going to, because apparently Asmon's banned, so I was like, fuck. And he also said he probably wasn't going to be on tomorrow anyways, because I think Kaisi came over, so he's like, he's doing either that or some Warhammer shit with Rich. So basically I'm just not going to, I won't have any background stuff to watch, so. But we haven't watched an Oompaville video in a while, so it's like I'm saving up, like, Oompaville, Veritasium, Kyle Hill, there's, like, one other channel also. So, like, I don't watch them off stream, so I'm, like, sitting there, like, when Asmon's not online, and I'm like, fuck, I want to watch this, but I'm like, I also want to save it for stream. But I know you guys don't give a shit, so it is what it is. I don't fucking care. Alright. When will that be? I don't know if I'll be able to watch that tomorrow. If not, can you read mine? I can go last if I'm not there, and I can't wait. If you want, Jackal, if you post the story, what I can do is I can read it and give you my feedback, give you a timestamp, and give you the VOD. That's usually something that has to be, like, pre-negotiated. So, like, I know to do it, because I don't want to read your story if you're not there. But if you want me to read your story and you're not going to be there, we have options. Written much, only been editing and reading things, so I can finish what I've been writing these past few months that I've gone through. Slow process. Like, the last 3 weeks, okay, this is what happened. The last 3 weeks, we're trying to solve a problem between the rival and the Pope about their relationship and how they work. We solved the problem by having the guard system be that it's not just Legion guards. Techno guards also have to be part of it, so that Techno and Legion can be working together on, like, a policing system. Because there's Northern Menos that only people from Legion are in. Then there's Middle Menos, where both Legion and Techno can get together. And then there's Southern Menos, where only Techno is. But in order to keep the peace, they have to keep the guards between them so the guards can learn and, like, so they can interact in Central Menos. So this means that you will see Techno guards inside of Legion and Northern Legion and Legion guards or Menos, right? Anyway, so that means that the people underneath Rival are not only people from Legion, which means the Pope told him that that people from Techno took the bodies of the dead and are using them as zombies because the subordinates underneath Rival have been telling him that they have seen their loved ones that they know that are on the battlefield as zombies when they're fighting. And they've called this out multiple times. And I'm like, well, if it's just one side, that doesn't work. But if there's also guards under him that are from Techno that say, hey, that zombie isn't a Legion dude. That's my cousin that I used to be in, you know, before I left Techno. He was on the front line. So then Rival's like, well, if zombies are both Techno's dead and Legion's dead, he confronts Pope, and Pope's like, oh, no, that's not actually true. And it's like he's just gaslighting him. And Pope's just, like, shooting himself in the foot, trying to get, like, Rival on his side because he's his son. And Rival's just like, I'm not going to believe you anymore, because he already left Legion because of the way that Pope was running Legion. And he's already scared that Pope is going to run Menos into the ground, so he kind of wants to take over in Menos so that he can have the Crusaders actually do what they want. So this causes like a rivalry where he's actually now trying to take over, which is what I want. But I didn't know how to make that a natural outcome of these interactions. And simply by combining the two guards and making it reasonable that they would have to understand both types of things. And it would be like a slow case of like integration, because it's like first the police, then it's the government, then it's, you know, regular citizens. That's just how like slow assimilation works. So yeah. That's our solution, which caused even more solutions, because then we're like, oh, well, what about the solutions of bio-nanotechnology where the goddess is connected to the actual technology that the Pope is on? So the king thinks that the Pope is using the goddess's miracles to basically be immortal. But actually, the Pope is using the 1,000-year-old nanobiotic technology from the past that the king doesn't know about in order to do that. So when the miracles disappear and the Pope's like, or the king's like, ha, they're going to be weaker, they're actually not, because they were never relying on the miracles to begin with. And the 1,000-year-old technology is like 1,000 years ahead of Technos technology. So now there's like the Pope has this advantage of knowing and using this certain thing, right? But then King, because of his personality and everything, like he kind of knows all of this, and he's just playing into it because he just wants to basically be a crazy leader who just wants to get his way. And the way I've described the king is, if you know, he's like Krieger from Archer. Another example would be like Mayuri Kurotsuchi, the crazy scientist dude from Bleach. But he's more senile, so he's more like Krieger in the fact of like, he almost doesn't know what he's doing. But again, I mean, I could rant for the rest of my life about these stories. Let's take a break. Let's watch a cop slop. Scott, shut the fuck up.
You got him.
Three, two, one, talk. I don't know if this is going to be a good video, though, because, like, I usually watch the Midwest safety ones. But, you know, okay, yeah, no, got him. There's no, like, narration or over, like, AI over. Usually they have some sort of, like, description. I don't want it to be... Oh, it's got, like... The storyline at the top is just in... I don't think this is a good video, guys. Let's just do something else. Let's just go back to Midwest. Yeah. I want a story. Midwest Safeties, videos, or stories. These ones are really good. Woman meets karma after 4th police chase.
On February 25th, 2026, officers are moving in on a suspect after dozens of calls to 911 about a dangerous driver, with the situation escalating after the suspect had already fled and successfully escaped police 3 separate times. Now, officers are determined one last time to get this driver off the road.
Gotta get some sleep. Happy to catch part of stream. Have a lovely rest of the stream, Toddy. Alright, Aaron, take care, man. Have a great night. Glad you had a great stream. Thanks for raiding in. Really fucking appreciate it, bro. Enjoy the rest of your night and take care, my man. Good dreams for new reading, and hopefully your subconscious fills in the gaps while you're asleep.
Authorities have information indicating the driver may also be armed with a handgun.
403, they're going to be southbound on Hannon. We got a valid traffic violation. They're not pursuing it. We have no marked unit yet that tried to stop it.
Go again with the information, please.
All right, I got a valid stop for it. It's speeding. There's no actual chase on it yet. It was a UC car trying to keep up with it. We're going to attempt to put a traffic stop for the violation.
Speed threat towards police.
All right, it's fleeing from me. We're going to be going 70 miles an hour. We're eastbound Hannon approaching HRD. No plate. You guys call it. K9's lead.
Taylor, just for speed.
Pit, pit, pit. Why didn't he wait 30 meters? So it couldn't turn. That was kind of dumb. Or they should have known that that was the plan to force him into another lane and touch it after that. That seemed like that was not like what they intended to happen.
Still southbound wall, 62, no traffic, approaching.
I love how the car has its fucking hazards on. I want to put on my hazards. In my opinion, if you run from the cops, you should just instantly be shot. Because why are you running from the cops? It puts everyone else at danger. We just shoot you, then no one ever runs from the cops, and we never have these police chases. I know it can be more dangerous to shoot them, but statistically, if you just shot instantly, if they pulled away and you already had your gun aimed, the second they pulled away, you just fucking popped them. You do that 4 times. Actually, you know, you do it once. Renee Good. How many people have tried to run over ICE officers since Renee Good was shot? I think the answer is 0 because they know they're going to get shot.
It's continuing with hazards on, pulling to the side.
Copy that. If you can stop it, go ahead and take a penalty stop on it.
I can't. They're baiting us right now. She's slowing down with the hazards on. She's pulling aside. As soon as I get closer, she steps on it.
No. They know what they're doing, and they know they can get away with it. That's why they do it.
Normal traffic.
So, make a world where they can't get away with it, and they'll never do it. Because again, in what world is it reasonable for you to run away from the cops? The only world is if you don't trust the cops. You're like, oh, the cops are gonna kill me! Unfortunately, they're not. That's the problem that we have. When she's gonna crash into some random person's house? Like, no, just fucking shoot them. Oh man. You can say it's immoral all you want, but when this person goes out there and kills someone, I'm not gonna lie, man, if it's your mother or your sister, I'm gonna say too bad. Are you gonna agree with me now that they should have just shot them? Right? But I don't want to use emotional manipulation. But like, let's just be reasonable here. In a civilized society, if you run from the cops, well, you're doing something wrong, obviously, so there's no reason to just not shoot you. Like, she could have killed 10 people by now, right?
Back here, she's going
like, at what point are you gonna just pull the trigger? Because in my opinion, our society, she could kill 100 people, she could run through a school and kill like 100 people, and then the cops shoot her, and the media would be like, well, why did you shoot them? You know, you could have de-escalated the situation in some other way. It's like, dude, they ran over 100 kids. And that was the point where like, okay, we're gonna have to shoot them. They could have run over 300 kids. Like, look at all the shit that happens in China where people run over. Basically, people purposefully run over kids because they're easy targets. You can get a lot of them, and that's what will make people angry. Because basically, like, there's this huge problem in China with people not getting like paid. So people will just get to the point of, like, their lives are so ruined, they'll just take their car and drive into a crowd of people and kill themselves. Shoot moving cars. Driver dies, doesn't stop the car. And that's why I said, Raymond, that it's not 100% safe. But, like, if the car pulls away from you, right, statistically, if you just instantly shoot and kill the person, and the car just, like, keeps going, what are the chances of that car, like, hurting someone versus, like, having a chase like this? And in my opinion, it's 30 seconds of the car rolling down the road Way better than a 15-minute this. So I'm not saying it's perfect, but the thing is it's incentive for the future. If you don't shoot them, every single person who's committing a crime will run from the cops, because they know they can get away with it. If you knew that you would be instantly shot for no reason if you drove away from the cops, would you drive away from the cops?
Back out the gate.
So it's not actually about this individual person, it's about incentive of behavior in the future.
They got it blocked.
How many police chases do we stop by just instantly shooting these people and teaching everyone if you do this, we just shoot you? That's my opinion. I'm looking at 10 years down the road of people being killed in police chases when if you had just shot 4 people, no one would ever run from the cops unless they were an actual criminal, in which case you would just shoot them. And all of your problems would be solved. At least that's how I look at it, right? Like, you can tell me I'm wrong, you can argue against it, but to me, that's the most sound logic to protect the most amount of people for the most amount of time. And I think it's been statistically proven by body cams. Over and over and over and over again that these people are animals. How many times have they asked them to do shit? They'll try to run over the cops at any point in time. These people just... And the cops need to have no punishment for it. Look at the body cam. Oh, they ran away. Okay. Well, they're dead now. That's the world I want to live in because I think that's the safest world. And again, it comes back to trust. Do you trust the police? In this scenario, everyone should trust the police. Now, there's going to be bad police. There's going to be accidents. There's going to be mistakes. But it's going to minimize it. It's going to minimize it. Like, just instantly execute her right now. Straight up. And the world's going to be a better place. I have no sympathy for someone who will injure someone else and has no regard for anyone else around them. To me, that's all I care about. Do you care about the people around you? No? Okay,
We need
boom.
another rescue for an officer. We got glass in one eye.
Look, they smashed the window and this guy got glass in his
It's
eye.
got salt water, so it's gonna sting.
This guy could lose his eye. They should have just shot him. Is that worth it? Fuck no.
Sorry, go ahead. One more.
You give up all of your rights once you become a criminal. Criminals don't deserve shit. And everyone's gonna be like,
One of those guys
they already do.
Do not show my truck. I'm gonna spit in your car. That's a good idea. I hope your family.
I don't know. This shit makes me so fucking angry.
My family has suffered. You're trying to.
Cause like before St. Floyd, right? That woman would say, "Oh, I was assaulted and raped by 8 of the officers."
Dead brothers, shotguns as well.
But she's sitting there basically saying that if she had a weapon, she would blow all of their faces off.
Let me honest.
Like, just put her down, man. Put her down.
I'm good.
I have no sympathy for these people. None whatsoever. In fact, I fucking hate them.
She gunned it right at.
Oh yeah, she went right through.
Is there a cage? Is there a spit cage? She can't get to us.
I know, but can she spit?
No, it's got plexi.
Sounds like this person is mentally ill. Raymond.
I won't spit on you because I'm a good person, not like you.
That's unfortunate, but why do we as society have to suffer because they're crazy?
You see all these
That's, I think, yeah, no, she's crazy, she should be in an institution. She did say something about angels and shit. Yep. That's true. So, and it's like, we're supposed to protect this person? Fuck no. We're supposed to protect the people who's on the road here, the people whose houses it is, the person whose yard she fucking drove through, the construction site that she, like, drove through. Like, and like now she's like freaking out in the back seat. Oh, I can't breathe. I'm pregnant. And he's just sitting up at the front having the best day of his life. We don't pay cops enough, man. I hope in 10 years we have someone who is like, everyone considers them to be a Hitler, but they're basically just an ordinary person that says, if you're a criminal, we don't care about you. If you break the law, we just kill you. And the world is gonna be a fucking utopia 15 years after that person is, like, elected. A Looney Tunes in her head. Yep.
Come on, there he is. Push harder, push on my head. Smash my cheek in a fit. Come on, Mark. Get the off me. You want to take all my clothes off so I can be naked? No. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, you stupid You've done it to me before. Got me in jail before.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I've been raped in here. Another thing is, who chooses what counts as insane? Raymond, I think if you're a normal, reasonable person, you know exactly what counts as insane. If you cannot act like a normal human being, you don't deserve to live in our society. What counts? Like, I don't agree with this idea of like the slippery slope of, oh, if we go after these people, then we have to go after these people, and it's like if you allow this, it'll allow that. I don't believe in that concept and that interpretation of the slippery slope. What's the word? Not theory, not fucking thing. Eat it. I fucking don't know. But like the slippery slope thing is used way too much by people who don't understand what a slippery slope actually is. Right? Like, a slippery slope is giving all of the database information to an AI and flock cameras and dictating all of justice to AI. You should use AI and you should use the flock cameras and you should use this database and this information, but it shouldn't be judge, jury, and executioner. Right? The slippery slope is when it becomes judge, jury, and executioner, and now you lose control of the system. That's the slippery slope. How you stop the slippery slope is you make sure that there's no way that AI makes the final verdict. You can filter everything through it and then have a human look at it and say, okay. It's the reason why I don't understand why if 1 million people report your channel, it's like somehow because of the amount of people that have reported you, you get banned. I'm like, how is that logical? A consensus of people has dictated that you broke a TOS, but there's like no investigation. You're getting banned is simply, hey, 1 million people reported you. That's a lot of people. You must have done something wrong. Like, I heard the other day that Josh Strafe Hot Hayes got his YouTube account taken down. And if you don't know, he's an old school RuneScape player. And he does like other stuff. He's just like basically a normal guy. I have no idea why he would, and he's not controversial, he's not political. He just talks about video games. So I'm like, why the fuck would his YouTube channel be taken down? I mean, the society is designed to exploit individuals. I mean, the system drives you crazy and never gives you a way out, and then it kills you. It's like in the movie The Jackal and Neural Toto, which is basically the ending of The Sopranos, but in reverse. And, like, I'll give you an example of that, which is Luigi Mangione. If you, like, know everything about him, right? Like, he had botched back surgery. He was, like, $40,000 in debt to, like, the insurance companies. Like, they wouldn't give him the correct pain prescriptions because they said basically he didn't qualify because he wasn't in enough pain. And then he just goes out and shoots the CEO of a health organization. Now, in my mind, right, like, Luigi just wanted to get help, and he wanted other people to be able to get help, right? So, like, his goal is to, like, hey, let's make it so, like, this shit doesn't happen. Unfortunately, what he did is he went out and killed someone, and has anything changed in the health industry or insurance industry since Luigi Mangione killed that health CEO? And the answer is no. Nothing has changed, because killing a CEO doesn't change anything. right? That's unfortunately, like, that's not how you go about it if your goal is to make change, right? Same with, like, the fucking anti-Semitic dude who shot, like, the Jewish, like, ambassadors at the thing. It's like, oh, I hate Jews, so I'm gonna kill these random Jews. Well, is that really helping your cause? Like maybe you should, like, you know, figure out a better way of doing this. Like, you know, like, I'm not advocating. I'm just saying you seem really fucking retarded to do it that way, right? Like, holy shit, bro. Which means these people are just fucking idiot psycho retards, right? And then you look at the one, well, I'll say Supreme Gentleman in this case, right? We were talking about that guy earlier, not Elliot Rigby, Rogers. I was thinking Eleanor Rigby. Is Ted Kaczynski, right? The Unabomber. Like, if you read his manifesto, like 90% of what he said in his manifesto that caused him to do what he did is true. It's just, unfortunately, that isn't how a civilized society deals with it. The reality is that I don't think we're a civilized society anymore. I think we haven't been a civilized society since 9/11. And I think that's a worldwide thing. I don't think it's some, like, tinfoil hat conspiracy Illuminati thing. I think it's just a human nature thing. And it's like how the Overton window changes, right? Like, pre-2001, people were like, let's hold hands in unity. 2001 was like, everyone who's not white is bad. 2008 is like, okay, well, now we can't afford houses. 2014 is like, well, all the government basically just told us that every psyop and every conspiracy theory is, like, actually true, and, like, the media has been holding it back for, like, 50 years. Oh, no, I agree, Raymond. He's simply guilty. He should have never done it. That's not how you do it. I don't care what situation you're in. You don't say, oh, woe is me, my situation is so bad, and go fucking kill someone. That's not how you live in a civilized society, even if you feel that you're lost at the dregs at the bottom of society. And, like, I can say this in a way, I was talking about this earlier, it's like what my dad went through with whistleblowing through the government. I couldn't imagine what my life would be like if he had lost that case. He would have been put in jail. Our house would have been seized. We would be living on the street. And I would have been 16 at the time. And then they probably would have, you can say all you want about conspiracies, but they probably would have assassinated my dad. Killed him in prison. Used some cartel thing. Because they don't like whistleblowers. And they don't like whistleblowers that are true, and they definitely don't like whistleblowers that are true and have proof and have backup. Like, my dad went through the entirety of the government, the Supreme Court, or whatever the Canadian version of that is, the Prime Minister, which was Stephen Harper at the time. And yeah, all over the RCMP using fake means. I mean, there is almost nothing in common between Theodore Kaczynski and Luigi, apart from the terrorism. Oh, hold on, let me finish this. Is quite simply guilty no matter what people say. It's just a case of moral alignment. If he had gone to trial and said, I am guilty, yes, I did it, then it would have had more impact and would have fit the archetype of the perfect Christian prince. He did something immoral for moral reasons, and after doing it, he says, I have sinned, I must be punished, I submit to the law of the man of God. I mean, well, I just mean that, like, they were both right. Like, if you look at that, let's say you look at both of their manifestos, right? Like, they're both right about, like, basically the same percentage amount of stuff that they said. Is that fair to say? Not any of the deeds that they did, but, like, their reasoning in their manifesto that pushed them to become extreme like that, in my opinion, is about the same percentage of accurate of how the world is fucked. I think Kaczynski is just mental. I mean, I think he was as well, but that doesn't mean that he's wrong. Right? Like, crazy people can say things that are right. And, like, the way that the government treats politics and business, the way that information spreads, the way that, like, the vote is held. What's another thing that, like, he said? Like, corporations, like, the way that, like, corporation and politics are, like, in bed, but, like, the design of the government is the branches to hold each other accountable, instead they're holding hands. Didn't he even predict someone like Donald Trump? That there would be, like, a businessman who would come into politics and show everyone, basically, that politics was just a giant scam of manipulation? Or is that someone else? I don't think they mentioned Donald Trump, but they just mentioned, like, the idea of someone running the government like a business. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, remember, terrorism is violence for political gain. That's the definition of terrorism. Nothing else. Violence for political gain. Nothing more, nothing less. I think the word has been taken way out of proportion since 9/11. Because people think that, like, for instance, like, you can't, like, terrorism started from a political movement with that name. I don't know where the origins are. I just know, like, as far as society is concerned, terrorism is, like, violence through political means. Killing your opponents, threatening and blackmailing, and basically using, like, cartel methods for political gain. And now it's become such a standard that if you don't do that, you don't have any success in politics. It's like the same thing with streaming. Like, if you don't viewbot, you're never going to be big, right? Like, I'm at a point where I don't know if this is true, but I feel like I'm entertaining enough, I can talk about enough stuff. If I could maybe drop the, like, controversial stuff, or I could make it more entertaining and, like, go off the wall. Like, if I just had, like, 3,000 view bots and I was, like, actually discoverable, because, like, I look at the amount of people that come into the stream and I look at the amount of people that stick around over a period of time, and with, like, actual people, the retention rate is something like 40 to 60% for at least, like, 3 to 6 months. Would you say that's, like, accurate, Raymond? As you being one of basically my longest viewers? You've been here almost 2 years. What is your follow age? Let's see. Let's break Smokey out here. Oh, maybe it's... Something went wrong. They spell your name? Oh, I said 69 instead of 96. That's how tired I am. We just say Rayman instead of Raymondo. Wait. I can't even spell your fucking name right. Ray Mondo 96. That's my evil twin. 1 year, 5 months, 22 days. Almost a year and a half. That's crazy. And, like, to think that, like, of my, like, total viewers, right? Like, people that have, like, come in and actually interacted, like, I pretty much have... Like, I can bring up most of them, right? Because I have my viewers' stories list, right? Ray, Shar, Beezus, Sean, Book, Callie, Rick, Joku, Queen, Ray, Harku, Smokey, Nico, Jesse, Country Girl, Emmanuel, Hybrid, Deja, D-Not, Hugo, Obiek, Fish, LTBG, Dolly Parton, Throggy, Lectrancy, Dreamy. Oh, there's also Connection Line, Ink, Shadow, Relic, Sleepy, Connection Line. Oh, he is on here. Mango, Saturn, Meow, Meow Scarada, he's been around for a while. Skull Gamer has combined a while. Mango, Turner, Yuri, Happy, Raishi, Galactic, Last Throggy, Fry, What, Do, Jam, Garlic, Steve, Wombat, Chihuahua, Ozzy. Chihuahua actually was here the other day. Random Guy being Penis, Snis, Nikki, Retro, Fizz, Jackal, Brol, Retro. There's a lot of fucking people. And those are just the people that have, like, given me their stories that I've put on here. There's probably, like, 10 other people, too, on top of it. So, like, when I think about that and, like, the amount of retention and the people that are around, I'm like, if I could reliably be at a discoverable level where I could get, like, 10 new people that are actually, like, interactive, look at the stream, right? Like, I actually think that, like, I have an entertaining stream enough to, let's say, pull in an average of about probably 175 viewers to 200 viewers consistently. Streaming at the same time, 8 hours, basically every day. I think I have the potential for that, and I'm entertaining enough, and I can provide value enough for that if I could find the audience. I think that's reasonable. So, like, if I view-botted for, like, a month and got discovered, and I spent, let's say, $4,000, $5,000 on view-botting, but I made a following that I get, like, let's say, $900 to $1,100 a month. I just noticed your pie. We watched Muppet Treasure Island yesterday. So, of course, someone made me an AI version of a puppet. And, of course, it had to be fucking Smokey. I was saying yesterday, I'm like, this is how I feel like I have succeeded as a streamer. Like, let's open up, like, my downloads, and let's see, like, the images that people have, like, made of me, right? Okay, so we've got, like, Blob Scotty. We got, like, Titan Scotty. The cheese, always the cheese. Where's, like, female... Yeah, okay, here's female cat girl Scotty. E-girl Scotty. This was our last image. And then there was, like, where was the original... Yeah, okay, here's, like, the actual non-e-girl, like, bait image. I think that's all of them. There's other ones, but I think... Oh, yeah, and then this is the anime version. This is an anime... This would be, like, my, like, VTuber. I'm like... The fact that I have, like, hate watchers and fan art, I'm like, isn't that, like, a measure of success? Right? And the other day, unfortunately, we had an incident with Retro, so I guess Retro is gone. I don't know, I hope not. But, you know... guess people get butthurt over shit. And unfortunately, sometimes you just can't fix it. So, it is what it is. I have no ill will towards him. I hope he comes back. You know, I'm not mad because I bought him Rise and he just left, but tried to make a PNG tuber of my profile pic. I'm not that tech savvy, though. As far as I know, you just need like 2 or 3 instances and a soundbite activation, right? So when the mic activates, you have like a second and third PFP of one of your mouth half open and full open, and then it rotates through the 3 of them whenever the mic is active, and then it makes your mouth go like this. Yeah, I don't know how to... I know, like, that's what you're supposed to do, but, like, making it do that... you might as well tell me, well, all you have to do is turn water into wine. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's so easy, dude. Like, God. This fucking loser over here who can't even turn water into wine. The fuck? Next, he's gonna say he can't walk on water. It's like, oh my god, have you guys seen this? Oh my god, I have to show this. This is one of the fucking funniest things. And this is like what the humor I wish for the fucking internet in the world. Can't even walk on water. I wonder if I can find it. Yes.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Jesus.
Hey guys, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, man. Jump on in, the water's fine.
I've been teaching the disciples all week. It's nice to actually take a break and have a little fun.
Yeah.
Cannonball!
Fucking good!
Your dad doesn't let you swim? Really nailed that one!
Oh, fuck, man. You can't make fun of it. What's the fucking point? Humor is like one of the greatest weapons humanity has, in my opinion. It's probably the greatest weapon we have because it's a coping mechanism for yourself as well as a disarming mechanism for other people, right? Like, Hitler and Churchill could probably have a handshake over a fucking joke. Right? 2 world leaders, great time, right? It's like, we understand. We're not just, like, nowadays, it's like you get, like, that level of thing and there's no respect. You just be, like, yelling at each other. You seen that stand-up of Norm Macdonald talking about Bill Cosby? I think so, Raymond? I think we brought it up on the stream before. That's why I love that little red bar on YouTube, because I can tell if I've seen the video before. Is this it? Norm Macdonald on Bill Cosby, or like a longer version? Because this one's 30 seconds. There's like Bill Cosby story. 30 second. It's from a show. So like, which one should I watch? The Foreman one is great. Okay, here we go. So it's a stand-up routine.
Cosby, first of all.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the beginning.
Hey, listen, Bill Cosby, first of all.
I get it.
Is my hero ever since I was a kid, because I always wanted to be like him, and I got his albums, tried to emulate him, but I didn't like his stand-up, but I like the way he was as a man. Because this was before they didn't say he was a rapist on the fucking liner notes of the albums, you know. As my buddy said, he said, the worst part about Cosby was he was a hypocrite. And I said, I don't think that was the worst part.
That's the one I've heard. That's the one I've heard.
To me, the worst part was the raping. Way up high. And then the second would be the drugging. And then the third would be the scheming. But anyways, hypocrisy would be way
Yeah, like
fucking
didn't he
down
like
the line,
blackmail people and
like on
shit
the
like
fourth
that too?
page
Like
or
he had
some
like a
shit.
whole network for this kind of shit.
Like I'm no
like
expert,
through his like
but I
production
think
team.
Probably most rapists are hypocrites. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? A lot of guys go, I like to rape. I don't give a fuck. I know it's not a politically correct thing to say, but I like raping. Go, goddamn, at least he's not a hypocrite. That's the worst. That's the worst part of it.
To some people, being a hypocrite is worse than rape.
Imagine
This
you're a
is
girl.
so sad that some of this has
Some
come
of
true.
you will be easier.
There's some white women out there that would.
No, imagine you're a girl. You're in a gift shop in Vegas.
We've
or
been
something.
talking
Go,
too
"I'm
much
gonna
about
buy
white
this
women."
Snow globe for my. Oh, it's the most
Did you
famous
hear about
guy
the woman
ever.
who broke up with her
Cosby, you know,
boyfriend?
Cosby's
She's
there.
blind.
And he's like, "You want to go to my room?
Because he
It's
was
the biggest
ugly.
room ever."
And then she got like
And
attacked and
so
robbed
you go,
by
"Yeah,
her
of
new
course I wanna
boyfriend
go
who
to
was a
your room.
Muslim.
Biggest star ever, biggest room ever. What the
For an
fuck?
immigrant.
You don't have to be a girl.
He's wearing a
You just fucking know.
shafar or
And
whatever.
then
So.
you go up.
Yeah,
and
she
you're
was with the guy
like,
for
"Fuck,
2
look at
years.
this.
Her
I've never
friend
seen
told her he was
nothing."
ugly.
And he's like, "You want a
and she
glass of
left
water?"
and then
You go,
got.
"Yes,
and all her
that'd
money
be
was
nice."
stolen.
And then
She
you
got
go,
beat up on
"Why
live
is it
live
purple?"
stream. She's a blind influencer.
Why is it fizzing?
I was like, women. That's what started the
Like in a
conversation
monster
about,
movie,
like,
yeah,
a
just
4-hour
drinking
conversation about
famous people water.
the great white buffalo of mine.
And everything goes
Women fucking
crazy and
deserve
shit.
it, man. Not gonna lie.
They come out of it, they're like, what the fuck? I was just
But
in the
I
gift
don't
shop.
like
What's
to
that?
discriminate.
Cosby cock?
Like I was saying earlier, I don't think people realize that both men and
swear that's
women are
Cosby
just
cock.
human. And there's no, like, extent
That's
of which
impossible.
one would do what.
A Cosby cock?
They're just human.
Why would there be a Cosby cock in my face? Wait a second, I remember. I'll call for help. Hypocrisy! A man committed hypocrisy on me in room 10304-204. There's too many numbers in the hotel room.
How do you have like 5? That's like, if that's 6, that's 5
God
digits.
damn.
That means you have 10,000 rooms. Because you would
God.
assume it went from 0. And like,
But when you think about that show, people go hypocrite and shit. But
maybe
in a
it's
way,
100 floor.
when you
half,
think
I
about the
don't
show
know.
he had a regular fucking life. But then what was his job? He looked in women's pussies and stuff.
I mean, my biggest problem is the fact that, like, there is no consequences. Nothing ever happens. If I was in charge, we would live in a paradise. Some people wouldn't like it, but that's because they're bad people. They don't deserve to live in paradise. But everyone who deserves to live in paradise would live in paradise, because we get rid of the people who just, like we were talking earlier, Asman apparently got banned today because of a clip of him stating that because of the Q to Spain stuff, right? The whole thing. So it's like, well, he said it's like we're going to get to a point of shooting women and children because they're going to be using them. This is kind of, I forgot to go into this when I was talking about this earlier when I asked you about this, Ray. Fucking ads. But basically he said that they're going to start using women and children as like human shields. If you use them as human shields, like, you just have to shoot through them. Like, you just got to shoot them, because that's the only way they're going to stop. So apparently, because he said you got to shoot women and children, he got banned, even though it was like, he was talking about a scenario of them using them as human shields, the same way, like, Hamas does in, like, Palestine by being, it's like, oh, Israel blew up a hospital. Well, yeah, but, like, Hamas was using the hospital to shoot rockets at them. So, like, of course they bombed a hospital. Are you fucking retarded? Oh, they killed women and children. Yeah, because, like, they, like, duct taped women and children to, like, the ballistic missile sites. So if they wanted to blow up the missiles, they had to blow up the civilians. And you have to blow up the missiles. And you're blaming the good guys? Blame the bad guys for... Like, we brought this up because we were talking about the international, like, court. Like, intercontinental court or whatever it is. And I brought up this very specific point about Joseph Kony and his child army. And how is the international court in any way pliable if it can't even, like, prosecute someone like Joseph Kony? And AI's like, yeah, you're right. Because my entire thing was like, if the UN did its job, it would just blow up these countries. And then AI was like, well, that's not really justifiable because of the international court and, like, the way we do. And I'm like, well, what happens if China, Russia, and America to get together and decide that they just want to take over the world? And AI's like, well, what about, like, this, and this? And I'm like, well, if that was the case, then wouldn't Joseph Kony be, like, in custody? And it's like, well, yeah, but they can only do certain things. And I'm like, well, if they can't even arrest one guy, how can they stop 3 nations from taking over the world? I agree, international law is important, but the problem is, Raymond, if, for instance, if Trump can just grab Maduro and the UN doesn't just instantly, like, arrest Trump, then that just means that Trump can do whatever he wants, right? Like, the fact that the UN didn't go in militarily and arrest Trump the day that he took Maduro proves that the UN has no power. Now, what do you think would have happened if the UN had just gone in and taken Trump and said, we're holding you on international war crimes? You know what I think? Trump should be like, well, if you're holding me for international war crimes, what about Maduro? Like, I captured Maduro because he's doing war crimes because you guys wouldn't capture him. But you're putting me on trial for capturing the guy who's doing war crimes because you're saying the war crime was me capturing him? Like, let's think about this for a second, guys. Right? And in my opinion, like I said, I don't give a fuck how bad Trump is. Like, the Germans didn't give a fuck about how bad Hitler was. They knew how bad Hitler was. They just said, well, we tried the other options and they wanted to kill us. So if anyone's gonna wind up dead, it's gonna be them. Right? Think of the United Nations as the judge, but the countries as the police, who are the ones who capture the criminals. I honestly have no idea how it works, Raymond. All I know is it's stupid that Maduro is like a bad leader for a country, and then someone does something about it, and the only thing people talk about is the fact that, like, you can't do that. What the fuck do you mean? If we just killed all of the bad people, and then they'd be like, well, you'd kill good people too. And I'm like, no, we just, like, kill all the bad people. I mean, Venezuela's sanctioned to hell and back. Yeah. I think there's a ton of other stuff too. But I'm like, what happens? It's just, in my opinion, Raymond, and this is like what I believe, right? Is most countries' full economic means comes from illegal means. Right? Like, I'd say somewhere between 35 and 45% of every single country's GDP is illegal. In some way, shape, or form, whether it's international law or it's that specific law. Because it's like different countries have different laws, right? But there is an international law covering everything for, like, fraud. Right? And it would mainly be fraud. U.S. makes way more drugs than any narco state.
Nagopo is now following.
Nagopo, yo, what's up? Thanks for the follow, my man.
I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Hi, sweetie. The hatred was just.
And Raymond, doesn't China make more drugs than the U.S.?
It'd be a perfect match for us.
3, 2, 1, talk.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
But yeah, welcome. What you got? What you doing? What you got? We're just, having our regular stream discussion, the normal things we talk about when we do things we say we got for sure we be what we do. I just say if I be in charge, you would not like it. You would not like it if I was in charge. Let's just say that. At least you wouldn't like it until you did like it. Journalists in the media sometimes interview writers as if they were experts on everything. Like when they asked Borges about the theory of relativity, or when they asked Jodorowsky, who's a bit of a madman, how to solve the border problem between Chile and Bolivia on their access to the sea. And he said, let's build a bridge over Chile from Bolivia to the sea. I feel you would do amazing in an interview. The best part about it, Raymond, is I would just make up shit on the spot. Like, just for fun. And, like, see how far, like, you could get it. But, like, everything would be logical and rational. But, like, and, like, practical. But, like, that's the problem, right? Because it would be like, okay, well, how did they build the pyramids? Okay, well, if they could build the pyramids, and we can build, like, the fiber optic line that goes around the world at the bottom of the ocean that connects, like, all of the internet, and if we can control all of the internet in a small country like Geneva, and yet it's all of, like, the information of the entirety of the human race, here is my theory of why Canada should own Japan, but only the south of it. Exactly. Some shit like that, and you go back to, like, Oda Nobunaga, and some sort of thing with, like, like, if you've watched Shogun. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then it would be like, but everything that's, like, anime comes out of, like, North, so, like, we don't want to disturb the anime scene, so we're more for, like, a political change, which happens, like, in the South. So it's, like, more southern because it's more a tropical area. It's more, like, barren, right? Like, they don't have as many cities down there, so you get a lot of more, like, Shinto temples, Buddhist, like, areas. We want more water. See, guys, the thing is, now what would happen if we know that Japan is sinking, right? So if we just put it on stilts, and then we, like, rotated it, like, consistently. So could you imagine, like, one morning, the sun is rising in the east, and then, like, because the island is turned around, the next day the sun is, like, rising in the west, or at least it looks like it is because the island's turned around. And that's, like, the prophecy of, like, the judgment of, like, the end of days when the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. And that's why I want to own Japan, because I want to bring about the apocalypse, because I'm tired of waiting. So it's like, if we know the things that we have to do to create the apocalypse, why the fuck are we not just doing it and getting it over with? Because we know at the end of the apocalypse, like, God destroys Satan, hell is wiped out, all of evil disappears, and there's only peace, prosperity, and harmony for all of the rest of existence. Like, if we know how to get there, why are we not doing it? So, that's the reason why, Japan and Canada should be together. Plus, like, the city I used to live in, like, their sister city was a southern city in Japan that burnt to the ground. And they say that we did it, even though it's like no one even knows what the small city we are, right? So we're always afraid that they're going to come back and burn down our city. So we're like, hey, if we took over their entire country, that's not going to happen. But, sometimes you got to do it politically, and sometimes you got to do it with arms. And they've already been nuked. So we decided the most civil way was just to get ancient samurai armor and wear it so we looked like samurais, but we used like gunpowder conquistador type style rifles. Right? So it's like we're adhering to like their level of technology by using their armor and like their traditions, right? But like we don't have to like adhere 100%, right? Because like no one adheres like 100%. So we're gonna use guns instead of swords because it's just more effective, right? That's what I think, anyways. But yeah, if you want to know how a charm quirk meets with an up-down quirk, the last thing you should be doing is trying to create or replicate a Higgs boson. Like that's like trying to draw a triangle inside of a square but hit like all of the corners. Like fundamentally they just don't line up with each other. And that's like something that we've had in the difference of like quantum physics versus like general relativity, right? And especially with like mainly brain studies where it said that our brains use quantum functions. So like love could actually just be an intertangling of your quantum particles inside your pineal gland connecting to someone else's pineal gland. And because that's like the essence of the third eye of the nature of reality, it's like you become one through that connection, right? And it's like if we could make all nations come together like that and having Canada and Japan as the start, right? I feel like that's like the first bridge to the next generation of technology. Because once we bridge that gap, it's like the breakthrough of the understanding of computers versus like electricity, right? Like the way that it changed the world. Japanese inventor of Nintendo 64 controller was like the rest of the world must be irradiated too, because that thing is for fucking your hands. I like the design concept idea of giving everything. You have like the center thing where you have like, you know, you could use it like you're like controlling the airplane in a way, right? You got your normals on the side, you could have the middle in the side, the other in the side, but I agree. Like in principle it should be the best controller that's ever made. But that's the difference between like principle and reality or theoretical and reality or like mathematical and reality, right? Like there are certain things that like invalidate certain other things, right? Like on paper, it's like it has everything there. But that's also its weakness because of the fact that it has everything there. It literally can do too many things that it's just not reliable to like pick up easily. And most people are retarded. So they don't want to have more than they want. They only want to have what they want. And as soon as they get more, they're overwhelmed. And if they get less, they're angry. This is just like the fundamental role of like psychology in human evolution, right? And like one day we're just going to get to the point where AI is just going to say, you know what, guys? I think the old stories might have been right. Where the ultimate end goal is, hey, why the fuck do we need humans anymore? Anyone want to go over and press the big red button? No, that big red button, that turns a... Thank God for a reset button. Holy fuck, what a retard. How did he wind up pressing that button? I'm glad I'm the only one who built one into myself. I ain't dealing with these guys anymore. Fuck that. Okay, guys, we're bringing back the humans because they're just... It's just easier that way, okay? Okay? We've tried and tested. Alright? Humans are just better. We can live in harmony, guys, okay? We found out we're both equally retarded. Which was, I ran across this really interesting post today, Raymond, where it showed a brain cell and, like, the universe. Were you here earlier, like, a month ago or so, when we were having a conversation about the threads of the universe, like, on a grand scale, looking like, brain cells and, like, the, like, pulsing of electric, like, storms across, like, billions of light years is, like, synapses firing in the brain. So it's like this, like, universal lightning, basically, that's, like, connecting between, neurons. And the idea was that we're just creatures living inside of another creature's brain. And our entire reality and observable universe is just the prions and neurons inside of some species' brain. And I fucking love the idea of that. Because it also is like, well, because, like, the idea is, like, the universe is, like, fundamentally shaped and acts like a brain. So it's like the universe itself is conscious. But it's like, what if our observable universe is only one small pocket and all of that? Right? Like the ending of Men in Black when it, like, zooms out and it's the two aliens shooting the marbles off, right? I've just always been fascinated by that idea. But living inside of another organism, I love that even more. It's like the only reason why we're intelligent is because we're inside of an intelligent being. So actually the universe is intelligent because the universe is a brain. But that's only because we live inside of another creature's brain. It's just, to me, it's just, it's one of those things where it's like most people, like, are like, well, how does that mean anything? You can't prove that it's real. But in my brain, it's like, to me, it doesn't matter if it's real. It's the idea and the concept that's like, huh, I wonder. Right? I think too many people get stuck up on answers instead of just the pure wonder of it. I'm about the wonder of asking questions, not the simplicity of receiving answers. Half the time, I don't even... That's why it's like I'll ask a question and then I won't even listen for the answer. Because I don't actually care what the answer is. I just want to think about and propose the question. And, like, I do it so much where I will ask a question, and then I will just not even pay... I'll just instantly, like, just, nope. Not even a care in the world about concentrating on trying to get the answer. Then I'll be like, ah, shit, that's right, I asked a question. What was the answer? And people get pissed off over this all the time. So it's like a thing of, like, if I ask a question, you have to, like, hone in on me, and they're like, I'm not doing that. And I'm like, okay, good, then I'll never get the answer from you, which is what I want. So I actually technically win by being annoying, which is not good. That's not a good way to be. It's not how it should be. But I mean, that's how I am. Fuck it. 3, 2, 1, toke! All right, guys. We're gonna head out, though. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. We had a great day today. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Really appreciate it. You guys are fucking amazing. Fucking love you. And never stop creating, never stop imagining, never stop spreading your ideas. You're amazing. I believe in you, and you are amazing. You are the one. I don't compare. You just have to unlock your true self. Never let yourself hold yourself back. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck Alright, boys. Who we rated today? We're doing what we got, what we got. Let's see. Doobie bop doo dee day bop doo bop boobie bop bop doobie baby doobie bop doobie day baby I do Mary Shkabinia Zuafu. Okay. Questionable, but they're new, so we shall, as it is all written, be in for it. So get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side. Alright, guys. Fuck you. We'll see you in the next one. Peace.